What would you do if, on an ordinary workday, your life was turned upside down? For Yunho, that day began like any other, until his boss delivered the news no one wants to hear. You're fired, restructured to be precise. After all, he was only a limp, someone who can't walk properly. But then, everything changed. A system descended, declaring that the world itself was being restructured. Humanity's existence turned into a survival game with one simple rule: adapt or vanish. Yet, amidst the chaos, he finds a way to walk again. The system rewarded those who walk into this deadly hell. Faced with impossible odds, Yunho isn't just fighting to survive. He's fighting to prove that even the limp can rise again, and then become a king. Will he endure, or will he be restructured again? Well, let's diving into the story. What would you feel when someday, when you are working, your boss suddenly tells you that you are fired? That is what happened to our MC Yunho. He was working when his boss suddenly called him in to give him some bad news. He was fired, reconstructed to be precise. It wasn't because the company disliked him, nor was it about his performance. The team leader, this big and ugly guy, explained that it was just the harsh economic situation these days, and the company needed to cut its expenses. They didn't want to fire him, especially since they knew how hard Yunho had worked, but this was the best choice from their perspective. Tired of hearing cliché words, without hesitation, Yunho replied that he understood and that he would make sure to finish his work in the remaining time. Yunho suddenly remembers his journey in this company. He had joined the company as a contract worker. It had been a 2-year contract. And throughout, he had tried his best to show his skills. He had worked diligently, never complaining, and always doing what was asked of him, no matter how hard. He kept hoping that his efforts would earn him a full-time position, but that never came to pass. The team leader kept talking. He acknowledged Yunho's hard work, but his demeanor quickly shifted back to indifferent, as if it no longer mattered. Yunho wasn't surprised. He knew his team leader had a tendency to treat things like this rather casually. He was a heartless person after all. The team leader tried to lighten the mood, suggesting everyone should eat at his favorite restaurant to bid farewell to Yunho. However, someone pointed out that the restaurant was a 10-minute walk away, asking if that would be uncomfortable for Yunho, given his condition. Yunho replied that he had an appointment and would eat on his own, wishing everyone else a good lunch at the restaurant. He stood up, silently lamenting how even walking 10 minutes was a struggle for him because he was a limped person. He couldn't walk like a normal person. In the end, there was no such arrangement. He just lied and ended up eating alone at the company's yard, looking up at the sky. He thought he might miss this place. Thinking back, he suddenly remembered that a long time ago, he had always been someone who moved quickly, someone light on his feet. He had been one of the most promising athletes in track and field in South Korea, but that ended the day he got hit by a car and broke his leg. Since then, his life has changed completely, leaving him the way he is now. His only wish was to run again, to run until his heart felt like bursting, but he knew it wouldn't happen in this lifetime. Maybe if he was reborn in the next life. Suddenly, a woman approached him. She asked what he was thinking about so seriously. He greeted her. It was June, a secretary who had started working a week after he had joined the company. She asked what he was really thinking about, and Yunho, without much emotion, said he was thinking about his next job. June laughed and said it wasn't like he was getting fired anytime soon, but Yunho corrected her, saying that he had indeed been fired that day. She bowed her head and apologized, not knowing, but he reassured her it wasn't her fault. They then spoke about what Yunho planned to do next, but he simply said he didn't have anything in mind. As they were talking, Yunho suddenly heard something ominous inside his head, a voice, like a loud announcement, but it was disjointed and unclear. He asked June if she heard it too, and she confirmed it sounded like something ringing in her head. The voice repeated, clearer this time, announcing a mission was about to begin. Everyone around was confused, unsure of where the voice was coming from or what it meant. Then, the voice declared that the planet had been designated for sale, and that restructuring was about to take place. Suddenly, June's boss appeared, asking what she was doing and telling her to get back to work as lunchtime was almost over. Meanwhile, the voice continued, stating the mission would soon begin. The boss seemed not to care about the announcement and was only concerned about June's working hours and wondered if she'd ever get a full-time position with such behavior. This annoyed Yunho, who spoke up, reminding the boss they still had 15 minutes of their break left. Annoyed, June's boss pointed at Yunho, mocking him as a soon-to-be-fired intern, referring to him as the limp. He even said that those with defects should live with more integrity. Suddenly, the announcement returned, saying the first mission would begin, and like magic, suddenly, a light from the sky formed a zone on the ground near Yunho. The announcement commanded everyone to enter the zone within a minute, or they would be subject to reconstruction. And now, the countdown started. Jun's boss, confused, assumed it was some kind of promotional event from another company and urged his team to get back to the office. As he left, he pretended to limp, mocking Yunho again. Seeing all of this, Jun apologized for her boss's behavior, but Yunho assured her he was used to it by now. People had been mocking him a long time ago, and now he doesn't feel anything at all. He then suggested they enter the zone, treating it like a game. Jun laughed, saying it was impressive, like a hologram. They strolled toward the zone without much concern, while Jun's boss on the other side panicked as he found the yard door locked. When the timer hit 0, Yunho felt something strange and ominous. He instinctively looked back. And what he sees is a nightmare. People outside the zone appeared distorted. Panic set in as everyone realized those outside the zone were disintegrating and vanishing. The announcement can be heard again, now declared that the first mission had ended, and 184 people had been reconstructed at MS Tower. From that moment on, everything humanity had ever known seemed to collapse. Then, the system announced that rewards would be given to those who completed the mission. Suddenly, Yunho saw a status screen appear before him, displaying his stats and body information, and everything shown in numbers. His eyes blinked, wondering if he could choose a reward based on what he needed the most. Of course, he pointed at his leg to the screen, asking if he could select it. The system replied again, stating that the reward had been distributed, and his leg started glowing out of nowhere. The system declared his recovery rate increased by 20%. Beside him, Jun asked if Yunho could see the status window as well, and he confirmed it. She asked what it meant that the planet was being sold, and about the mission, but Yunho admitted he had no idea. He knows only that this was just the first mission, implying there would be more to come. He realized that if they failed a mission next time, they would vanish like the others. The system popped out again, announcing that the second mission would soon begin, and that a safe zone would be created randomly once the mission started. And they only had 5 minutes until the countdown began. Jun trembled, asking what they should do next. Yunho reassured her and replied that they had to move quickly and head to the safe zone for now. He suspected the second mission would be tougher, so they needed to become strong at this moment. When Jun asked why he was so sure, Yunho explained that since the restructuring was meant to keep only the most valuable individuals, logically, each mission would get progressively harder and conflicts would likely arise among them. In times like this, people would do anything to survive, especially after witnessing the first elimination or simply to receive the rewards. As Yunho moved, he could feel his leg was healing, even if only slightly. The steps came easier now, and he could feel a significant difference with just a 20% recovery. Realizing the situation, he whispered to Jun that everything that the announcement said was definitely true, and they needed to keep moving. He thought to himself that he was destined to be restructured anyway, but now, perhaps, there was a chance to change his fate, to fight for what he really wanted. In this absurd game of restructuring, he vowed to find a way to survive. And Yunho was aware of the first thing they needed to do, to find tools that could be used as weapons. Hearing that, Jun asked if there was anything suitable in the office to be a weapon, and whether Yunho had any ideas. But Yunho pondered seriously for a moment. It was certainly difficult to find objects that could serve as weapons in an office space like here. He told Jun truthfully that he couldn't think of anything immediately useful, but suggested they at least search for something to hold, which might come in handy. Jun nodded, but she wondered if she should take and hide something to be a weapon too, and Yunho replied that she absolutely needed to be able to protect herself. But guys, let's be real here. We know how Yunho would protect his waifu all the time, right? With 5 minutes left before the second mission began, Yunho decided that they would wait on the roof. If a safe zone didn't appear there, they would immediately head for the stairs. Jun questioned why they wouldn't use the elevator, but Yunho explained that the stairs were the better option, because elevators could become troublesome if they got crowded or if someone deliberately caused trouble. Jun glanced at Yunho with concern, wondering if he was okay with using the stairs. They both knew how hard the stairs would be for Yunho to walk. Yunho caught her glance and looked down at his own leg. Of course, he wasn't okay. His steps were painfully slow, and each one hurt like hell, but with the new system and the status window showing progress in his leg's healing, he knew he could endure it. Even if his leg tore apart, he would keep moving. Suddenly, the system announced that the mission would soon begin, urging everyone to evacuate to a safe zone before time ran out. A screen appeared in front of them, a map of the building. The green areas were the safe zones, and they were located on the 19th, 11th, and 3rd floors. The 19th floor was the closest, so Yunho told Jun they needed to move immediately. He was determined to keep descending the stairs, even if it meant to force his limp foot to move. After a while, sweat dripped down his face, but he refused to stop, even when Jun worriedly suggested resting for a moment. He pressed on, stating that compared to his old training days as an athlete, this was easy. He can feel something burst in his heart, a fire that has been long forgotten. Everything felt like a dream to him, and he was strangely happy. To be able to feel his leg again, even slightly, gave him a new hope. If 20% recovery felt like this, then maybe after the next mission, his leg could truly heal. After struggling for what seemed like an eternity, they finally reached the 19th floor. From a distance, they could see the safe zone and the people trying to enter it. Emotions were running high, and people were pushing and arguing to get in first. Seeing the chaos, Jun began to panic, recalling Yunho's words that people would go crazy. Yunho reassured her that this was actually calmer than he had anticipated, and everything was still under control. Jun, still uneasy, asked if they could get inside the safe zone. Yunho nodded, calmly assessed the situation, and said they could. There were about 50 to 60 people present, but based on the size of the safe zone, it could hold just over 100 people. Hearing that, she looked at him in confusion, questioning how he could know that. Yunho explained that he had calculated it using stride length. To be precise, his stride was about 30 centimeters, and he estimated that one person could stand per step. The safe zone was 16 steps wide and 7 steps long, which meant it could roughly hold 112 people. Jiun stared at Yunho in disbelief, impressed by his inhuman calculation, almost seeing him as a genius. But Yunho brushed it off, explaining it was just a habit from his track and field days, which had gotten worse after the accident. Still impressed, Jiun nodded, but Yunho reminded her that there was no more time for talking. They needed to enter the safe zone quickly while being cautious, because they couldn't predict what others might do inside. In the end, they finally pushed their way inside the zone, feeling squeezed as everyone huddled together. Suddenly, a voice called out from outside the safe zone, a person desperately trying to force their way in, shouting for others to move aside because he could see space left. From afar, Jiun recognized the person. It was her team leader, who, after knowing she was inside the zone, pleaded with her for help, extending his hand and begging her to pull him in. Jiun hesitated, but her instinct urged her to help. But Yunho stopped her, telling her to remain calm and not act hastily. Any wrong move could result in her elimination too. However, with just 5 seconds left, Jiun rushed forward, catching her team leader's hand and pulling with all her strength. The timer ended, and the system announced that anyone outside the zone would be eliminated. The team leader, thinking he was halfway in, continued demanding Jiun pull harder. But when she managed to pull him inside, what she saw was a nightmare. Only half of the team leader's body remained. She screamed in horror at the sight of his lifeless body, blood scattered everywhere. Looking at Jiun's breakdown, Yunho tried to calm her down as she blamed herself for not being fast enough to help. After the second mission, the system announced that 1,073 people had been restructured. Yunho couldn't believe it, realized the death toll was too high this time. Looking back at Jun, he can see how broken she is now. But then, he suddenly remembered something and opened his status window, asking the system if he could enhance his mental fortitude as a reward. The system confirmed the possibility, and Yunho called Jun, instructing her to repeat after him. Yunho urged her to say, "Claim reward," and then enhance mental fortitude. Thankfully, she did so, and in an instant, a light enveloped her, enhancing her mental fortitude as a reward. After that, Jun stood up and suddenly felt much better, her panic fading. Beside her, Yunho was amazed at how drastically her demeanor had changed. He hadn't expected such an immediate transformation. The system is indeed a cheat code for humans. Thus, Yunho decided to gather as much information from the system as possible. He asked if he could receive immunity from future restructuring, but the system said that option was unavailable. He then asked about obtaining weapons or even superhuman abilities. like precognition or flight. But each request was denied, citing that such abilities couldn't be selected at the current stage. Realizing the weight of the information that abilities can be given in the future, he began to understand that the restructuring was part of something far bigger than just a game of territory or about selling Earth. He opened his status window again, this time selecting the reward to heal his injured leg. Light once more enveloped his leg, and the system declared that his recovery rate had now reached 70%. Yunho thought to himself that although he might not be able to sprint just yet, he should be able to run again. Seeing Onho move his leg well, Jun asked if he had used his reward to completely heal his leg. But he shook his head and replied that it wasn't fully healed yet, but one more mission reward might do the trick. Just then, the system announced that a new safe zone had been created and the next mission would soon begin. Yunho sighs. This system does not even let them take a breath for a second. Jun checked the map and saw that the nearest safe zone was on the 15th floor. So, Yunho urged that they move there immediately. As they made their way, Jian suddenly asked how Yunho remained so calm, even after witnessing the team leader's death. Yunho coldly explained that it was largely due to the mental training he had received as an athlete, as well as the intense memory of losing his parents in a car accident when he was young. Jun, not knowing how hard Yunho's life was, apologized for bringing up painful memories, but he assured her that he no longer felt anything, maybe because his leg was almost healed, or because he now knew there was a chance to fully recover. He believed that the living had to continue living, and he intended to survive. Hearing this, Jian smiled, assuring Yunho that they both would survive. Yunho looked at her and smiled back. Had they grown attached after going through 2 missions together? It was certainly possible. For now, though, survival was what mattered. Yunho began to run, telling Jun to follow. He felt his steps grow more confident and lighter. But Yunho's foresight became reality. When they reached the next safe zone, they witnessed something shocking. Someone had killed another person to secure their place in the safe zone. It was also here that they first encountered a man who would play a significant role in their future, the one they would come to know as the Doberman. 5 minutes earlier, as they made their way down the stairs, Jun asked Yunho what they would do if the safe zone was already full. Yunho replied that he hoped it wouldn't be, but if it was, they might have to fight for a spot. When they finally reached the floor where the safe zone was located, they saw a man blocking the entrance, threatening to kill anyone who tried to enter. Everyone there was shocked, but Yunho, our boy, wasn't surprised by the scene. He had suspected something like this might happen. Jun, however, was shocked, realizing that Yunho's words had been true. Well, as a person, I do think the world would give you shit whenever it can. So, guys, be sure to cover yourself first when bad things happen, okay? Back to the story. Honestly, Yunho thought to himself that slow or fast, he needed to fight, but he hadn't expected it to happen before the space even filled up. People were getting angry at the man blocking the entrance, and the man shouted back, furious at being called selfish. He ranted about how people had treated him as garbage just because he was a contract worker, ignoring him and isolating him. He was tired of how they'd treated him all this time. Yunho asked Jun if the man was from the operations support team, and she confirmed he was, and his name was Kwak Dongseok. He had joined the company a few years ago to replace someone who had transferred, and, just like them, he was going to be fired. Hearing this, Yunho realized for the first time that Jun would also be losing her job. Maybe that's why her team leader on the rooftop keeps pushing her down. Looking at the man, Yunho thought he had met Dongseok before. Yeah, he remembered it now. Despite his large build, Dongseok always seemed hunched over, looking timid. Yunho had heard that he was sensitive and quick to anger, and now it seemed like there might be a reason for that. Suddenly, someone shouted Dongseok's name. At first glance, Yunho knew it was Dongseok's boss. The boss belittled him, saying he had taken in someone like Dongseok, who lacked proper education, and now Dongseok was behaving like this. Enraged, Dongseok struck his boss on the head with a wooden stick, killing him instantly. People screamed in disbelief, unable to comprehend that someone had just been murdered. From afar, Jun thought that both men had gone too far, one trying to drain the life out of the other, and the other unable to control his emotions, leading to killing him. But Yunho explained that this wasn't something done on impulse. He noted how Dongseok's eyes had been shaking, his breathing uneven, and his trembling hands. Yunho thought that Dong Seok wasn't used to violence. However, seeing the prepared ceramic shards and pots to throw, it was clear that Dong Seok had planned this. He must have already thought about how to kill everyone in the office from a long time ago. In front of the safe zone, Dong Seok continued yelling at people to stay back, threatening to kill anyone who tried to enter. Some people decided to leave the floor, trying their luck with other safe zones. Jun then asked if they should leave as well, but Yunho moved forward instead. He thought to himself that, given how agitated Dong Seok was, there might still be a chance to calm him down and talk. And above all, they only had 5 minutes left before the mission ended. Now, at the safe zone door, Yunho approached Dong Seok and introduced himself as a fellow contract worker. He tried reasoning with him, pointing out that acting like this would only make him a target. Other people from various companies would need allies to survive the next missions. But as someone who had killed a colleague, Dong Seok would be seen as too dangerous. If he kept going, he would be completely alone. Yunho urged him to stop while there was still time, saying that he wasn't the only one who had a grudge against the boss. He asked if Dong Seok really wanted to give up on having allies, and instead decided to kill everyone there. Dong Seok, however, grabbed a pot from the room and threw it at Yunho. Luckily, Yunho managed to dodge it, but the pot hit someone else beside him. Dong Seok shouted angrily, saying that Yunho's words couldn't change anything, asking if Yunho also looked down on him, calling him a cripple, and saying why he thought he could act like they were on the same level. On the other side, Yunho realized he had barely escaped death. He thought that if he hadn't calculated the distance properly, he would have been hit. But now, time was running out, and there was still only a short moment left before the mission ended. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, mentioning something about measuring data to unlock a skill. Yunho wondered what it meant, but before he could think further, Jun shouted at him to move out of the way. Dong Seok was lunging toward him, aiming to strike his head. Just in time, someone pulled Yunho away, saving him. The person who had helped him asked if he was all right, and Yunho confirmed he was, thanking them. He looked at his rescuer, realizing he had never seen him before. They stepped back, introducing themselves. It turned out the person was Jae-hyuk, who worked at a trading company on the 17th floor. Jae-hyuk mentioned that he intended to head down to another safe zone, hoping for the best for both of them. But Yunho pointed out that it was too late. The chance for reaching another safe zone had likely passed, and there could be similar situations elsewhere. Yunho then asked Jae-hyuk if he had been a soldier, and Jae-hyuk seemed surprised, asking how Yunho knew. He then admitted that he had been discharged last year as a staff sergeant. Based on this situation, Yunho suggested they team up, saying it would increase their chances. Intrigued, Jun asked if Yunho had a plan, and he explained that they needed to block all the weapons Dong Seok had when they approached. If they could take Dong Seok's weapon, it would be their only chance to survive. For that, they needed something to use as a shield. Looking around, Yunho suddenly noticed something, and he asked Jun and Jae-hyuk to follow him. He had found something they could use to be the shield. Meanwhile, people were panicking, with less than 2 minutes left before the mission ended. Some were angry at Dong Seok, while others begged him to let them in, but he remained firm, even telling a woman to give up her body if she wanted to enter. Suddenly, Yunho reappeared, with Jun and Jae-hyuk pushing a large glass whiteboard. Like I said, there's only one chance, Yunho told them. He instructed Jun and Jae-hyuk to push the board as a shield at the first signal, and then to turn it and push it into the entrance at the second signal. Even if the board broke, they shouldn't panic, but keep pushing. He would cover them. With 16 seconds left, Yunho gave the command, and Jun and Jae-hyuk pushed the board forward as fast as they could. As they reached the entrance, Dong Seok, in his panic, attacked the board, trying to destroy it. Using the momentum, Jae-hyuk pulled the board, causing Dong Seok's weapon to get stuck. Enraged, Dong Seok stabbed Jae-hyuk with a cutter. Seeing this, Yunho was in shock, yelling Jae-hyuk's name. The chaos was intense. Jae-hyuk fell to the ground, screaming in pain as blood flowed from the wound. In the middle of the panic, Yunho rushed forward, aiming a sharp kick at Dong Seok's hand, sending the cutter fly away. Enraged, Dong Seok sneered at Yunho, mocking his attempt. He taunted, saying that a kick from a cripple like Yunho wouldn't be enough to push him back. Despite that, Yunho calmly acknowledged that he knew that well enough, this was just for distraction. He then swung the mop he had picked up earlier. using it as a blunt force to shove Dong-seok back, catching him off guard and knocking him off balance. With urgency, Yoonho yelled for Jun to help Jae-hyuk and get him into the safe zone. In the end, the three managed to rush inside just as Dong-seok, now furious, lunged towards Yoonho, completely overcome by his anger. Yoonho thought to himself that all creatures, human or beast, were alike in their raw rage, using their entire being without any logic or reason, just like a bull blindly charging at the red cloth of a matador. He sidestepped smoothly, allowing Dong-seok's momentum to push him out of the safe zone. Just then, the system's cold, mechanical voice resonated again, announcing that the time limit had expired. "Initiating restructuring," it declared. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's body outside the safe zone began to distort. Everyone blamed Dong-seok and promised to kill him again in the afterlife, but he just looked down at his fading limbs, disbelief written across his face. He screamed in denial, swearing bullshit, and claiming this couldn't possibly be happening. He blamed fate, the situation, and everything else, unable to comprehend how he had ended up outside the zone. Yet, the inevitable continued, his entire body vanishing right before everyone's eyes. A chilling silence followed, and Yoonho simply muttered that, in the end, they had made it. The system then confirmed the mission's completion and prompted Yoonho to select his reward. Without hesitation, he asked for the enhancement of his legs. The system responded, notifying him that the second reward had restored his legs to a full 100% recovery rate. As the warm sensation surged through his foot, Yoonho felt his legs completely returning to normal. For the first time in what seemed like an eternity, there was no discomfort, no delay, and his legs had started moving at will again. He clutched his chest, unable to comprehend the joy he felt bursting in his heart. Seeing Yoonho's reaction, Jun asked if his legs were now fully healed. He just nodded, confirmed that his legs were completely restored. Jun congratulated him with genuine warmth, and Yoonho, with a hint of gratitude in his voice, thanked her for her support, saying that she also helped him before. He took a deep breath, realizing that, for him, this was only the beginning. The feeling of being normal was overwhelming, but he understood that others might have gained even more than just recovery. Some were now possibly closer to superhumans by enhancing their existing capabilities. Suddenly, their attention shifted to Jae-hyuk, who lay groaning nearby. Jun, alarmed, hurried over and called out to him, asking if he was all right. In a dramatic manner, Jae-hyuk claimed that meeting them had been a blessing, but he was sure his death was coming. However, Yoonho, assessing the situation, stated bluntly that Jae-hyuk was not in danger of dying. His wound wasn't deep, and the bleeding had already stopped. Confused, Jae-hyuk questioned if Yoonho was serious, and Yoonho replied with exasperation, telling him to quit being overly dramatic. Jae-hyuk mumbled, a bit sheepish, that a while ago, it still hurt like hell. As Yoonho watched him, he thought that Jae-hyuk, despite his large build, was a bit of a scaredy cat. With practicality in mind, he suggested that Jae-hyuk use his mission reward to enhance his recovery abilities. Although it was possible to heal directly using mission reward, increasing his natural healing rate would be more beneficial in the long run. Jae-hyuk's eyes lit up with excitement, and he marveled at Yoonho's quick thinking, calling him Big Brother. Surprised, Yoonho asked Jae-hyuk his age, and to both his and Jun's surprise, Jae-hyuk revealed he was only 25. Well, this was news to them. They had assumed he was at least 30 based on his appearance. Feeling grateful, Jae-hyuk thanked them both sincerely and asked Yoonho if he could call him Little Brother from now on. Then, he turned serious, asking what they should do to prepare for the next mission. Yoonho advised that they wait for the mission to start and ensure everyone has received their rewards first. As he considered the current circumstances, Yoonho took in their surroundings. They were on the 15th floor, the middle of the building, which was a convenient position for movement in any direction. More importantly, they needed to gather as much information as possible in the time they had, especially about the skill unlock mentioned by the system. After asking the system to enhance his recovery, Jae-hyuk looked at his now fully healed wound, marveling at how it had vanished without a trace. He then glanced at Yoonho, noticing him running back and forth across the office, wondering what he was doing. Yoonho remained silent, focusing intently while thinking about the nature of the skill unlock. The system indicated that he was at 87% towards unlocking a skill, and it had something to do with his physical activity and a strong desire. He understood that it wasn't just about collecting physical data, mental factors also played a significant role as well. As his desire to adapt to his recovered legs grew stronger, the accumulation speed also increased, which was a good sign. Suddenly, the system made another announcement, stating that the final mission would begin precisely at 3 o'clock. Jun let out a cry of exhaustion, and Jae-hyuk cheered, feeling relieved that this nightmare might finally be over. But Yoonho's expression remained ambiguous. Something felt off. He suspected this wasn't really the final mission. The system had previously mentioned a next stage, and if it was truly ending here, it wouldn't have offered skills and rewards. He believed that the competition would only get fiercer as time went on, and he needed to prepare accordingly. Looking around, Yoonho spotted something. He picked it up, deciding maybe it could be used in the future. The system reappeared with another notification. The mission would soon begin, and the safe zones had been established. As they approached the next designated safe zone, a shocking scene unfolded before them. People were brutally attacking each other, acting entirely crazy. Yoonho observed it with a deep sense of dread. This restructuring was no longer a simple survival game. It had turned into something far more brutal, a chaotic scene of people turning on each other for the sake of survival. He thought to himself that this was a new reality for Earth, where all sense of humanity had collapsed. Jun suddenly looked at Yoonho, her eyes filled with worry, and asked what they should do next. Yoonho studied the chaotic scene ahead of them, with people fighting fiercely to secure a spot in the safe zone. He replied calmly that it seemed impossible for them to enter directly, given the circumstances. Jae-hyuk agreed. A straightforward breakthrough was definitely out of the question. They needed to be cautious, since they had no idea what kinds of rewards the others might have already received. There were too many possibilities if they had to face them head-on. Thinking the best way to clear this round, our boy spotted something at a distance, and called both of his companions over and pointed towards it. His finger was pointing at the temporary wall behind the safe zone, indicating that they needed to use it to survive this round. He explained that time was running out, and they had to act quickly. Inside the room where the wall was set up, Jun asked what exactly Yoonho meant by his plan. Yoonho explained that he was going to climb up the screen that was near the safe zone. Jun widened her eyes and asked if he meant to climb onto the stage. Jae-hyuk chimed in, wanting to know what Yoonho planned to do once he got up there. With a serious look, Yoonho stated that he intended to knock the screen over. He elaborated that if the screen fell forward, it would land directly inside the safe zone. The people inside would be crushed, but it wouldn't be fatal. Both Jun and Jae-hyuk considered the strategy. In the end, they couldn't think of anything else but to trust Yoonho's judgment. When Jun asked how Yoonho knew that there was a ladder in this place, he mentioned that his old company also had an exhibition space like this, and they all had similar equipment. Yoonho didn't waste any more time. He instructed both Jae-hyuk and Jun to assist him. They quickly headed to the room with the large screen. This time, Yoonho directed Jae-hyuk to push the screen right next to the safe zone. Before proceeding, Yoonho reminded everyone, as soon as it falls, jump off immediately. The system display indicated that there were only 30 seconds left, and Jae-hyuk wasted no time in pushing the screen with all his strength. The people inside the safe zone were startled as darkness enveloped them, and they soon realized that the screen had fallen over them. Panic set in as they tried to understand what was happening. At that exact moment, Yoonho, Jun, and Jae-hyuk dashed towards the safe zone. This mission is a success. Just as Jun was about to make it inside, someone grabbed her arm, causing her to panic. She looked over and saw Director Park. He yelled at her angrily, demanding to know what she thought she was doing. He accused her of betraying him, reminding her that her job was to serve him, and how could she dare act in a way that would only save herself. Due to her pushing the screen, he had injured his leg and could no longer walk into the safe zone. Seeing this, Yoonho immediately rushed out of the safe zone and ran towards Jun. Director Park, seething with rage, declared that he would not let Jun go. Either she would bring him into the safe zone with her, or they would both die together. In a desperate move, Jun managed to wrench her arm free, causing Director Park to stumble. She dashed towards the safe zone, but when she almost got there, that stupid man grabbed her hair, furious, and called her bitch. Jun pleaded with him to let her go, but Director Park ignored her. At that moment, Yoonho arrived, using something to cut Jun's hair, freeing her from Director Park's grasp. Both of them were taken aback when they realized what Yoonho had done. He had used scissors. Yoonho thought to himself that taking the scissors earlier had turned out to be the right decision. Before moving to this floor, he had wondered what he should use as a weapon. The utility knife's blade was too thin, and scissors weren't particularly threatening. So, in the end, he decided to use it differently, snapping off one of the blades and using it as a cutting tool or to stab. And now, his choice to bring the scissors had worked at that critical moment. Yoonho then kicked Director Park with all his strength, sending him sprawling backward. The system's cold announcement echoed through the air, stating that the time limit had expired and the restructuring was beginning. Director Park's face turned pale. He glared at Jun and Eunho, furious, but it was already too late. Jaehyuk, clearly shaken, called out to Jun, asking if she was all right. Jun seemed nonchalant and nodded, though her disheveled hair drew Jaehyuk's concern. He asked if she was truly okay, and she kept telling him she was all right. Yoonho glanced at Jun, feeling a twinge of guilt. He realized he hadn't asked for her permission before cutting her hair, or rather, tearing it off might be a more accurate description. It had been unavoidable, but he felt awkward nonetheless. To his surprise, Jun approached him. She asked if he could cut her hair even shorter this time, to prevent someone from grabbing it like before. Yoonho asked if she was really sure, and Jun reassured him saying, "It's fine. Don't I look good with short hair too?" Seeing her smile, Yoonho replied that the scissors were only half functional now, and he wouldn't be able to give her a proper haircut. Looking at her, he couldn't help but think to himself, just how much had her mental fortitude increased. Jaehyuk smiled, saying he would find a new pair of scissors for him. However, Yoonho reminded him that the priority right now was to move away from the fallen screen, as there were still many people trapped beneath it. Just then, the system announced that there were 16 survivors left in MS Tower, and that the orientation had concluded. The system stated that orientation rewards would soon be distributed, and that the synchronization rate would increase slightly. Everyone began to panic, questioning the meaning of orientation. Hadn't the system said that this was the final mission? Suddenly, Jun and Jaehyuk's faces turned dark, and they pointed towards something. In front of them, a swirling mass of dark energy began to form, and out of it, a hand slowly emerged. The system explained that a project had been initiated by the authority of the administrator, and the project name was Selection. Emerging from the distorted space and time within that black mass was someone whose gaze held an eerie intensity. Upon hearing about the project named Selection, Jun couldn't hide her surprise, as she wondered if the system planned to filter them further. Yoonho frowned, realizing that everything up to this point had merely been an orientation. He questioned whether a new restructuring would start now, but his thoughts were interrupted when everyone present became anxious as a woman emerged from the black energy. The woman floated above them and questioned why there were 16 survivors left, saying it was too many. Seeing this, Jaehyuk couldn't help but feel disbelief, thinking that she looked like she was only 10 or 11 years old. No more than a middle schooler. Jun wondered how a person could fly. However, Yoonho noted that their perception of age probably meant nothing in this context. He could tell, without any introduction or explanation, that this girl was the administrator. The woman floated around, observing the scene, commenting on the screen that had been dropped, and asking if they using it to stand on top of another person. Suddenly, a man questioned who she was and how she had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, the woman disappeared and reappeared right in front of the man, blinking, then introducing herself as Harona. She then inquired whose idea it was to drop the screen, stating that it was clever. Yoonho started to panic internally, wondering how she could disappear and reappear so effortlessly, and whether this was something that could be obtained from a reward. But Jaehyuk whispered to him that it seemed like the little girl was looking for him. But Yoonho decided to keep staying low, as they didn't know what would happen from now on. Yet Jaehyuk murmured again, hinting that the current atmosphere seemed to be praising whoever had come up with the screen idea. Suddenly, an older woman spoke up, suggesting that maybe it had been her idea. People around her questioned why she would claim credit for something she didn't do, especially when she didn't even know why the administrator was looking for the person behind the screen incident. One of the security guards muttered that elderly people sometimes claim things for attention. The woman simply thought that she might get something if she spoke up, but others accused her of taking credit for something she hadn't done. Hearing the nonsense, Harona smiled evilly and reappeared in front of the woman. She questioned if the woman was truly the one she was looking for. Feeling ominous, the older woman stammered and admitted that it wasn't her. Then Harona's smile twisted in anger as she asked why the woman had lied. At that moment, Yoonho felt that everyone around them might be experiencing the same fear. A chill from each cold word and the heavy pressure emanating from that small body, it was overwhelming. Harona took a deep breath, pointed at the woman, and slightly moved her finger. In an instant, the older woman's head was severed, and her body fell to the ground. Everyone screamed in terror, but the Harona looked indifferent, stating that she needed to assess the subjects, and now there were only 15 left. Watching that, Yoonho felt furious. Harona called killing someone erasing them, as if human lives were worthless. Still floating, the woman continued, mentioning that company policy was to interview each person individually, but she was very busy. Hearing this, Yoonho realized something. Harona had mentioned a company, and he wondered why the company needed to assess the subjects and what exactly she meant by assess. Harona then asked if any of them were athletes, requesting them to raise their hands. When no one responded, she asked if there were any celebrities, singers, actors, or famous people in general. June whispered to herself, wondering why they would be looking for such people in a corporate complex. Jae-hyuk also whispered, thinking that after seeing what had just happened, who would dare to speak up? For her final question, the woman asked if anyone had made a global impact, like artists who created extraordinary works. Suddenly, a man raised his hand and asked if being a YouTuber counted. But the Harona's glare silenced him, stating that if anyone else said something useless, she would kill them. The man quickly shut his mouth, fear evident in his eyes. Guys, I think I am cooked. I feel hurt as a YouTube creator myself, but never mind, at least you guys would cheer me up by subscribing, right? Well, back to story. Harona concluded that everything would begin now. She looked down at the floor, noting its smoothness, and saying it was perfect. She then mentioned that the orientation rewards would be distributed all at once. Originally, they should have been given out one by one, according to individual characteristics, but she found that to be a hassle, so she decided to randomize everything. She vanished again, and at that moment, the system announced that the first mission of project selection had been activated. The arena had been created under the administrator's authority, and suddenly, screens appeared in front of everyone, informing them of their orientation rewards. Yoonho had expected this. A new mission was beginning now. This was the real mission, and they needed to prepare as much as possible. If it was anything like the brutal, speed-based games before, enhancing his speed would be ideal. But with the addition of the arena variable, it was impossible to predict the nature of the upcoming mission. Perhaps choosing something safe was the right move. He accessed his mission reward, but suddenly the system stated that orientation completion upgrades the reward level. And now, he had received a random box and 1 mission reward point. Yoonho blinked his eyes with shock as a glowing box appeared before him, shaped like a gift. As Yoonho reached out towards it, the box began to shake violently. He hesitated, wondering if it could be dangerous or if it was a trap, but suddenly, someone nearby shouted that they had found a huge sum of money inside their random box. The woman next to him was ecstatic, calling it a jackpot, while a man beside her estimated it was more than 500 million won. Yoonho, however, was unimpressed. Money held no value in this situation. If restructuring truly continued on this planet, the civilization they knew would be gone, and currency would be no different from paper. In the worst-case scenario, even bread would be more valuable than these material goods. Now, he needs to focus. He then reached out to the random box again. He thought that what people needed the most right now was things that would help with the increasingly difficult missions and competition ahead. He considered armor as the first priority, and weapons as the second. In a world where someone could sever another with just a finger, he needed something substantial to close the gap. He hoped there would be something useful inside. As his hand touched the box, it opened, and the system announced that he had received his reward. After receiving his reward, Yoonho couldn't believe his eyes. He understood that the first weapons humanity ever used were primitive, not something like guns, swords, or shields. But his reward was out of the question. Glanced around, and saw some people getting swords, while others received shields. Yet, his own reward was something even more primitive than all of those. If he had received a hand axe from the ancient times, perhaps he would have been pleased, but what he got was beyond reason. When Jae-hyuk approached, showing off his new armor, he was shocked to see what Yoonho held. A small rock rested in his hand, and both June and Jae-hyuk looked utterly incredulous. How could the system give such a useless item? Yoonho thought that if luck were a skill, then his was absolutely beyond terrible. Yet June tried to cheer him up, and Jae-hyuk suggested, perhaps, it was a valuable rock like a meteorite. Yoonho, however, didn't care, and was busy lamenting his misfortune. After everyone had received their rewards, he looked at the system, which displayed that the arena construction was underway. Yoonho then turned to June and noticed she seemed satisfied with her reward. She looked at the dagger she received, commenting how strangely comfortable it felt in her hand, even though it was the first time she held a knife that wasn't meant for cooking. Yoonho nodded and said that was good, that it would surely come in handy in various ways. Then, she suddenly said she would use her new dagger to get a proper haircut. Seeing this, Yunho simply shook his head, thinking to himself just how many points June must have used to increase her mental fortitude. Guys, I think she never played game before. How can someone spam mental fortitude like this? Do you agree with me? Isn't mental fortitude useless? Never mind, she is the waifu, so our MC would protect her 100%. Well, at least June and Jaehyuk received items that suited them perfectly. Yunho's biggest problem was what to do with this useless stone in his hand. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed pathetic. Even as a one-time throwing weapon, it wouldn't be effective. Yet, when he touched the stone, it suddenly melted, fusing into his hand. Suddenly, the system announced that he was absorbing the diamond of the abandoned mountains. And now, he felt his hand hardening from the inside, and the system notified that the stone skin skill level 1 had been unlocked. However, due to the low absorption amount, the initial manifestation was limited. Seeing this, Yunho realized that he could acquire skills from rewards, and this was a skill that was truly unique compared to all the data he had gathered by asking the system. Activating the skill, the system informed him that petrification level 1 was now active, though the skill could only be used on one finger at this early stage. Knowing this, Yunho decided to try out the new skill. He crouched down, making June and Jaehyuk curious to ask what he was doing. Then he stabbed his finger into the floor, and suddenly, the floor cracked as his finger pierced through it. Jaehyuk, bewildered, asked how Eunho's hand seemed to have turned to stone, and June questioned if it was a skill. Yunho nodded, confirmed it was indeed a skill he had received as a reward. Looking at his finger, he felt the skill had high attack power and durability, but he pondered how he could maximize its potential when it was only on one finger. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he opened his status window, asking if he could enhance the skill using the points he had received earlier. The system confirmed it was possible. He then decided to enhance his stone skin skill. Thus, the system notified him that stone skin had increased to level 2, and he could now choose an additional manifestation range. Using all of his brain cells to the max, Yunho chose to extend the skill to his thumb, feeling it was the best choice. Suddenly, they heard a commotion nearby. It was the girl who had received the money earlier. The woman was yelling at a man that they should buy a house after getting married with the money, but the man said he wasn't ready for marriage yet, and they kept arguing. Looking at all the commotion, June remarked that they were co-workers who might have been secretly dating. Without warning, Yunho noticed a tumbler that had rolled towards him, and just then, the system announced that the arena was complete. At that moment, everyone suddenly felt it was difficult to keep their balance on the floor, which was now tilting. Yunho immediately told Jaehyuk to grab a pillar and hold on. Jaehyuk complied, but suddenly screamed as he saw June lose her balance and fall in front of them. At the edge of the floor, fire awaited anyone who slipped and fell, so falling would mean a certain death. The arguing couple earlier lost their footing first and plunged into the flames, dying instantly. Feeling adrenaline rush inside him, Yunho quickly ran and tried to catch June, urging her to take his hand. Thankfully, June was able to grab onto Yunho's hand, and then he used his stone skin to stab his 2 fingers into the floor. Fortunately, this stopped their slide towards the fire. Yunho felt relieved, thinking everything was under control now. He asked June if she was all right, and she confirmed that she was okay, thanks to him. Suddenly, Jaehyuk shouted, warning Yunho to look up. As Yunho looked up, a table was falling towards him. This is the most critical level in his life. He knew that if he pulled his fingers out now, they would both fall into the fire. But if he stayed still, the falling table would hit him. No matter how he thought about it, there seemed to be no way out. Is he really gonna die this time? Suddenly, our man got his plot armor as the MC, and the system announced that the data required to unlock his skill had reached 100%, and it was now searching for a suitable skill. The system then congratulated him, acknowledging that based on his unparalleled adaptability, intense desire, and memories etched into his body, a unique skill had been created. The system explained that acceleration level 1 had been unlocked. At that moment, Yunho couldn't think of anything besides hoping that this new skill would be usable right now and help him survive. Feeling there was no time, Yunho activated his newly acquired acceleration skill. Though he wasn't entirely sure of its effects, he had no other choice. As the skill activated, time seemed to slow down around him. He was stunned by the sudden change, blinking in disbelief. The world around him suddenly appeared to crawl at a snail's pace. For a brief moment, he hesitated, overwhelmed by the surreal experience. But again, there is no time to be shocked. He needs to move. Now, 1 second later, Jian looked puzzled. and now seated safely on the floor. She blinked in confusion, clearly having no idea about what happened earlier. Looking at that, Yoonho quickly asked if she was hurt or feeling unwell, but June, still in shock, stared blankly at him. She muttered that she had been on the verge of death. She remembered Yoonho holding her hand, then suddenly letting go, and disappearing before her eyes, only to reappear moments later. He then moved quickly, like a flash, and put her here. The speed he showed was beyond anything she believed humanly possible. She kept wondering if this all just a dream. Yoonho glanced at his hand, then opened his status window to check the details of his new skill. The system revealed that the skill increased his relative speed, extending 1 second of real time into 5 seconds from his perspective. Ah, Yoonho, get it now. He realized that this ability effectively slowed the world around him, giving him speed that was 5 times quicker than the normal him. But of course, the system also noted a 1-minute cooldown for the skill. Judging by the bracket around number 5, Yoonho couldn't help but wonder if by leveling this skill, the time dilation could become even more extreme, maybe 10-fold, 50-fold, or perhaps even 100-fold. Such a possibility was both thrilling and daunting. If that were the case, it would be almost like he could stop time freely. Jian abruptly interrupted his thoughts, pointing out that the floor had stopped tilting and seemed stable again. Yoonho looked around, feeling the floor a bit shaky but no longer moving, and confirmed it. He was puzzled, though, as the floor now tilted slightly in the opposite direction. Before he could process this, Jae-hyuk ran toward them with a relieved expression. He was overjoyed to see them safe, almost crying, as he thought about how they had almost died a minute ago. June, still worried, admitted she had been certain she would die, but was grateful to Yoonho for saving her. However, as Jae-hyuk approached them, the floor began tilting again. Realization struck Yoonho, like he was punched by John Cena. The tilting wasn't random, it was a balance mechanism. Remember back to the administrator's words, this arena was designed to act like a scale, shifting with the weight of its people in the arena. This system must be engineered by the administrator to kill all of them. He was sure now that for them, human lives were mere pawns in this cruel game. Yoonho then echoed the command, urging Jae-hyuk to retreat to the other side and maintain balance. Jae-hyuk complied, stopping as soon as the tilting subsided. Yoonho then told June to stay close to the wall for safety, and slowly, but surely, the balance was restored. Yoonho sighed in relief, silently grateful that Jae-hyuk was reliable, and thankfully, the cooldown on his acceleration skill was nearly reset. Just as the floor steadied, a man in the group decided to make a run for the staircase. He was done playing this stupid game. Ignoring the warnings from others, he sprinted toward the exit. Jae-hyuk shouted for him to stop, but the man was too desperate to listen. As he almost reached the staircase, the floor tilted sharply under his feet, pulling him downward. And now, the staircase door seemed to rise higher and farther away. Unable to regain balance, the man was pulled into the flames below. In that desperate moment, he could only scream and ask someone to help him. As the tilting floor grew more unstable, people began to panic. Jae-hyuk's mind raced for a solution, but before he could act, Yoonho activated his skill once more. Time slowed, and Yoonho appeared beside Jae-hyuk in an instant. With a firm voice, he instructed Jae-hyuk to jump toward June and leave the rest to him. Jae-hyuk hesitated for a moment, before nodding and running toward June. Yoonho, now fully in control of the situation, darted across the unstable floor with his enhanced speed, guiding and stabilizing others to maintain balance. He even helped the man who almost fell into the fire. As the group slowly regained stability, a figure hovered in the air above them. A man in a suit observed the scene with a hand on his chin. His was annoyed, as though something had disrupted his plans. The man's presence exuded authority, and his gaze was sharp, like he was evaluating each person below. A sudden shift in balance, he muttered. How tedious. The system then showed his name, Choi Seung, though his true identity remained a mystery. Choi Seung then teleported into a room with so many monitors. There, a woman sits and seems so focused, looking at the monitor. That woman was Harona. She barely acknowledged his arrival. Her voice was irritated, as she said she had made it clear not to disturb her during work. But Choi Seung responded that this was an emergency. He stated that Region 107's mission was about to end, but the number of survivors was unexpectedly high. It was 13. Harona's head snapped toward him. She couldn't believe what she had heard, and was clearly annoyed. But Region 107 was designed for complete annihilation, she muttered. No matter what she thought, she didn't know the reason behind that anomaly. How had this happened? Choi Seung then reminded her that she had mentioned a particularly clever subject in that region. Harona turned back to the screens, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the arena. Yes, there is one person in that region. The subject in question, someone smart enough to use a screen to save others in the safe zone, suddenly piqued her interest. A sly grin spread across her face. She decided she needed to see this person for herself. Commanding Choi Sung to deploy the eye, as she leaned back, reveling in the chaos she intended to unleash. Before Choi Sung could respond, Harona inquired about the status of the monsters in Region 10. When he reported that all 10 monsters were still alive, and none had been captured, her grin turned sinister. She ordered all the monsters to be released into Region 107. Hearing that, Choi Sung's eyes widened in shock. But Harona only laughed, her gaze resembling that of a psychopath. She wanted to see if the clever subject could use not only their wits, but also their physical abilities to survive this next trial. Back in the arena, Yunho was helping a main earlier who had nearly fallen into the flames. Using his skills while protecting all the people here drained him more than he expected. The man, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, asked how he was back in the middle of the platform. But Yunho, his patience fraying, barked at him to stay still unless he wanted to die. He then ordered everyone to stop moving, his mind racing to think how to maintain this damned balance arena. Truthfully, although he had hoped to keep his abilities hidden, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't let everyone die like that, and if his calculations were correct, there was no time to persuade people to stop moving and maintain the balance. Because, based on his calculations, the trial was almost over. Just as he predicted, the platform stabilized and the flames began to vanish. The system then announced that the first mission of project selection had ended. Relief swept through the group as the arena deactivated. Exhausted, Yuno collapsed onto the floor. Jiun and Jaehyuk rushed to his side, calling out to him with concern. Yet Yunho managed to give them a small smile, relieved that everyone had survived. A glasses man suddenly approached him, marveling at Yunho's speed during the chaos. While he insisted he wasn't criticizing, he admitted he hadn't expected such agility. It was almost non-human. Yunho hesitated, wondering if he should reveal his skill. Before he could decide, the building shuddered violently. The ceiling above them cracked, and a crimson eye peered through, its malevolent gaze freezing everyone in place. The system's voice echoed. Under the authority of the administrator, the eye will be opened. The room filled with a piercing screech, forcing everyone to cover their ears in agony. In the center of the room, energy berserk, and the system announced their next mission, to defeat the blade-beaked bird. The energy solidified, revealing a monstrous bird creature with sharp glinting talons and an equally deadly beak. It screeched again and darted toward Jaehyuk with terrifying speed. Looking at the upcoming monster, Jun screamed for Jaehyuk to move, but he was frozen in place. Our boy, Yunho, pulled Jaehyuk away just as the bird's beak embedded itself in the floor where Jaehyuk had stood. Shaking, Jaehyuk begged Yunho to leave him behind and save himself, but Yunho snapped at him to get a grip. There is more than one monster here. Even if he left him, the other monster would attack him too. They had no choice but to face the creature together, and to be precise, there was no escape from this damn place. When Jion asked if Yunho could use his skill again, as he had done earlier, Yunho admitted that dodging was his only option because he didn't have proper weapons. Hearing about weapon, this sparked Jun's idea. She approached a woman who had received a sword as her reward from the mission before, asking to borrow it. The woman, Yeji, hesitated, unsure of what she needed to do. Jun looked her in the eyes, pointing out that Yunho was their best chance for survival. Everyone here saw what Yunho was capable of, so she needed to believe in him as well. She also called on a security guard who had been given a shield as the mission reward, urging him to help. Reluctantly, Yeji and the guard complied. Jun then tossed the sword and shield to Yunho, who he caught with a nod of thanks. With a new determination, he claimed his mission reward and enhanced his acceleration skill to level 2. The system confirmed the upgrade, granting him a significant boost in his skill. Armed and ready, Yunho slammed the sword against the shield, creating a clang that echoed through the room. He shouted, drawing the monster's attention. Yunho braced himself, knowing this was the moment to prove his resolve. With his enhanced skill and the borrowed weapons, he prepared to strike. For the first time, he felt not just the weight of survival, but the exhilarating rush of fighting back. As Yunho stood at the center of the chaos, Jaehyuk shouted and asked why he had provoked the monsters. Yunho didn't answer immediately, instead focusing on the 10 winged beasts in front of him. For him, this is the best option. He only has one chance because his acceleration skill had a cooldown of only 60 seconds after he used it. Thus, he needed a plan to defeat all the monsters in one strike while his still activated. So, in the end, he decided the only way was to gather all the monsters in one spot and kill them simultaneously. Now or never, he activated his acceleration skill. and Yunho felt the familiar power surging through him as the system informed him of his new upgrade. Now, 1 second equal to 10 seconds of accelerated perception and speed, so it means he can move 10 times faster than the opponent. As the skill activated, the monster's movement slowed in his heightened state, their wings flapping sluggishly as if underwater. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, sword in hand. One by one, he struck and killed them, with his precise and unwavering movements. His blade sliced through each monster with lethal accuracy, and even he couldn't understand how the blade felt, as though it had fused seamlessly with his hand. When he reached the final beast, he leapt high into the air, using all his momentum to plunge the sword into its head. His eyes showed no fear, as if his sole purpose in life was to destroy every monster in his path. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the administrators were in disbelief. They couldn't even say a word after seeing Yunho's ability. Choi Seong stared at the monitor, finally breaking the silence as his voice, tinged with panic, explained that Yunho was a 29-year-old ordinary human. Harona, who also reviewed Yunho's status window, was equally stunned. The evaluation labeled him as average, with no remarkable traits, but she couldn't comprehend how someone who is considered average had achieved such a feat. Choi Sung nervously suggested that the investigation bureau had likely failed in their assessment, given the vast population under their jurisdiction. But Harona's anger flared. She berated the bureau, declaring their incompetence is unacceptable. As expected, she realized she couldn't trust the bureau's competence. Replaying the footage of Yunho's battle, she marveled at how he had already unlocked a skill in this stage. Looking at the monitor, Choi Sung thought to himself that the speed enhancement skill alone turned the tide of battle in an instant. Especially when Yunho became the bait and lured the monsters together, how could a normal human realize that facing them one by one would be unfavorable? Just yesterday, he was an ordinary man, so how can he now be this powerful? Feeling he couldn't find the answer, he asked Harona if Yunho was a regressor. But Harona looked at him with a flat expression and stated it was nonsense because Yunho had been clumsy at first. With every step and every swing, he kept adapting. His learning ability was incredible. Hearing that, Choi Seong speculated that Yunho's ability to learn and adjust mid-combat was unparalleled, a rare talent that could turn the tide of any battle, as if he were one in a century. Harona smirked, her curiosity piqued. She acknowledged that Yunho's ability to fight and strategize made him an intriguing subject. Deciding to test his limits further, she snapped her fingers and hoped Yunho would reveal all of his abilities to amuse her. Back on the battlefield, Yunho felt dizzy wash over him. The system's voice interrupted his thoughts, announcing the completion of the mission and initiating a mid-mission assessment. A glowing screen appeared, tallying his evaluation points. To his shock, the final result displayed a perfect grade of S. Yunho looks down at his leg in disbelief. Just yesterday, he had been a limping man struggling to keep up with life. Now, he had the strength to defeat monsters and achieve perfection. The system then explained his reward. 1 point as a standard reward, with additional incentives for his exceptional performance, including 2 bonus points and 1,000 welfare points. Feeling his bloodied hand trembling, he couldn't help but marvel at his power. For the first time, he wondered if he was being recognized, truly seen, in this strange new world. Suddenly, a gentle touch pulled him from his thoughts. June was wiping the blood off his cheek with a handkerchief. She asked softly if he was all right, slightly concerned because she had been calling him for a while. Yet Eunho hadn't realized she had been calling his name before. Look at her calm demeanor, even after their near-death experience, make him a bit relaxed. In the end, he couldn't help to smile faintly, reassured her that he was fine. Looking around, Yunho felt a sense of relief. The people he had fought to protect were safe, and June and Jaehyuk's smiles reminded him why he had pushed himself so far. For now at least, they had survived together. After defeating all the monsters, June stood aside, deep in thought. Yunho noticed this and approached her, asking what evaluation June had received from the previous mission. June seemed puzzled, as if not understanding what evaluation Yunho meant at first, but then she recalled that it must be the system's assessment of their recent performance. So she answered that she had obtained an A rank. Next, Yunho asked Jaehyuk the same question about his evaluation, and Jaehyuk admitted that he had received a B rank. Yunho then considered the situation carefully. He concluded that the system must be given each person a rank based on individual contribution, and it appeared that he and June had earned higher ranks because they had been active and made a bigger impact on this mission, while Jaehyuk, who had mostly stayed quiet and panicked, had only received a standard B rank, the same as most of the others around them. Jaehyuk suddenly said he felt ashamed and crushed because he could not believe that he had only panicked and shouted in fear before. Hearing that, Yunho realized that Jae-hyuk might need some encouragement. However, he knew he was not very skilled at giving emotional support, unlike Jun, who seemed better at that kind of thing. Instead of offering clumsy comfort, Yunho decided to involve Jae-hyuk in something useful. He pointed toward the dead monsters on the ground, noting that their sharp and sturdy beaks might be turned into makeshift weapons if processed correctly. And he believed that Jae-hyuk, who had a strong build, could help him pull out these beaks. When Yunho asked if Jae-hyuk could assist, Jae-hyuk grabbed Yunho's hand and agreed eagerly. He seemed almost too enthusiastic. Looking at those sparkly eyes instantly made Yunho feel a bit uneasy. Still, at least Jae-hyuk's mood had improved. Afterwards, he looked at Jun and wondered where they could obtain proper sticks to attach to the monster beaks, hoping to turn them into usable weapons. Yet, before anyone could answer, the system's voice returned, announcing that the mission had ended. And due to mission completion, the synchronization rate had increased slightly, and now something called a low-grade store had opened. Yunho murmured to himself about what a store could mean in this bizarre context. Did it mean like an actual store, or what? Suddenly, a window appeared before his eyes, displaying various items for sale. He felt astonished, since it reminded him of an in-game shop filled with random goods. Noticing Eunho's surprise after saying store, Jun curiously asked what had happened. When she spoke the word store as well, the store interface appeared in front of her too. Others, seeing this, tried the same thing, and soon realized everyone could open their own store window by simply saying store. Yunho inspected the items in his store and saw ingredients, armor, and even potions, all listed with prices. People around them asked about welfare points, since that seemed to be the currency for these transactions. Nodding, Yunho quickly understood that the welfare points he had gained earlier were indeed this store's money. Some onlookers, like the man wearing a hat whom Yunho had saved from falling into the flames, shouted that he knew nothing of the welfare points. Hearing that, Yunho deduced that not everyone had received welfare points, and because he had completed most of the last mission alone, he was sure he had the most points here. Of course, this was a big advantage for him. He then browsed the store, searching for something truly useful, and what he needed the most was a weapon. Unfortunately, the store sold only junk items at high prices. He felt disappointed and wondered what could be done with such a useless weapon. Nearby, Jiun concluded that these welfare points seemed only good for buying trash, while Jae-hyuk lamented that he could not even afford such trash. She asked Jae-hyuk how many points he had, and he recalled having only 200 points, which made Jae-hyuk think he could only afford a broken iron sword with the small point he got. Hearing the mention of a broken iron sword, Yunho's eyes lit up. He realized that such an item could be exactly what they needed right now. Though it was a poor quality weapon, it might serve as a vital component for crafting something better when combined with the monster beaks. Yeah, this is it. Yunho suddenly smiled and felt a subtle surge of hope. From afar, the man with the hat, the same man Yunho had rescued before, observed Yunho's reaction and smiled suspiciously. Guys, what the hell is this useless guy gonna do? For God's sake, if he do something stupid to our boy, let me push him from the rooftop. Back to Yunho. When Jae-hyuk asked if he thinks something again, Yunho quietly explained to Jae-hyuk that the broken iron sword could serve a purpose, even though it looked useless at first glance, and he would buy it. Jiun took out her dagger from the inventory, then compared the sizes between the two items. She explained that the broken sword had a blade as small as the dagger, and asked if Yunho planned to throw it. But Yunho shook his head and answered that the broken iron sword might have a blade size similar to her dagger, but it was much heavier, so it would not suit throwing. Instead, he only needed the hilt, since the hilt was the part that allowed someone to hold the sharp edge of a blade. He reasoned that, even if they used a monster's beak as a blade, they could not hold it directly with their bare hands, so the hilt would be essential. Suddenly, Jae-hyuk gasped, warning Yunho to turn around. Yunho instantly turned away and found the man with the hat standing behind him, smiling in a sly way. The man smirked, then commented on Yunho's fighting ability, noting how impressive it was when Yunho swung his sword to kill the monsters. He also mentioned how amazing the blood splashing from the monster looked to him. Hearing this nonsense, Yunho felt uneasy. What kind of bastard he is. Jae-hyuk grew angry and asked what the man was saying. He urged the man to stop yapping. Yet Yoon-ho only raised his hand, signaling to Jae-hyuk not to get angry and let him handle it. He calmly asked the man what he meant by his words, but then the man suddenly smiled and changed his tone, giving Yoon-ho a thumbs up and declaring he was so cool earlier. Yoon-ho's eyes blinked. He could not believe it. The man continued, saying Yoon-ho must be strong and probably earned a lot of welfare points. He then joked sarcastically that Yoon-ho would spend them all on countless items. Hearing these remarks, the other survivors focused their attention on Yoon-ho. Doubt began to creep into everyone's thoughts. Some suspected that Yoon-ho was indeed suspicious. A few even wondered if he was working with that mysterious female administrator they had seen earlier. June, who was tired of these false accusations, defended Yoon-ho. She asked everyone how they could blame someone who had just risked his life to save them. But our boy realized he had been too careless. He had drawn too much attention with his actions, and now, if he started crafting his own weapon, it might cause more misunderstanding. But before things got worse, Jae-hyuk took a step forward and brushed off the man's hand, which had settled on Yoon-ho's shoulder. He warned the man to stop talking, like P. Diddy, because Yoon-ho looked uncomfortable from his shit. Frightened by Jae-hyuk's intense stare, the man backed away and promised to shut his mouth. Jae-hyuk then whispered to Yoon-ho that they had attracted too much attention and suggested they harvest the monster beaks elsewhere. Yoon-ho nodded and agreed with that plan. Yeah, that might be the best from their perspective. June smiled, then raised her hand and proposed a place she believed might be a good spot for a base. After arriving, Yoon-ho and Jae-hyuk were shocked in an instant. They saw June removing her high heels, revealing a painful wound caused by her heels. Yoon-ho realized that this whole time June is using high heels, so how difficult it must have been for her to run and fight in those shoes. Jae-hyuk looked worried and shaking, wondering if a simple band-aid would help. But June only laughed quietly and said it was okay. Feeling guilty, Yoon-ho handed her a band-aid and remarked that she should have mentioned her discomfort. Jiyeon, however, noted that Yoon-ho also always claimed to be fine either when asked. Yoon-ho remembered when Jiyeon had wiped the blood from his face earlier and realized they were alike. Meanwhile, Jae-hyuk returned with some food he had scavenged from a nearby refrigerator, relieved that the electricity still worked and the food was fresh. When they were eating, Yoon-ho saw June contact his brother and then considered that both June and Jae-hyuk likely had families who they were worried about. But well, for him, he never felt worried about someone since he had no family. June sighed. She kept trying to call her younger sibling but found no signal. She wondered how long they would remain trapped here. Jae-hyuk sulked because he thought they might escape after the final mission. But instead, they ended up stuck, feeling anxious about their families. Yoon-ho sipped a cola, pondering about this place. He recalled checking the doors when they descended earlier and realized they could not leave the building. It felt as if an invisible wall or barrier blocked every exit, leaving them no way to leave this building. Like when they fought the bird monster, for example, the exhibit hall somehow had been sealed off. Yeah, there is no better answer. He reasoned that maybe their area's mission was not complete, or maybe the same chaos existed beyond this tower as well. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, announcing that the next mission of this project selection would begin tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. The last notification from the system was, everyone must be prepared. Hearing this, June wondered if that meant they could rest until then. Jae-hyuk, still shaken, considered it unusual that they were given time to rest. Yoon-ho, feeling they have plenty of time remaining, pointed out that they should rest while they could. He noted it was now 6 o'clock in the evening, so they had about 15 hours to recover and gather their stamina back. Yet, as they prepared to settle in, a disturbing presence loomed outside in the darkness. Something unnatural seemed to call Yoon-ho's name in a hollow, eerie tone. That thing is a zombie. The zombie crawled into Yoon-ho's body, then asked him to save it too, because it hurt so much. And Yoon-ho could only open his eyes in horror while the zombie kept calling his name and begging to be saved. He then clenched in shock, realizing that it had been merely a nightmare. Drenched in sweat, he pondered, what is this? Is this his guilt for not being able to save some people yesterday? He noticed that he had briefly dozed off, probably from overexertion. He reminded himself that he needed to keep working and had no time to waste. His petrification and acceleration abilities were crucial, so he activated them again. With those skills, He had planned to finish crafting weapons before Jun and Jae-hyuk returned. 5 hours earlier, the system had asked if he wanted to purchase the broken iron sword. He had agreed, and after the purchase was successful, he had summoned the sword from his inventory. He then looked towards Jae-hyuk, requesting help to pull the blade out of the broken sword's hilt. Jae-hyuk tried with all his strength until his face had turned red, but this thing was harder than it looked. Eventually, Jae-hyuk managed to separate the blade from the hilt, though he trembled afterward, handing the separated parts to Yunho with some effort. Yunho then called the system to use 3 skill rewards to enhance his petrification skill. His system informed him that his petrification had risen from level 2 to level 5, and he was prompted to choose an additional manifestation range. He selected all his fingers, ensuring that each one could undergo petrification. This way, he improved his skill, so all his fingers could now be turned into stone, and this might be the key to making weapons. He smiled slightly, feeling that it would suffice for his purpose. After that, he asked both Jun and Jae-hyuk to gather as many necessities from within the building as soon as possible, and to find large bags, while he stayed behind to craft weapons from the monster beaks. He knew it would not be easy to sharpen the beaks using only his petrified fingers, and he was right. When sharpening the blade, he felt a painful strain in his shoulder. Still, he refused to do a sloppy job, determined to produce something truly useful. He rubbed the beaks with persistent effort, shaping them carefully. When he finally succeeded, the system congratulated him, granting him an achievement called Sharpening Weapons Barehanded, and a title, Human Whetstone. The system's explanation suggested that achieving notable feats would be recognized by the system, and titles would be given that offered helpful effects. The Human Whetstone title improved his ability to sharpen weapons and his understanding of them, which was a valuable thing for him. He felt disbelief at first. What is this human whetstone? But upon confirming the details, he realized that the title was genuinely helpful. He then looked down at the newly completed swords and felt satisfied. By the time he finished crafting 3 such weapons, Jun and Jae-hyuk returned. However, they found the area filled with smoke, which caused Jun to cough while both of them called out, searching for Yunho. From within the smoke, Yunho responded, and then he used his sword to disperse the lingering smoke. As the air cleared, Jun and Jae-hyuk expressed relief and happiness to see Yunho had finished the swords. Yunho welcomed them back and praised them, then presented the newly forged weapons. The system identified these as blade beak swords, unique swords crafted by attaching the blade-beaked bird's beak to a sword hilt. The connection was somewhat rough, yet the edges were meticulously sharpened, granting them excellent cutting power. Jae-hyuk felt excited to finally have a weapon of his own. Not to mention, it was hella cool as well. Jun was also impressed by the sword's lightness and strength. She expressed gratitude, and Yunho jokingly insisted that they call him Human Whetstone now. But suddenly, Jae-hyuk noticed a ruined chair, and Yunho admitted to using the sword to cut it, proving the blade's sharpness. He thought to himself, maybe this sword is sharp enough to even cut a human. Afterward, Yunho glanced at both Jun and Jae-hyuk and inquired about the supplies he had asked them to gather. Fortunately, they collected enough supplies to last about a week. Yunho then checked the time and realized it was nearly 8, meaning there was only about 1 hour until the mission would begin at 9. He suggested they move to the lobby to wait for the mission to start. Upon reaching the lobby, they saw that everyone else had gathered there as well. The system announced to every survivor in MS Tower that the mission would begin shortly. Jae-hyuk noticed the man with the hat who had previously caused trouble and gave him a cold look, silently warning him to stay away. Then, the system instructed all survivors in MS Tower to proceed to a designated area. At that moment, the barriers surrounding the tower vanished. A map then popped out in front of them, with a red dot pointing to the designated area. People instantly checked the map, but it indicated that the next location lay outside the building. Looking at that, Jae-hyuk asked Yunho if that meant the mission site was at Seoul Station. Yunho nodded and confirmed it seemed to be the station, but he urged them to look carefully at the outside tower. And when people looked outside, all they could see was devastation visible beyond the building's walls. What lay outside was horrifying. The entire city looked as if it had been struck by a massive war. Buildings crumbled, streets fractured, and dark smoke lingered over the ruined landscape. Yunho's face darkened. They now stood on the threshold of a new trial, faced with a city in chaos. He understood that whatever awaited them beyond the tower's walls would likely be even more dangerous than what they had already experienced inside. Not wanting to delay any further, Yunho ordered everyone to get ready and move. After stepping outside the tower, everyone was shocked to the bone, freezing them for a moment. The situation outside was horrific, with the entire city in ruins and overturned cars and collapsed buildings. Jun could not believe how the outside world had become so devastating, but Yunho tried to keep calm and reminded her that there was no time for shock, so they had to reach Seoul Station quickly. They began to run. Time was ticking, and they needed to reach the designated location within 10 minutes. Jae-hyuk noticed that Seoul Station was now in sight and shouted that they were almost there, but he was then surprised after narrowing his eyes, realizing that someone had arrived before them and was already sitting in that place. That person had long hair and held a bottle of alcohol. Looking at that, Yunho wondered if that person was a homeless person. After a while, more survivors appeared. A man arrived carrying a child, and behind them came 3 female students who looked terrified. The child, seeing so many people gathered at Seoul Station, became surprised and felt relieved to see that there were others besides them. Yunho began counting the total number of survivors in this place. Survivor from MS Tower were 13. One was the person who arrived first and sat quietly, and then 6 more came after that. So there are 20 people here, and he can't help but wonder what would happen from now on. The system then announced that the time was exactly 9 o'clock, and it informed all survivors in the Seoul Station area about the next mission of the project selection. According to the announcement, they had to form teams and complete an objective. Hearing this, everyone panicked, so this time, they needed to do the mission in the team. Jun quietly acknowledged that who they chose as teammates would influence their chances of success. Yunho agreed, but he couldn't help sensing that many survivors were now looking at him, probably wanting to join his group. The system then explained that the mission would take place over 3 rounds. Any group that failed to achieve the objective in each round would be reconstructed. They had to eliminate enemies and gather points. Hearing about reconstruction again made Jae-hyuk tremble, as he understood that failure meant death. Yeah, I feel you, Jae-hyuk. Me and all the viewers here feel the same. To be honest, we all have ick for the word reconstruction. Suddenly, one of the students expressed disappointment, having worked so hard only to face a new, brutal objective. Another student trembled with fear, complaining that he thought this should have been a safe place, not another battleground. Hearing all the voices, Yunho understood their anxiety. If failing a mission meant being disposed of, it meant life was once again on the line, and he needed to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The system stated that it would now decide the group formations. It turned out that 4 people standing close together would form a group. Numbers began to appear above their heads, and Yunho discovered that the man with the hat, the one who had caused trouble before, ended up in the same group as him. Okay guys, because he seems to be appearing a lot, let's just call him Hat Man. The Hat Man shouted in delight, thrilled to share a group with someone strong like Yunho. Doesn't care much, Jae-hyuk said. He noticed a number floating above their heads, apparently indicating their group number and helping identify each team. In this place, there were 5 teams in total, and Yunho wondered about the objective of this mission and how to earn points. Suddenly, one student shouted, asking if he could switch teams. He pointed to the man carrying a child and complained that it was unfair to have a child in a group, as that reduced their fighting strength. Hearing this enraged Yunho. He realized that the system did not care if a member was a child or an adult. If they failed, they would all be disposed of. And that's too much, even for him. The system reappeared and explained that performance would be measured in real time, and there would be a total of 500 points available. Each enemy killed will be granted with 5 points. A results screen appeared, showing that each team could only claim a maximum of 100 points. Looking at the results screen, some of the students protested, feeling as if this resembled school rankings and that it would spark fights between teams. One of the girl students admitted being scared, but her friend said that they only needed to do what they had done before. However, that student glanced at the homeless behind them. The students did not feel confident with that person, since he showed no emotion and seemed odd. But the man only stared blankly at them. Feeling the mission would begin any minute now, Yunho quietly instructed Jun and Jae-hyuk to take out their weapons. The Hat Man, also in their group, complained that he had no weapon and asked how he could contribute. With stupidity, he even tried to summon a weapon from thin air, but of course, nothing happened. Guys, he was a real clown in this manhwa. Do you agree with me? Suddenly, above them, the eye reappeared, the same one that had appeared when Yunho first fought monsters. The system announced that the mission had begun, and that each round would last only 1 minute. Looking around, Jae-hyuk asked where the enemies were, since no one could see anything coming yet. But then June noticed something in the distance and panicked. She spotted a person with blood-stained clothes approaching them. She recognized the person as someone who resembled an assistant manager named Yoon. But the person's behavior seemed quite strange. But her gaze suddenly turned into shock. How could something like this happen? Yoonho realized more and more people were approaching, but he also couldn't believe his eyes. There he was, Jeon's old boss, who had died before. They began to realize these people were no longer human. Instead, they were zombies with terrifying sounds. One of the students froze in fear, unable to react, as a zombie rushed toward her. Unexpectedly, someone struck the zombie from behind and killed it. This unexpected savior was the homeless man, using his bottle as a deadly weapon. When another zombie tried to attack him, the homeless easily defeated it with inhuman strength. Jae-hyuk panicked, wondering how a person could crush a zombie's head so effortlessly, and how this man possessed such monstrous power and ruthlessness. Also looking at the same man, Yoonho also felt alarmed, realizing that while the zombies were a threat, the unpredictable and dangerous man in their midst might be just as frightening. In a world where survival depended on strength and cunning, facing monsters and zombies was terrible enough, but dealing with a seemingly psychopathic and powerful ally might be even more unnerving. Yoonho observed the scene as more zombies approached the homeless man's group, yet that man only smiled like a creep, as if he was enjoying it. He unleashed his brute strength, crushing the heads of the incoming zombies with his bare hands without hesitation. Nearby, a student rushed to her friend, who had almost been bitten by a zombie earlier, asking if she was okay. But suddenly, one zombie slipped past the homeless man and lunged toward them. Looking at the zombie, the students could only scream in fear. In that dire moment, Yoonho reacted instantly, swinging his newly forged blade-beak sword to slay the zombie. He then yelled at the girls, demanding that they get a grip and regain their composure if they did not wish to die. He then shouted at June and Jae-hyuk, instructing them to help him strike the incoming zombies. Armed with new weapons, June and Jae-hyuk ran toward the zombies, cutting off their limbs and killing them. Yet, to their horror, the limbless zombies still twitched and dragged themselves forward. June, alarmed, glanced at the result panel, expecting some points to be added to her team, but saw no change. Even after killing a zombie, or when the homeless man had thoroughly destroyed a zombie's skull, no points were awarded. Seeing this, June realized something was off. Away from them, our useless Hat Man panicked, shouting in confusion about why the zombies simply wouldn't die. Yoonho, thinking hard, suspected that there must be a hidden rule. Perhaps simply killing the zombie was not enough to count as a kill. He scanned the area, searching for any clue. Suddenly, a faint spark caught his eye. Without a second thought, he activated his acceleration skill and darted forward, running between the zombies. As he drew near, he noticed a thin silver thread running into the back of the zombie's head. Yoonho grabbed the thread and pulled it hard, certain that something would happen afterward. Well, his deduction was correct. From the thread emerged a small, nightmarish parasite wriggling in the air. Horrified, Yoonho quickly slashed it with his sword. Unfortunately, his acceleration ended, and he sensed another parasite lunging at him from behind. Before he could react, June rushed in and sliced the parasite cleanly, saving Yoonho from a fatal bite. Jae-hyuk arrived moments later, stomping on another parasite that had fallen to the ground. The system's voice acknowledged that the divided needleworm had been defeated. After ensuring Yoonho's safety, both June and Jae-hyuk asked if he was okay, but Yoonho only said yes. Damn, he was really scared back then. Looking at the parasite blood on his shoes, Jae-hyuk wondered where these things had come from. Yoonho composed himself and thought, yeah, this is it. This parasite is the zombie true from. He was sure the zombies were merely hosts, and the actual enemies were the parasites, so they must be killed to gain points. He looked at the result window, and sure enough, Team 1's points had just increased. The other survivors were shocked to see the result window, wondering how Team 1 could earn points while the other teams couldn't. Yunho suddenly shouted, instructing everyone to pull out the silver thread at the back of each zombie's head and then kill the parasite inside. He stated that the parasites were their enemies, so they had to move now if they wanted to win this round. Now, after all the survivors know their true target, the true game really begins. When all the people were struggling, June killed one of the parasites and said it was the last one. She then yelled to Yunho that they had reached their team's goal of 100 points. Looking at the result window, Yunho quickly confirmed that his team was successful, and apparently, Team 5 had almost fulfilled their quotas. Relieved, Yunho asked the system how much time remained. The system declared that there were only 3 minutes left in the first round. Chaos erupted among the other groups. Many survivors had not yet reached their 100-point target. They desperately slashed at the parasites, trying their best to pass this round. Yunho knew everyone was doing their best, but at this rate, they wouldn't have enough time, especially the man who was carrying a child earlier. He fought desperately, exhausted as he tried to kill all the parasites while carrying his daughter. But one of his teammates shouted at him to put the child down, or else they would make the team fail. Witnessing this, Yunho felt his compassion stirred. Although deep down, he knew the system clearly wanted to pit survivors against each other, he refused to let that happen. He activated his acceleration skill again and dashed forward, plunging into the mass of zombies. With precise movements, he tore out several parasites from the zombies. He then walked toward the man, tossed the parasite, and ordered him to finish them off to earn points. He turned to June and told her to assist Team 3, while Jae-hyuk was instructed to help Team 2. The Hat Man also asked for his role, but Yunho simply told him to stand guard and protect the child. He might be useless in battle, but at least he could ensure the child's safety. The system announced that only 1 minute remained. Yet Yunho's heart pounded with anger at the twisted game the system had created. He knew the damn system, forcing them to kill each other and fight over points. But he was determined to defy that intention. Instead of competing viciously, he chose to help everyone. In the end, he would rather die than do what the system intended him to do. He reactivated his acceleration skill and scoured the battlefield for more parasites. He rushed around, collecting as many as he could and delivering them to other groups, giving them a chance to survive. He vowed to himself that he would end this shitty game with his own hand. Meanwhile, Jae-hyuk and June tirelessly helped the other group as Yunho instructed. Yet the homeless man, who had been fighting like a demon since the start, now glared at Yunho's group with rage. Shit, guys, is this new stupid guy emerged? Well, Yunho would kick his ass for sure. But the next thing that happened would make us shock, as the homeless man suddenly approached one of the female students and grabbed her arm with force. He then twisted the arm until it broke, causing her to scream and tremble in agony. She could only yell, "What the hell the man doing to her?" But the homeless man mumbled in annoyance at how she had been looking at him, as if she thought he would be easy to handle and was looking down on him. The girl cried out, asking why he was doing this, but he did not care. He kept pulling her arm, ignoring her pain and fear. Another female student near them shook and asked why he would harm her friend, especially since they were supposed to be in the same group. The homeless man released the injured girl's arm and shoved her aside, then moved toward the other student. But the girl backed down and, trembling, pleaded for him to stay away. Suddenly, the system announced that the first round had ended and began to calculate the point. This information seemed to irritate the homeless man. He looked at the system with rage in his eyes. The system then displayed the performance status and showed that no one would be reconstructed this time because all teams managed to reach the required 100 points. Knowing this, everyone cheered, feeling surprised and overjoyed that they had all survived this almost impossible mission. The father before hugged the child tightly, thankful that they had avoided death. Looking at them, Jae-hyuk remarked to Yunho that he had saved everyone, but Yunho stated they had done it together, so no need to thank him. But suddenly, Yunho's gaze drifted to the homeless man, and he felt an unsettling bloodthirst emanating from him. He noticed that the man's gaze looked like that of a predator, as if he intended to hunt down his own teammates. Before Yunho could settle on a course of action, he and the others noticed more zombies appearing in the distance. These new ones ran at a frightening speed. Yunho shouted to everyone to keep focus, but silently cursed the system because they had no time to rest. The system soon stated that the next round had started. No break, no kindness, just another trial. In the second round, everyone already knew how to kill the parasites, so they handled the zombies faster. In the end, their performance improved. Looking at the performance window, Yoonho confirmed that this second round will run smoothly. Some survivors even marveled at how fast they were completing this mission and thanked Yoonho for showing them how to survive it. The mood lightened a bit, with people thinking that this time it would be easier. However, a sudden heat flared up behind the security guard. He turned and saw someone's hand burning with fire. But to his surprise, that fire came from the homeless man's hand, which was burning with flames. The homeless man himself seemed startled at first, then suddenly smiling like crazy. He looked at his flaming hand as if he had discovered a new power. He mumbled that as he thought, he was the chosen one. He laughed in a way that sent chills through everyone. Looking at that, Yoonho felt disbelief. He guessed the homeless man had awakened a unique skill, just as Yoonho had awakened his own. When a zombie rushed at the homeless man from behind, he swung his flaming hand and ignited the creatures. His fire can burn them easily, turning the zombies to ash in an instant. This is no joke, and Yoonho realizes that this man's power surpassed normal limits, so he wonders how he could deal with someone like him. He remembered the system stating that a skill was born from intense desire and rooted in a person's memory and potential. Now, because the homeless man wielded fire, Yoonho sensed that it was a dangerous and powerful ability that could change everything. That man presence, now, become more dangerous than any zombie. Suddenly, the system announced that there were about 10 minutes left in the second round. But well, as I thought from the moment I saw this homeless creepy dude, the man approached the female student whose arm he had broken before. With psychopathic eyes, he called her a brat and mumbled that she deserved to die. He grabbed her by the neck, lifting her into the air. As she struggled and tried to break free, he did not let go. He kept looking at her with disgust, asking why she had stared at him earlier and why she kept looking down on him. One of her friends, who saw this, cried and urged him to let her friend go, but he ignored everything. The world was now silent to him, and he could only hear the girl crying in his grasp. Then he activated his fire skill and set the girl's body aflame, tossing her into the crowd of zombies. The student could only be screaming her friend's name as she watched the horrifying scene. Not long after, the system announced that the second round had ended, displaying the performance windows for all teams. Everyone saw that all teams reached 100 points, except Team 3, who'd only reached 95 points. The system announced again that Team 3 would be restructured. Team 3's members shouted in disbelief, blaming the homeless man for their failure. They claimed that when they had tried to gather points, he had burned all the zombies, leaving none for them. With no parasites left to kill, they failed to earn enough points. As they scream, all the members of Team 3 vanished soon after, reconstructed and essentially killed by the system. Looking at that, the homeless man laughed, pleased with himself, saying he had killed 2 birds with 1 stone, and all of this was pretty funny. Hearing this, everyone stared at him with terror and disbelief. How can somebody laugh after murdering people? On the other side, Yoonho felt anger boil within him, astonished by how the homeless man seemed to enjoy killing both zombies and humans alike. He understood that this man no longer cared about teamwork or survival. He just wanted chaos and blood. Yoonho knew that letting such a person run free would only lead to more tragedies. It was now clear that something had to be done, and he silently resolved to face this threat before it grew any worse. On the other side, witnessing her friend's death, one of the female students could only sit and cry bitterly. Gathering all her strength, she walked towards her friend's dead body, trembling, and kept calling her name, unable to believe that she was truly gone. Yoonho, seeing her grief, signaled to everyone that they needed to gather. He had a serious expression and urged them to prepare themselves for what was coming. Inside, he knew that he must do something before it was too late. Not long after, the system reappeared and announced a special reward for the top-performing team in the previous round. Hearing this caused frustration among many survivors because they had not known about such a reward earlier. They believed they would have worked even harder if they had known. Yeah, you guys are bullshit. Without Yoonho, you would be dead already, but now dare talk about reward? June, watching the commotion, silently thought that this unexpected reward could widen the gap between teams. She also realized that the homeless man's team had taken first place in this round, which meant the homeless man would receive the special reward. From a distance, the homeless man was seen laughing, clearly pleased that the system would grant him a prize. The system then confirmed that the top team would get 2 skill points as a special reward. It also explained that, in the third round, the special points would be 3, so people should kill more enemies in order to prove their excellence. The homeless man shouted that he would use all his new points into skill enhancement, and immediately, flames erupted around his hands, growing more intense than before. Jae-hyuk felt the temperature rising and could not hide his shock. Jun also noted how the fire around the man's hand appeared to get bigger, becoming more terrifying. Yet our boy Yoonho doesn't care. He told everyone not to worry too much and reminded them to stick to the plan he had devised earlier. He then took something from his bag and told everyone to return to their positions. The system next announced the start of the third round. In that instant, zombies appeared once more, but Yoonho and Jae-hyuk charged forward without hesitation. Yoonho activated his acceleration skill, then swiftly pulled out the parasites from the zombies. He tossed them backwards to Jun, instructing her to follow the plan he had outlined earlier. She stood ready with her dagger, and then slashed every parasite in one quick motion. The Hat Man waited and stood with a fire spray in his hand, intending to burn every segment of the parasites to ensure they died. After that, the fire erupted, and Team 1 was able to kill many parasites in one combo. At that moment, the system recognized the destruction of segmented bugs and kept displaying new kill notifications. In an instant, Team 1's points rapidly increased. Looking at that, Yoonho smiled and felt relieved because his strategy was functioning perfectly, demonstrating the power of well-organized teamwork. With confidence, he stated that this was the power of a thorough division of the labor system. In fact, he had also discovered that slicing a parasite into pieces before killing it provided more points, so he believed this was a key advantage in the mission. As everyone tried their best to kill the parasite, the father who had carried his child earlier panicked because he realized his child had disappeared. He immediately scanned the area in desperation, searching for his daughter. Eventually, he spotted the Hat Man holding the child, who suddenly yelled that he would watch over the little one. He then passed a flaming torch to the father, telling him that he needed to focus on killing parasites. The Hat Man then made a strange pose and laughed. "Guys, this guy somehow looks decent now. Am I tripping?" Well, Jae-hyuk on the other side wondered how Yoonho had figured out the method for getting more points by cutting the parasites first before killing it. Yoonho nonchalantly replied that he had found the team's performance suspicious in the first round because they had ended up with 101 points rather than 100. He recalled that the first parasite they had killed had been cut in half and then stomped, so he guessed that the extra points had come from this action. He then confirmed that in the second round. Jun, hearing that, silently concluded once more that Yoonho was an impressive person, always seeking ways to exploit the system's hidden rules. From a distance, the homeless man muttered angrily while staring at the performance window. He repeated that he was the chosen one and asked why he wasn't the highest-scoring player. He then glared at Yoonho with growing rage, clearly dissatisfied because Yoonho was taking his spot. Then, in a fit of fury, he ignited his skill into his fiery hands again and called that everyone was a bastard. He laughed maniacally that everyone deserved to die, and he would kill them all with his own hand. He dashed towards Yoonho and shouted for him to die. However, a female student who still held a grudge from earlier ran forward and attempted to smash the homeless man with a bottle. She yelled and cursed the man, wishing for him to die like the villain he seemed to be. But with one swing, he destroyed the bottle easily, glared at her with a twisted grin. He laughed and asked if the girl wished to follow her friend into hell. He then raised his flaming hand toward her, ready to burn her. At that critical moment, Yoonho yelled and activated his acceleration skill, running to help the girl. From afar, people saw a sudden explosion of flames, and amidst it, Jun's voice was panically calling out Yoonho's name. After the smoke cleared, it was revealed that Yoonho had blocked the homeless man's attack, protecting the girl but causing his own arm to burn. His shoulder throbbed with pain, and the fire burned part of his skin. His expression was filled with anger, but he stood firm, unwilling to let the student die. From afar, Jun noticed that Yoonho's left arm got burned from the attack. She rushed toward him and removed her shirt, then covered Yunho's burn with it. Realizing the damage was too severe, she urged him to use the mission reward to heal the wound. But the student earlier stopped it. While crying, she offered to heal Yunho's burn. But she had one condition. She wanted Yunho to kill the homeless man. Hearing this, Jun became curious and asked how the student planned to heal Yunho. The student looked at them with a serious gaze and said she believed Yunho could kill that man, so they need to believe her too. Looking at the student's eyes, Yunho sensed her resolve and agreed to try his best to kill the homeless man. The student then reached out her hand toward Yunho's burn, and a soft green light radiated from her hand. The system explained that Yunho's wounds were healing thanks to the influence of healer Yun Sola. Wow, all the skill in this manhwa is OP as hell. At the same moment, Jaehyuk ran over and asked if Yunho was fine. But when he looked at Yunho's arm, he realized the burn had vanished. And the system confirmed that Yunho's recovery rate had now reached 90%. Yet Sola felt exhausted and admitted that this is her limit because her skill level's still low. Yunho then gently patted her head to thank her. This was more than enough, and he planned to request full healing later, so she needed to rest first. Right after that, Yunho's eyes sharpened as he looked at the homeless man. He observed that the man always unleashed his flames from the left hand, so he asked that he must be left-handed. Sensed danger, the homeless man tried to summon another flame, but Yunho moved faster. He had used 3 mission rewards from the 3rd round to enhance his petrify skill so that his entire palms could turn to stone. This would be a perfect weapon for him. With this upgrade, he rushed behind the homeless man, pulling the man's left hand in the blink of an eye. Realizing his hand was now in Yunho's grasp, the homeless man felt surprised. He didn't know what had happened. Smiling, Yunho mocked him, saying the man's movements were too slow. He asked if the homeless man could still use fire when his arm was broken. At that moment, the homeless man remembered his own past. He remembered feeling abandoned by the world. He had promised to destroy everyone, so he had burned his father, who always beat him for looking like the mother who ran away. He had also burned the woman who cheated him with another man. Over time, he had burned many other people who got in his way. Deep down, he thought all those burning figures looked beautiful in the oil fires. After spending 10 years in prison, he had roamed the streets as a homeless man, often burning garbage to survive. One day, a revelation came, and the system had granted him the flame skill, created from his deep anger and memories of flames. In his mind, he believed he was the chosen one, and in a ruined world, he wanted to burn everything. He had laughed at his own conviction, believing he was always right while others were always wrong. But now, the reality was different. He saw his own hand breaking in the grip of a man whom he thought weak. Yunho snapped the homeless man's left arm, causing him to scream in pain. Then Yunho smiled coldly and asked what the man would do now. The man's broken arm hung uselessly, and no matter how hard he tried to activate his skill, no flames emerged from it. Yunho turned his petrify-coated hands against the man's face, causing blood to flow from his nose. With hatred in his eyes, Yunho stepped even closer. He declared that this time would bring even more pain, then activated his acceleration skill again to deliver a furious series of blows all over the man's body. In the end, the homeless man collapsed, begging Yunho to stop. He dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy and asking Yunho to spare his life. But Yunho showed no pity, remembering Sola's request. He noticed Sola watching with hatred in her eyes, and he knew she wanted no mercy for the man who had burned her friend alive. So Yunho felt sure that he could not let the murderer take even another breath. Meanwhile, the administrators observed the scene from their observation room. Harona slammed the table, feeling frustrated by her own short-sighted planning. She seemed furious when she recognized Yunho's face on the monitor. She recalled the surprise of seeing 2 people unlock a strong skill in such a short time, and she had not expected events to unfold in this way. With a flat face, she decided that she wanted to finish everything more quickly. Without hesitation, she ordered that the next mission would begin immediately. This time around, she would make sure to turn everything into hell for Yunho. Sola looked at the homeless man, who now lay helpless on the ground. She cried and felt her anger couldn't be held back anymore, so Yunho believed Sola deserved to take revenge herself. He handed her a bottle, and Sola used it to end the murderer's life with her own hands. Afterward, she wept in relief, as though a great burden had been lifted. Her friends ran forward to hug her, and Yunho watched from a short distance. He smiled because he knew this should be enough to diminish the hatred in Sola's heart, and it eased his own tension. At that moment, Yunho suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. He inspected his fingers and realized that using his petrify skill for too long had caused some negative effects. Several of his fingers looked broken, and they felt numb. Suddenly, Sola approached once again, reaching for his injured hand. She activated her healing skill again, and a gentle glow appeared. The system declared that Yunho's damaged bones and burns were now healed fully due to Sola's healing power. Jun and Jaehyuk, who witnessed it, cheered when they saw Yunho's hand return to normal. Yunho could hardly believe it himself. His hand looked like a brand new, fresh from the oven. He looked at Sola, now sitting on the ground again, clearly exhausted. He recognized the incredible potential of her healing power. He smiled. With this, it meant they would no longer need to spend their mission rewards on emergency treatments again, right? So, from that moment, he vowed to himself to stay close together with her, no matter what. He then thanked Sola, but she only replied that she had fulfilled her promise before stepping aside to rest. Just then, Yunho received a new system notification. It informed him that an anonymous observer was highly satisfied with his performance and had sent a gift. Far away in the observation room, Harona and Choi Sung also noticed the sudden gift. Choi Sung felt surprised because the project had only just begun, and he did not expect any kind of support so soon. The restructuring process was broadcast live to the company through the eyes of the viewers. It was common for those watching the broadcast to end up supporting their favorite survivor. However, the 13th district had only just begun and started to adjust to the situation, and there weren't any official selection personnel in place yet. He recalled that normal, restructuring manual procedures did not allow non-selectees to receive outside funds. However, Harona ordered him to remain silent. She explained that this was not standard support, but a special gift, and she seemed willing to let it proceed. She believed Yunho would not be able to use it properly anyway. She then smiled cunningly, feeling excited to put on a good show for this new observer. After all, they got an interesting observer after a long time, so she wanted to design the next mission to make things more entertaining. Back at Yunho, he noticed the notification and opened it. After that, a floating package along with a note addressed to him popped out. The others gathered around curiously, asking why he got a random box. The Hat Man tried to grab it first, but as expected, he couldn't touch it because it didn't belong to him. Yunho decided to open the letter first and discovered that the sender of this package was an unknown observer. Jaehyuk asked who the observer was supposed to be, but Yunho only suggested that the observer might be watching them from the giant eye above, though he could not be sure. Looking up, there was no other reason for the big eye to be there, right? Then he opened the gift, and a spark of electricity flickered. The system identified it as lightning oil, an item that generated a high-voltage electricity when used on a target, but it only had 10 uses available. Everyone seemed impressed by its potential and wondered how Yunho should use it. After thinking hard, Yunho decided to apply it to his sword, believing it was the best option available to him at that moment. He then activated Petrify, reasoning that the stone skin would not conduct electricity as it acted as an insulator against both electricity and fire, allowing him to safely imbue his sword with the lightning oil. As the Petrify skill turned his hands into stone, he carefully coated the sword with the oil. The system announced that the fusion was successful, and the sword now held a temporary electric discharge ability, which could be used up to 10 times as the item suggested. Now, after holding his new weapon, doesn't he kind of remind you guys with Ranger Yellow? Or is it just me? Well, Jun and Jaehyuk looked eager to see how powerful the new sword might be, but Yunho reminded them that it had a strict limit on usage, so they shouldn't get their hopes up too much. Just then, the system announced that the next mission would begin at 1 p.m. Of course, this shocked the remaining survivors because they realized that only 1 minute remained until the mission. Many cursed the system for giving them so little time. It's like they were playing with them. The mission then commenced immediately, and the system declared that a new safe zone had appeared. Everyone looked around, and they saw a train at the station's boarding platform now become their new safe zone. The system stated that anyone left outside the safe zone after 5 minutes would be eliminated. Hearing this, Yunho shouted that the mission area was on the train and ordered everyone to move as fast as possible. People then rushed forward. The time was too tight, so they had no time to walk and could only run for their lives. Yunho then opened the map and realized his own safe zone was at the far end of the train, around carriage number 18. He then urges everyone to follow him to the back of the train. However, June halted and mentioned that her own safe zone was toward the front carriages. Yunho asked where exactly, and she said it was in carriage number 1. Jae-hyuk also pointed out that his safe zone was different too, and everyone began to see that no two people shared the same zone. Knowing this, Yunho assumed that this was an individual competition, forcing each person to find their assigned carriage alone. But there was no time. If this was really a solo mission, he needed to think about himself first and run for it now. Yunho finally arrived at carriage 18 and observed that it seemed empty. He felt relieved to have arrived in time, but he remained cautious. Suddenly, he saw the giant floating eye materialize inside the narrow space. Looking up, he found it strange that such a large eye could appear in such a cramped area. Yet he reminded himself that this entire mission had felt beyond human reason from the beginning, so seeing a giant floating eye inside a train seemed oddly normal. Just then, the system declared that his individual mission would begin. A one-eyed monster emerged in front of him. The system explained that he had 3 chances to kill this monster, called the Ghost. Sensing the danger, Yunho tried his best to keep calm, then activated his petrification skill. After that, he also summoned his newly enchanted sword, charged with electricity. Feeling threatened, the monster roared, intending to strike fear into Yunho. Realizing there was no time, he tried to activate acceleration, but his eyes shook, and he found he couldn't activate it. Even worse, he couldn't produce a sound to trigger his skill. In that moment, he realized it must be the creature's skill. When it roared, it silenced his voice, naturally making him unable to activate his ability. To be honest, he considered himself fortunate that he had summoned his newly enhanced sword beforehand. Otherwise, it could have been disastrous. Suddenly, the monster swung its weapon at him, so he reflexively dodged it with ease. Somehow, he noted that the creature was slower than he had assumed. Creating the gap between them, Yunho decided to strike his enemy. He infused the blade with a surge of electricity, then struck the Ghost. The monster fell immediately, and the system announced that carriage 18 was clear. Yunho smiled and admired his sword's power. This power is incredible. But he also acknowledged its main drawback: the need to activate Petrify on his hands to avoid electrocuting himself. But he believed this slight inconvenience was worth it, given how powerful the lightning-infused strikes could be. He then wondered if everyone else would succeed, especially those without strong equipment. A child had probably ended up alone in another carriage, so he felt uneasy. Suddenly, he heard the system announce a mission failure. He felt surprised since he had just defeated the Ghost in his carriage. The system then mentioned a penalty for failing the mission. But deep down, Yunho did not know why it had failed, because he had clearly eliminated the monster in carriage 18. Elsewhere, in the administrator's room, Choi Seung asked Harona why the so-called sponsor item appeared much stronger than she had implied. Harona acted like a fool and pretended she had never said it was weak. But Choi Seung insisted that it was already too late to act as if she knew nothing about it. Harona became annoyed and wondered why Yunho had wasted such a valuable item on a low-level mission. She had planned for the Ghost, with its silence ability, to become a major penalty for a person who relied on a skill like Yunho. She felt disappointed that Yunho had discovered a way around it by using the sword, but at least, she concluded that he had now used up 1 charge, so only 9 electric discharges remained. Back in carriage 18, the system stated that because of the mission failure, the Ghost had evolved into a great ghost. And instantly, a larger monster appeared in the carriage, towering over Yunho. Looking at that, he realized something had gone wrong. The original message said each person would fight 3 times in one place, yet the system had labeled his previous kill as a failure. Suddenly, his eyes flickered. His wild thought guessed that his overall mission was actually to clear the entire train, not just carriage 18. If this was right, there was no time for doubt. Without hesitation, he yelled to activate his acceleration skill before the new creature could silence him again. Then, he dashed forward and delivered another electrically charged blow, destroying the Great Ghost. The system announced that carriage 18 was cleared, and Yunho glanced at the doorway, his rage burning him to move faster, so he had no time to rest. Inside the administrator's room, Harona remarked that Yunho now understood the essence of this mission was the need to clear the whole train. Choi Sung noted that, as expected, Yunho's capabilities were on a different level compared to the rest, creating a significant gap in skill and power among them. Honestly, he mostly worried that higher authorities would notice the overpowered gift received by Yunho earlier. Yet Harona insisted that nobody would pay attention to such a new zone, especially their boss. Well, Choi Seung denied it, stating that one of the observers here would definitely inform the bureau. On the monitor, it displayed new observer names, including the Crow and the Prince, who seemed shocked by Yunho's skill. The system then stated that the number of viewers for Yunho's eye had surpassed the limit, so it suggested an upgrade. Looking at that, Choi Sung panicked, making sure Harona wouldn't spend her own points on it, but Harona only seemed excited. She decided that the spectacle was worth being seen by the observers. She said that Yunho had only 10 minutes to slay every monster from carriage 1 through carriage 18, then return to his own carriage. Looking at the monitor, she noted how impossible that task looked, yet she expected Yunho would attempt something interesting. Without a doubt, she used her points to increase Yunho's broadcast capacity, so more people could watch his run. Laughing maniacally, she wanted him to prove he could be entertaining for all the observers. She grinned and told herself that he should repay her investment at all costs. Yunho moved quickly into the next train carriage, focusing on clearing the train before time ran out. In carriage 17, he kills the monster with careful moves. The system then confirmed the area was clear. As he caught his breath, he felt a small tug on his shirt. Turning around, he saw the wide-eyed child of the man he had saved earlier. The girl's face was pale, and her lips trembled as she said she had been hiding there the whole time. Yunho looked her in the eye and quietly asked if she was sure she's okay. She nodded fearfully and held on to his sleeve. Knowing the danger wasn't over, Yunho led the girl to a small restroom at the end of the carriage. He told her to stay hidden and quiet, promising to return for her. Without waiting for her reply, he gently closed the door and turned toward carriage 16, his determination growing stronger. The monster in carriage 16 fell quickly under Yunho's attack, but the system's countdown kept ringing in his ears. 7 minutes were left. The pressure of time pushed him to move faster. Entering carriage 15, he found a man in a hat hiding in the restroom. Annoyed, Yunho thought, why waste time hiding? Well, what could expect from this man, right guys? Yunho told the man firmly to act or risk slowing everyone down. When the man didn't respond, Yunho gave him instructions to clear the carriage in the next stage. He then activated acceleration again and rushed to the next carriage. In carriage 14, Yunho saw a familiar face, Yeji from the accounting team. She stood with a sword in her hand, but her eyes shut tightly like she wanted to block out the world. Yunho quickly defeated the monster and snapped Yeji out of her fear. He told her to keep her eyes open and aim for the monster's hearts, or eyes, next time. Yeji, still shaky, tightened her grip on the sword and nodded. With 6 minutes left, Yunho realized he might only make it to carriage 4 at this pace. He asked Yeji if she felt thankful for being saved and hinted that her sword could help everyone survive. Hesitant, Yeji handed it to him. After that, the monster in carriage 13 went down, but Yunho noticed that his blade-beak sword had only 6 electric charges left. He couldn't afford to waste them. For now, Yeji's borrowed sword was his backup, though it didn't feel as good as his usual weapon. To his surprise, he found Sora in carriage 13. She quickly saw his injuries and used her healing ability to help him recover. Yunho thanked her but shared his frustration. No matter how hard he tried, he could only realistically clear up to carriage 4. He needed a way to communicate and work with everyone on the train, and that was the only way to clear all the carriages in under 10 minutes. Sora could only listen and said that clearing even one carriage was already impressive. Just then, the system announced that Yunho's eyes had leveled up to level 2. A dark aura surrounded the floating eye above him, briefly plunging the area into darkness. The system confirmed the upgrade and revealed a new feature: limited communication with observers. With that, Yoonho's synchronization rate rose sharply, and when the darkness faded, a smaller eye appeared. Curious, he pointed it to Sora and asked her about the thing, but she said she couldn't see anything. The system suddenly bombarded Yoonho with comments from observers, but he ignored them. He doesn't have time to waste. Instead, he focused on finding a way to communicate with everyone on the train. When Sora casually said it's not like they could just hide notes inside candy like in the movies, the idea suddenly gave Yoonho inspiration, and his mind raced to put the plan together. Meanwhile, in carriage 1, Jiun sat with her ears bleeding and her frustration growing. She cursed herself for getting hurt during her fight with the monsters. Thinking of Yoonho, she truly couldn't figure out what to do. If it had been Yoonho, he would definitely have come up with the best solution, but at least she knew what Yoonho would do this time. As a first step, she suddenly threw her dagger at the monster with precision. Even so, after killing the monster, the system declared her mission a failure. Just as despair crept in, the system announced she had received a gift. When she opened it, the gift was a piece of moldy bread and a note from Yoonho. He explained that it was safe to leave the designated area after killing the monster, but the mission would fail unless all the monsters on the train were defeated. He asked for her help in clearing the remaining carriages. Encouraged by his words, June clenched her fists and resolved to keep going. If Yoonho believed in her, she wouldn't give up. Back in Yoonho's carriage, he suddenly received a system notification that announced a gift from Jae-hyuk. The crows of the management bureau appeared pleased with the arrival of this gift, as if they found it amusing to watch people exchange items in a life-and-death situation. Yoonho then checked the message, which mentioned Jae-hyuk's name. The text displayed on his screen said that Jae-hyuk felt sure he might die soon because the monsters kept reappearing. When the message stopped abruptly, he knew something was off. As if there was a strict character limit, so Yoonho felt relieved that core message he sent had gone through. He only hoped June had also received his message and survive. Just then, the system declared that the final mission would begin in 10 seconds. It gave them the objective to eliminate the Great Ghost. Yoonho instantly activated his petrification skill without delay and summoned his weapon. He used electric discharge, noticing he had only 5 more uses left. He pushed forward and cleared carriage 18, then hurried to carriage 17 and prepared his acceleration skill. A countdown appeared in his vision, reminding him that he had limited time. He told himself that he needed to move even faster than before. Whenever petrification was active, he planned to use his blade beak sword. If it was not active, he would rely on the broken iron sword. He also decided he could use Yeji's borrowed sword when necessary. After clearing a couple of carriages, the system informed him of a new gift from Ji-eun. He accepted the gift and saw her brief note. She had cleared carriages 1 through 3 and planned to help up to carriage 6 before heading back. He sighed with relief, realizing she was safe. A timer showed 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. This is sure faster than the last round. He then ran toward carriage 11 and hoped Jun's effort in the front would give him enough time to cover the middle and return. He thought that if everyone worked together, they would have a real chance of surviving. Upon entering carriage 11, he saw a heartbreaking scene. The man there lay dead on the floor, and the sight shook his composure. He then saw that some observers, such as the so-called Prince of the Investigation Bureau, saw this death as normal. Suho felt anger, cursing the ones behind this twisted game. An anonymous observer apparently considered his outburst dangerous, but Yoonho did not care. He felt it was wrong for humans to be treated like toys in this way, so fuck the system. He continued moving until he reached carriage 7, which was eerily silent. It seemed that someone else had already killed the great ghost inside because the carriage was streaked with blood. From afar, he spotted Jae-hyuk standing in the center in the next carriage, looking ready to engage any threat. Nearby, the father from before apologized for pulling Jae-hyuk into such a chaotic place, but Jae-hyuk insisted that Yoonho had told him to protect people, so it was what he intended to do. When the monster there tried to attack, Yoonho activated his petrification skill again, determined to keep clearing every carriage. The system confirmed that he had used the remaining electric discharge until none was left. Carriage 6 was cleared, and Jae-hyuk called out to him. They both felt relieved when they met. But somehow, Yoonho felt something was missing, so he asked if Jae-hyuk had seen June, but Jae-hyuk shook his head. This made Yoonho worry. She should have been in this carriage. Maybe she was in danger. He recalled June's message about helping until carriage 6, so he wondered if she had encountered a serious problem. Then, the situation shifted to Carriage 5, where a massive creature held a terrified student hostage. In there, Jun could only see in horror. Looking at that, Jae-hyuk wanted to charge forward, but Yoonho stopped him, realizing that a longsword in such a tight space could harm the hostage. He noted that the Great Ghost probably used the student as a shield to prevent a direct attack. Yoonho also realized his acceleration skill was still on cooldown, which made him curse under his breath because he could not act freely. He tried to think of something again that could be used in this dire situation. Unexpectedly, Jun threw a dagger toward the monster. People in the carriage panicked, fearing the dagger might hurt the student. Instead, the strike pierced the monster accurately, and it died before it could use the hostage as cover. Everyone stood stunned for a moment, and Yoonho realized Jun had just saved the hostage's life with one precise throw. Yet suddenly, the system interface popped up in front of Jun, indicating that data for a new skill was being gathered. It seemed that her actions had triggered a skill to be formed, but she could only glare at that in shock. As Jun muttered about the system data while looking at the notification, Yoonho approached her in an instant. He urged her to focus on the emotions she had experienced during her dagger throw, the determination and instinct that guided her actions. He explained that understanding those feelings would be crucial in unlocking her skill. Jun could only nod, promising to reflect on it. Yoonho then assured her they would practice together after the mission was over. At that moment, the system announced that only 3 minutes remained. So Yoonho shouted for everyone to return to their designated safe zones immediately. The group agreed, scrambling to comply. Suddenly, the father Yoonho had saved earlier ran toward him, his face filled with concern. He asked about his daughter's condition, but Yoonho reassured him that she was safe and hiding in his next carriage. The man, whose name was Kim Hanul, grabbed Yoonho's hand in gratitude, swearing to repay him for saving both their lives. When Yoonho reached carriage 17, he began to wonder how Hanul's daughter, Yul, had managed to hide there without being discovered. As he searched the area, he couldn't even find the girl. But Yul suddenly appeared, clutching his hand and crying. Yoonho knelt, gently patting her head to comfort her. She asked about her father, and Yoonho told her that her father was safe and waiting in another carriage. He instructed her to stay hidden until the mission ended. Yul nodded, wiping her tears as Yoonho continued to reassure her. Back in carriage 18, Yoonho reached his safe zone, just as the system announced the mission's completion. It congratulated the survivors, but noted that the exceptional performance evaluation would take some time to finalize. Then, the system revealed Yoonho's accomplishment. He had eliminated 19 ghosts that did not belong to this world. As a result, he earned the title Demon Slayer. When he checked the skill's description, he discovered it granted immunity to low-level ghosts and buffs against mid- and high-level ones. He couldn't help but feel a small sense of pride. His relentless efforts had paid off. Suddenly, the massive eye above him spoke about the project's completion. The eyes then closed, vanishing entirely. Yoonho stared at the space it left behind, contemplating the strange eye and what is happening right now. Later, he found himself in a restaurant. He reflected that, if there was one upside to the ruined world, it was the ability to eat as much as he wanted without worrying about payment. As they ate and chatted, a student Jun had saved approached them, expressing gratitude. Jun laughed modestly, saying she had only done what was necessary and that Yoonho deserved more thanks. However, the student insisted that both of them were lifesavers and that, without them, she and Sola wouldn't have survived. Seeing that, Jae-hyuk found the moment touching and suggested they all introduce themselves. The student revealed her name was Min Yojin. Yoonho introduced himself as well, surprising the two girls by guessing they were from Public Health High School. When they asked how he knew, Yoonho explained that it was the only girls' school in the area, and Sola's healing skill hinted at her background. Sola jokingly remarked that Yoonho seemed like a detective, earning a faint smile from him. Suddenly Yoonho stood and told Jiun to follow him. When she asked if they would be going alone, Yoonho confirmed. He explained that they would be working on self-improvement. Elsewhere, Harona and Choi Sung stood before a massive gate. A voice from within allowed them entry, and the doors opened in eerie vibes. Inside, a towering figure in a tailored suit was revealed. The man radiated authority. He was the director. Harona and Choi Sung bowed deeply, acknowledging his presence. The director, with an expression as cold as stone, questioned Hirona about the support she had authorized for an unselected individual. Hirona dismissed the matter as trivial, suggesting it was unworthy of his concern. However, the director disagreed, stating that her actions violated company policy. She keeps defending her decision, arguing that the individual in question was extraordinary, possessing both intelligence and combat ability. She added that the human had used the gift with calculated aggression, so the reward was useless in that sense. However, the director, angered by her defiance, released a suffocating aura, demanding to know if Hirona intended to break the rules for someone who was not even an official selectee. The oppressive force felt like a hand tightening around her throat, and Hirona struggled to breathe. For a moment, she could do nothing but endure the director's overwhelming presence. Hirona found himself lifted into the air as the director's aura materialized into a crushing hand that gripped her tightly. The force was immense, and pain surged through her, but she refused to remain silent. Through clenched teeth, she asserted her belief that the individual in question, though currently mediocre by the system's evaluation, possessed exceptional potential. Hirona pleaded with the director to reconsider, convinced that anyone who witnessed the subject's actions would agree. But the director's rage only intensified. He mocked Hirona's audacity, questioning which incompetent administrator dared to label someone of such low evaluation as extraordinary. The grip tightened, and Hirona could barely breathe. The director coldly ordered that Mission 17 be initiated, pointing the need to maintain fairness. Hearing this, Hirona's eyes widened in shock. She protested, reminding the director that the mission was designed to ensure the participants' destruction. It would pit survivors against one another, forcing them to target a single individual. The director, unyielding, leaned closer, his gaze like a piercing blade. His voice thundered as he accused Hirona of planning to repeat past mistakes. Overwhelmed by the director's presence, Hirona trembled, but finally nodded in submission, acknowledging the order with a hoarse, "Understood." Elsewhere, Yunho and June were back inside the train, diligently practicing with her dagger. June repeatedly threw the weapon, but frustration began to creep in. She admitted that she felt no progress, and the system data remained unchanged despite their efforts. Sensing that she was feeling down, Yunho pondered their attempts. They had replicated the scenario from before, returned to the train, refined her technique, and even adjusted her angle and strength. Yet, the data still refused to budge. Suddenly, an idea struck Yunho. He turned to June and suggested something drastic. She should throw the dagger at him. June panicked, ultimately refusing, but Yunho calmly explained that it was the only untested variable. The Great Ghost had been her target before, not a static object. If this attempt failed, they would abandon the practice. Reluctantly, June agreed, but warned that she would throw the dagger seriously, so he should dodge it with all his might. Our boy reassured her with a faint smile, telling her not to worry. When June finally threw the dagger, Yunho activated acceleration, easily dodging the blade. After a tense moment, he asked if the system data had changed. June stared at the interface in disbelief before announcing that the data had finally progressed. Her skill was on the verge of unlocking. Yunho grinned, his confidence renewed, and encouraged her to keep going. By 8 p.m., they returned to the restaurant, exhausted but satisfied. Along the way, June thanked Yunho for helping her, despite his own fatigue. Yunho shrugged it off, saying they were simply helping each other. However, June expressed frustration that her skill data had stalled at 99%. Yunho, with a serious expression, explained that skills often required a specific trigger to unlock. He recalled his own experience with acceleration, which had activated during a life-threatening moment. He almost died back then. Unfortunately, he added, such conditions were dangerous for June to intentionally replicate. Suddenly, the system announced that the next mission would begin at 9 a.m. the following morning. It also stated that project evaluations had been finalized. Yunho reflected bitterly on how the system treated them as merchandise, not only playing with human life like an insect, but also assigning rankings as if their lives were mere commodities. Moments later, the system declared that Yunho had received an S+ evaluation grade, updating his rank. When he opened his status, his rank indeed had been upgraded to a preliminary selectee in S+. His agility also increased to 15. Yunho realized that with the right understanding, the system could be a powerful tool. Features like the messaging system and skill upgrades hinted at endless possibilities for exploitation. With a burning rage in his eyes, he vowed to uncover every advantage the system offered to compete with those ranked above him. He knew all of this was a mere restructuring, so of course the system would gather everyone and urge them to compete. And as one of the candidates, he would make sure to win this damned game. The system then awarded Yunho 1 point, with 2 bonus points and 1,500 welfare points. Additionally, it stated that it would give him a special incentive. The system then presented him with a choice between 2 doors: beginning of training and completion of training. So, he need to choose. To be honest, the temptation to choose completion and skip everything was strong. But Yunho suspected the system wouldn't make things so simple. Trusting his instincts, he selected the beginning of training door. June noticed him heading in the opposite direction of the restaurant, asked where he was going. Yunho smiled, urging her to head back while he pursued his own self-improvement. When she pressed him for details, Yunho opened the door, revealing a portal. He placed his hand inside, causing it to vanish in her eyes. June panicked, but Yunho reassured her that he was going to train and would return soon. Without hesitation, he stepped through the portal. The system's voice declared that Yunho was being transported to the training facility, and with this, his vow to turn this system upside down would begin. When Yunho opened his eyes, he found himself in an entirely white space. He looked around, but saw nothing until the system's voice broke the silence, announcing his arrival at the education center. Suddenly, a gigantic screen appeared before him. The system voice rang out again, explaining that he needed to select the courses he wanted to complete, and his available options were limited due to his current rank. The screen in front of him then listed various courses he could take. The courses presented were Charismatic Leadership, Omnivorous Cooking Class, and Basic Swordsmanship. Looking at all those courses, Yunho pondered his choices. If he can only choose one course, he should pick something to get the most out of it. Leadership and cooking sounded useful for the future, but considering the immediate threats from missions and magical beasts, he decided that Basic Swordsmanship was the most realistic option. Upon selecting the course, the system informed him he would be teleported to a classroom. Instantly, he felt a heavy pressure envelop him as he was transported to a new location. The system then explained that this classroom effect would accelerate his swordsmanship proficiency. Before he could fully grasp the surroundings, a figure approached, walking toward him. Yunho was shocked. What he saw was a perfect copy of himself, wielding the same sword and using the same petrification skills. But he then smirked, recalling the course description that promised self-awareness and growth. So this is what the system meant by him getting to know himself better. Now, facing his doppelganger, he knew this would be an intense battle and experience. The system reappeared, detailing his 3 objectives: understand blocking, understand thrusting, and understand slashing. Without warning, his clone charged at him, prompting Yunho to panic momentarily. He activated acceleration, only to find his clone matching his every move, skill for skill. The fight commenced with his clone displaying superior speed and swordsmanship. Yunho struggled, realizing he was at a disadvantage. From every aspect, he could see that his clone had more proficient swordsmanship and skill. "This fight is clearly disadvantageous, but I can't lose to a fake," he muttered. He quickly devised a plan, suspecting the clone had only copied his abilities up to a certain point in time. He then called the system, requested a mission reward to claim, and planned to upgrade his skill. The system confirmed that acceleration was now at level 3, and petrification had reached level 10. With newfound confidence, Yunho smirked at his clone, taunting it about whether it could copy his upgraded powers. But he was sure his clone couldn't do anything right now, and the tide of the battle instantly turned to his side. Without delay, he activated his enhanced skills. As the clone attacked, Yunho used his improved petrification, which could now cover his entire arm, and he used it as a shield. He smiled, feeling that his new shield was quite effective. At that moment, the system explained that Yunho had grasped the concept of blocking and completed one of the 100 blocking missions. The system also mentioned that collecting data was necessary to unlock a new skill. At that moment, Yunho couldn't believe it and wondered if completing these missions 100 times would unlock a new skill. Excited by the prospect, he wasted no time and thrust his sword into his clone. prompting the system to recognize his progress in thrusting. However, realizing he had to complete all 3 objectives 100 times, Yoonho grew slightly anxious. It dawned on him that if he needed 100 thrusts, it meant he would have to defeat his clone 100 times as well. These many repetitions were the key to unlocking a new skill, but it would be incredibly challenging. In the end, he knew this course was going to be hella crazy. Yoonho is panting heavily. A notification appears. 7 hours have elapsed since class began, and all objectives have been achieved. The system tells him to check the status board. Yoonho checks the status board, and the system tells him all data required to unlock the skill has been measured. The skill Basic Swordsmanship Level 1 has been unlocked. Yoonho gets excited. It's the first skill he has learned through his own choice. After checking the skill he got, he comes to know it is different from skills like acceleration and petrification. There are 2 major differences. One is that there is no condition required for the skill to activate, and the second is that instead of advocating points to raise the skill level, he has to raise its proficiency. The system informs him regarding the basic swordsmanship tree that has been unlocked with basic swordsmanship. The course has been completed, rewards are distributed, and Yoonho is directed to leave through the door. Yoonho comes to think of a way to increase the proficiency of the basic swordsmanship. He believes if it were an ordinary person, they would probably be satisfied and leave at this point. But he just wants to squeeze out a tiny bit more benefit. Then, he decides to go after his doppelganger, holding his long sword in his hand, and attacks him, making him shocked and confused. His doppelganger begins to react and is about to hit him. At that time, Yoonho activates petrification and jumps out of his doppelganger's aim. In this way, he manages to save himself. After he gets a hold of himself, he receives a notification. Skill proficiency has increased by 1%, and classroom effect has been applied. Yoonho gets surprised. His plan worked. He smirks, as expected. Unlocking a skill is not the end of it. Now he knows. Even without taking the class, just by staying in the space, he can raise skill proficiency. He turns to his doppelganger, telling him he is going to need a little more of that class. His doppelganger looks annoyed. After some time, a system notification appears. Basic swordsmanship level has increased from level 1 to level 2. Yoonho has reached the maximum level that can be reached in the basic swordsmanship class. The basic swordsmanship classroom effects have been removed. He has completed all basic swordsmanship classes. The system once again directs him to leave through the door. Sweat falls off Yoonho's face as he realizes he is receiving no more notifications. He has gotten all the benefits he can from here. He stands up confidently in front of his doppelganger, questioning him. He is not a doppelganger. He wonders if he is an instructor, assistant, or something like that. The doppelganger gets speechless. He asks Yoonho how he knew. Yoonho explains the way he uses his right leg way too well. It is proof he is not his doppelganger, as Yoonho can't use his that naturally. He guesses being lame for 10 years had made it a little awkward, but the instructor uses it so fluidly. Yoonho learned something, thanks to his instructor. The instructor smiles. He is impressed with Yoonho, as he is the first who has figured out his true identity. Yoonho believes he is pretty observant. Then he asks his instructor about the class. He wants to raise his swordsmanship skill even more. He tells his instructor to move to the next level. The instructor thinks and then agrees while he smirks. He decides to give Yoonho the peek, as it has been a while since he had this much fun. He snaps and unlocks the introductory class for Yoonho, telling him not to push himself too far. Yoonho passes through the gate. Because of sunlight, he can't open his eyes, but when he does, he finds himself in a forest. To his surprise, even the tree trunks are green there. He has never seen something like this before. The introductory swordsmanship trial class will now begin. Yoonho gets confused as he receives the notification. He checks the class objectives, and it includes defeating rooted, moving, and winged enemies. Upon completing introductory swordsmanship, a unique skill in the series will be unlocked, and that title, Swordsman, will be granted. However, in the trial class, he can return without completing the objectives, but rewards will not be granted. Yoonho thinks there is no reward without risk, which means this place is just as dangerous for him. It is a world where people's lives are always on edge. If he doesn't get stronger, he will die. He believes it's reckless, but it's worth a shot. While he thinks so, some vines begin to move behind him and then wrap around his neck, raising him in the air. He gets scared, wondering where it is taking him. Then after a while, he realizes it's not a tree, it's a flower. He wonders as he finds himself above a giant flower, which has a big mouth with sharp teeth. Huge bees arrive there as well. The monstrous flower has captured its numerous prey. The system informs him he has to tell Yoon-ho to return to the education center in order to end the taste test. Yoon-ho's eyes widen with terror. He believes whatever the test is, the gap in levels is too huge. Meanwhile, he is witnessing numerous mouths aiming for him. One of them has reached near him. Yoon-ho has been strangled. He thinks of a massive flower like that of a building with serpent-like vines. This is totally unfair. This is bad. He wonders if he is just prey caught in a trap. He observes his surroundings and gets shocked to find a giant bug, strangled, reaching near him. The vine immediately leaves the bug as soon as it witnesses Yoon-ho there. It's approaching Yoon-ho with its mouth wide open. Yoon-ho covers his nose. The sweet scent he smelled earlier has turned foul. Now he knows the monster pretends to be a flower to lure insects and devours them. He believes if he stays here, he will die. He summons his sword and begins cutting the vines to free himself. The effect of basic swordsmanship level 2 adjusts his attack stance. He looks at another vine approaching him. He activates acceleration, and at the very last moment, he grabs another vine. He gets raised. He observes downward and thinks it's about the height of a 3- or 4-story building. Unless he just jumps straight down, the fastest way is this way. He begins slicing the vines coming to him. He then stabs the nearby vine. He gets startled. When he touched it earlier, it felt super hard, but now he finds himself going down the vine, cutting it. He wonders, is this the effect of the attack power enhancement? He lands on the ground and finds a heart-shaped thing surrounded with numerous vessels. It is beating like a heart as well. He gets shocked and confused. While he tries to understand the situation, the monster takes advantage of his unconsciousness and comes to attack. But our hero dodges the attack easily. He thought he had cut down everything from above. But was there one more? He wondered. He summons his sword once again and cuts the vine while he falls on the ground. He thought he would finish them all, but his determined face turns terrified as he witnesses another head growing out of the cut-off vine. It's regeneration. He gets terrified as he suspects if one goes through regeneration, the rest of them will definitely do the same. The scene shifts. There are 3 vines. The problem is, even if Yoon-ho cuts them, they regrow at an incredible speed. So a direct confrontation is impossible. The level gap is just too big. Even a sneak attack can't work as there are 3 vines. And he wonders how he can take down that giant thing. He thinks if only there were an opening. While thinking so, he remembers the moment when he found out that heart-like thing. His eyes widen. He immediately activates acceleration and begins to run fast, holding a sword while the 2 vines chase him. He believes they wouldn't have followed him if this was not the designated area. He believes these were protecting its weak point. He smirks as he realizes the weak point is over there. And then as he runs toward the 3rd vine and stabs it, he finds the heart-shaped thing again. Yoon-ho has found what he was looking for. He attacks it. The monstrous flower begins to screech. Yoon-ho stands there and receives notification. He has defeated the slender predator of the jungle, Drosera. He has received Drosera's seed as his loot, which can be planted in soil to sprout. It will only grow properly and hot. As it grows, it will begin to mimic the appearance of nearby life forms. When boiled with parts of a specific life form and consumed, one can transform into said life form. However, only the appearance can be replicated with a maximum duration of 1 hour. Yoon-ho gets confused. This is the first time he has received something after defeating the monster. He believes transforming into another life form can be handy in an emergency. He turns back and finds out the only problem: the giant bees with horn-like antennae, breaking through the hard shells with terrifying teeth. Yoon-ho wonders how he is supposed to deal with swarms like this. So far, he has only defeated one rooted enemy. Yoon-ho runs toward another corner and gets surprised to find out numerous bees, killed, lying on the ground. He wonders, did these bugs just get killed by another insect? He believes they are all focused on the other side, so this spot should still be fine. Then, he once again takes a look at his class objectives. He believes rooted enemies would be the carnivorous plants, called Drosera. Moving enemies must be these bugs shattered around here, and winged enemies must be the guys in front of him, the bees. The bees are not coming to attack him. Yoon-ho believes it's because he smears their blood on himself to make them recognize him as their ally. But still, there is one problem. The big bugs are swarming more than before. He wonders if they are gathering here knowing they are going to die then. Is it because of that beehive? Yoon-ho has 2 options. The first is to leave now with no additional rewards since the trial will be over. The second is to risk his life to complete the class objectives and receive the system rewards. We find Yoon-ho in the nest of the bee. Numerous eggs lie there. He summons his sword and stabs the eggs one by one. He decides to choose the third option, that is, take what he can and run. We witness him carrying a dead bee on his back. After all, who says he can only take the system's loot? Back to the instructor, the look-alike of Yoon-ho. He looks at Yoon-ho's profile and thinks of him as a tough call. In all the countless years he has spent here, he has encountered many subjects. Of them, 70% were war warriors who spent their entire lives in training. 20% were instructive killers who took joy in stepping over others. The remaining 10% were those who wandered in by chance. But his current subject, Lee Yoon-ho, displays a level of system utilization unparalleled in history. A sharp eye that catches even the tiniest clues, paired with relentless determination. Flexible thinking, unbound by rigidity. The instructor believes he's an extraordinary individual. If he trains for just 10 years, he could even reach the introductory level. A loud sound is heard, making the instructor startled. As the smoke disappears, we see Yoon-ho trying to catch his breath, covered with the filth. The instructor tells him he is late. He has been through a lot. Even just spectating would have been in his current state. But he gets shocked as he looks at Yoon-ho's class objectives. Yoon-ho smirks as he looks at the instructor, who is impressed with Yoon-ho, as he has actually taken down a Drosera. Yoon-ho flaunts. That is just one though. He can even take down a giant bug. The instructor explains to him, Drosera is a monster that requires at least 3 or 4 full-time employees to subdue the giant bugs that are prevented in company teams as well. He asks Yoon-ho if he was planning to catch them by himself. Yoon-ho gets shocked to find out the teams hunt the giant bugs. Then the instructor tells him a more surprising thing. Even with 4 teams, it would take at least several weeks to take one down. If soloing them were possible, the honey from the giant bugs would not be this rare. Yoon-ho smirks, realizing the honey is that valuable. The instructor adds, just one piece could disrupt the entire balance of reconstructing. Yoon-ho goes back near the door and tries to open it, making the instructor confused. Yoon-ho asks him how he can go back. The instructor laughs. Yoon-ho tries to lure him, promising him if there is a class satisfaction survey, he will give it full marks. The instructor gets speechless for a moment, and then he thinks even the trial class itself is already against regulations. And if it gets out that he killed one and rewards, it will definitely lead to disciplinary action. But still, he is way too curious. He tells Yoon-ho to extend his hand. Yoon-ho does, and he gets confused as a notification pops up. An introductory swordsmanship admission ticket has been issued to subject Lee Yoon-ho. Yoon-ho is in shock. The instructor explains to him that with the help of the ticket, the entrance and exit will both generate simultaneously, so he can go in and out whenever he wants. He believes this should be good enough. Suddenly, they hear a loud sound coming from the other side of the door. The instructor gets confused, and Yoon-ho tries to escape from there, telling him he has urgent business, so he will be going. Then, he uses acceleration and disappears from there. The instructor is confused, but soon his confusion changes into terror as he finds 2 bees coming out of the door moving towards him. These are the guards who are supposed to protect the hive. He then remembers Yoon-ho asking about the worth of honey and understands everything. He calls him a crazy bastard. After a while, Yoon-ho's return is complete. He has obtained the admission ticket, through which he can open the door anytime. He gets shocked to find out it's 8:55 p.m. Almost no time has passed. But still, he felt like he stayed there for well over 10 hours. He comes to know that time flows at a rate of 1 minute per hour. He decides to examine this more closely when he will have some downtime. Suddenly, he hears a voice. He gets shocked as he recognizes it. He goes to check and finds Ji-eun standing there with teary eyes. She tells him about her younger siblings being alive. They are in Noryangjin, and it looks like they are with their friends. She thanks Yoon-ho, telling him it's all because of him. Yoon-ho gets happy. He is glad that her siblings are safe. Ji-eun's focus then shifts to Yoon-ho. His clothes are dirty, and she wonders what happened with him. The scene then shifts to 9 p.m. Yoon-ho's synchronization rate has slightly increased, and exclusive eye has been unlocked. We witness an eyeball falling down behind Yoon-ho. He notices it and gets confused. New spectators have connected. The system tells Yoon-ho that the crows of the management bureau clear their throats, insisting they are not here just because they are curious. The prince of the investigation bureau crosses their arms, saying they will watch how long the subject of interest survives. Yoon-ho wonders why this is opening now. The mission should not have started for a while yet. Just then, a notification appears. The number of survivors in the area has exceeded the limit. To ensure smooth mission progress, an emergency population reduction will be implemented. The current number of survivors in the Yongsan district is 1,070. The next mission participant limit is 500 people. By the administrator's authority, arena has been preemptively opened. The zone will remain active until the appropriate number of people is reached. Ji-eun tells Yoon-ho the arena was opened during the Bladebeak mission. The system states if the population reduction is not completed before the next mission begins, excess individuals will be randomly deleted. Immediately after that notification, the ground begins to break. Yoon-ho gets shocked, and the ground shatters where Yoon-ho and Ji-eun were standing a few minutes ago. Yoon-ho tells Ji-eun to be careful as it's an earthquake. The number of survivors in Yongsan district is 1,033 now. Now, it has reduced to 1,019. Then, after a few seconds, the survivors count reduces to 1,000. Yoon-ho suggests running to the main road. Ji-eun follows her. While she runs behind him, she notices a billboard falling down over Yoon-ho. She shouts in order to make him alert. Yoon-ho notices the board and gets startled. He instantly uses his acceleration ability. The board hits the ground, smoke covers the area, and Ji-eun gets concerned for Yoon-ho. After some time she finds Yoon-ho. He stands there among the rubble. She tells him that she is coming over, but Yoon-ho stops her, telling her not to come this way. Ji-eun gets confused why he is telling her to stop. Her questions get answered soon, as Yoon-ho tells her the ground here is collapsing. Just when the ground breaks and we see Yoon-ho falling down, Ji-eun runs toward him. She wants to save him, but she feels helpless now. The scene shifts to the flashback. We see Ji-eun standing in front of the team leader, who tells her they are going for a third round. He knows a good place. It was her first job. She looks excited. It's her first step into society, but it turned out not to be as good an experience as we see her sitting next to the team leader at a restaurant. The team leader has put his hand on her shoulder, making her uncomfortable. It was her first company dinner. Just when the team leader is trying his best to make Ji-eun drink the liquor, Yoon-ho arrives to him, telling him the senior executive wants a designated driver, and he can't seem to find the number as he is really drunk. The team leader decides to go and check. Ji-eun looks at Yoon-ho. She knows him as the guy people always whispered about how cold-hearted he was because of his disability. Yoon-ho tells her to slip from there while the team leader is away. He also suggested to her that if the team leader asks, she can tell him she was way too drunk to remember how she got in. Ji-eun wonders, maybe it started back then, when she started getting curious for no reason. When Ji-eun noticed that Eun-ho was eating alone sometimes, when she would cancel her own plans to sit and eat next to him, and when the world fell apart. He became someone she relied on, like a comrade who had her back in the battle. Ji-eun gets scared. Just then, she receives notification. Data collection required for skill unlock is complete. With unparalleled mental fortitude to control objects, deep resonance with the cherished individual, and lifelong ingrained empathy, a unique skill has been created. Telekinesis, level 1, is also unlocked. Ji-eun extends her hands. She begins to move them while she gets scared, as it's the first time she is using telekinesis. The direction of the wind suddenly changes. Yoon-ho feels something happening with his body. He is getting pulled up by a force. The reason is Ji-eun, who has been using her skill called telekinesis. She is using all her strength to save Yoon-ho, and it's almost done. She just needs to do a little more. Thanks to her effort, our protagonist gets saved. He lands on the ground and begins to rush toward Ji-eun. Ji-eun is happy to see him once again. She is feeling proud that she did it. On the other hand, Yoon-ho looks tense. He is shouting, telling her to get away quickly. At the next second, we see a building collapsing over Ji-eun, but she has no idea. She stands there, idle, trying to interpret Yoon-ho's behavior. Yoon-ho immediately uses his acceleration skill and begins to rush toward Ji-eun to save her. Dust covers all the area. A notification appears, and Yongsan district survivors are 1,000 people. But the very next second, the number reduces to 999 people. The building has collapsed. Yoon-ho is wandering there, terrified. He begins to clear the rubble, and he gets terrified as he finds Ji-eun lying severely injured there. He looks at her chest and observes her heart still pounding. He believes it is not too late yet. He summons giant hornet's honey. It is a high-quality honey collected by giant hornets between trees and rocks. When consumed, it permanently increases stamina and strength. When applied to a damaged area, restore it to perfect condition. However, it cannot be used if the heart is stopped. Then he begins pouring honey on Ji-eun's body, hoping and requesting to get it to work. A luminous glow covers Ji-eun's body. Suddenly she opens her eyes and gets shocked to find Yoon-ho standing in front of her. She is speechless. Just then, a notification appears. Yongsan District survivors, 1,000 people. The Administration Bureau ferryman is shocked, asking where the giant hornet honey suddenly came from. Prince of the Investigation Bureau stares widely, saying even honey can't bring back the dead. An anonymous observer is curious about the secret of resurrection. Yoon-ho is shocked as well. The system congratulated him, as with the rebellious spirit that defies even the flow of life and death. The unconventional tactics that change the game instead of yielding to authority, and the natural qualities of a revolutionary, a unique trait, has been unlocked. Yoon-ho is shocked. There's a lot he wants to check. But for now, the most important thing is, he looks at Ji-yoon. She is wondering why she is lying here. Yoon-ho tells her she just came back from the dead. He tells her she should have protected herself first. Ji-eun, speechless, then asks him how he could just stand still while someone is falling. And it was not just anyone. She believes if it were him, he would have done the same. There is an awkward silence for a moment, and then after a while, Yoon-ho thanks her for saving his life. Ji-yoon thanks him too. Now at Seoul, Yung District, the notification says a unique stat resistance has been created. Resistance stat increases when achievements opposing greater authority are made, and points cannot be distributed manually. The trait is bound to the first opener and cannot be shared with other individuals. Then another notification. A trait exclusive skill has been unlocked. That is a rebel trait exclusive skill called Counter. It uses a resistance stat to return a portion of the damage received to the opponent. Yoon-ho thinks if he uses 10 resistance, he reflects 10% of the damage back. But the problem is figuring out how to activate this. For him, it's frustrating that he has no way to test it right now. Then he decides first he needs to regroup with others. Suddenly, Jae-hyuk is seen running towards them. He looks excited as he has found them. Ji-eun asks him about the others, and he informs them they got separated, which shocked Ji-eun and Yoon-ho. When Jae-hyuk is telling them about the building collapsing, a monster appears there. Ji-eun shifts everyone's focus on it. The monster has fangs and wings as well. It's a venomous sky tiger, and the system tells Yoon-ho to eliminate it. Jae-hyuk warns Yoon-ho it's difficult to fight this monster like this, as its saliva is poisonous. The tiger begins to move. He begins to rush toward them. The three get scared. Yoon-ho knows it's dangerous to figure it out, but running away is not an option. He summons the blade breaksword, and then he bravely restricts the sky tiger. The other two get concerned for Yoon-ho. Yoon-ho pants heavily, as he is using all his strength to stand against the sky tiger. After gathering more strength, he moves his sword and slashes the sky tiger. Yoon-ho has defeated the venomous sky tiger. Additional rewards will be granted to him due to an off-mission kill. Yoon-ho has gained 50 welfare points. The anonymous observer is surprised at how much Yoon-ho has changed in such a short time. Prince of the Investigation Bureau asks if Yoon-ho were hiding his swordsmanship skills. Crows of the Management Bureau nods in agreement, saying they knew Yoon-ho wasn't just an ordinary person. Yoon-ho thanks his swordsmanship skills. He wonders, so this is what it means to have increased attack power. He believes with this, he can fight even without the acceleration skill. Ji-eun and Jae-hyuk are confused seeing Yoon-ho like this. He promises them to explain everything later. Suddenly he gets shocked as his eyes get a sight of another monster behind Jae-hyuk. He makes him alert, but poor Jae-hyuk has been attacked already. Jae-hyuk manages to get away from him. They all are shocked as they see a lot of sky tigers standing in front of them. This time, Jae-hyuk comes in front summoning his sword. He then rushes toward the monster, gets over him, and is about to make a strike. But to their surprise, the tiger bounced off. Yoon-ho believes he might be inexperienced. If not for his swordsmanship skills, he would have struggled too. Then he looks at Ji-yoon, who is using her skill to help him. He wonders if it's her skill. Numerous rocks can be seen in the air controlled by Ji-yoon, and Yoon-ho looks confused. Ji-yoon wonders if this is not right. The sky tigers become enraged. They begin to scream. Just then, Yoon-ho comes in front. He begins slashing them one by one, gaining 50 welfare points for each kill. Yoon-ho was planning to share the welfare points, but he guesses now is not the time. He activates his acceleration skill. The scene then shifts to Jae-hyuk, asking Ji-yoon how Yoon-ho is handling all this. He also believes his armor would be better used by Yoon-ho for all of their sakes. Ji-yoon thinks the same. She believes Yoon-ho would have used her skill way better than her. Meanwhile, we see Yoonho standing, listening to them from a distance, and then he approaches them, telling them to not be discouraged. Then he asks Jae-hyuk if he wants to try following what he does. Thanks to the swordsmanship skills he received before, his stance is now pretty solid, so he believes that just mimicking his stance should be quite helpful for Jae-hyuk. But the real problem is Ji-yoon. He turns to her, asking if she received the message when her skill got activated. He tells her to share it with them, as it might give them a hint about improving her abilities. She looks at the message. It says exceptional mental fortitude for controlling objects, high empathy, and then a strong resonance with a beloved one. She gets really shy and decides she will figure it out by herself. While Yoonho is wondering about her behavior, he gets confused as he receives a gift from Kim Hanul. Kim Hanul informs him they both are safe and have arrived at Namsan Tower. There are no earthquakes here. The message gives relief to Yoonho. Then he tells the other two about the message he received from Yulha's father. He wants them to meet at Namsan Tower. While Jae-hyuk was about to say something about that tower, just then, Ji-yoon points in a direction asking, "Doesn't something seem off?" There is a tower surrounded by some mysterious energy. Yoonho thinks the earthquake was strong enough to bring down all of Namsan, and yet not a single tree has fallen. But that place is completely intact, and that dome surrounding the tower, almost like a protective shield. He believes something is there. Ji-yoon informs Sola and Yojin sent a message too. They are all safe as well. Yoonho orders Ji-yoon to tell them to head to Namsan Tower. They need to check it out themselves. It is 8 a.m. Yoonho is still defeating venomous sky tigers. The monsters are increasing. Jae-hyuk informs there is no one else here. It looks like Yulha's father went up before the monsters gathered. There is still no response from Yeji. The monsters keep swarming. Yoonho believes there is only one good thing about it. It is that their battle experience is stacking up along with the welfare points. Meanwhile, he continues to kill the sky tigers. Yoonho has gathered 5,020 welfare points, and he has 5,550 accumulated points. Yoonho knows Jae-hyuk has 1,350 points, and Ji-yoon has 1,900 points. The most expensive item in the shop is only 500 points. He wonders if that is not too cheap. Jae-hyuk thinks it is a good thing that they can afford everything, but Yoonho has a few guesses. He does not have enough evidence to be sure, but he believes they are going to need these points later. He suggests everyone save them for now. Suddenly, they all hear a scream. They get scared. There are now 528 people who have survived so far in Yongsan District. The trio begins to run, and after a while, they pause. They look terrified as a giant sky tiger is eating people alive in front of them. They know it's too late now. The sky tiger begins to scream while standing on a pile of dead bodies. Jae-hyuk, enraged, moves toward the sky tiger. Yoonho becomes concerned for him and goes to stop him by placing a hand on his shoulder. But he becomes speechless as Jae-hyuk turns around with anger in his eyes and tells him he will catch it. He also asks Ji-yoon to cover him. Yoonho now believes Jae-hyuk was really in the military. At first, he thought Jae-hyuk was lying, but now he can finally believe it. His patriotism for his country and people is truly admirable. Jae-hyuk stands in front of the sky tiger holding his sword. The sky tiger approaches him at a very high speed. Jae-hyuk screams as he rushes forward as well as stabs the monster, but his determination soon turns into shock as the monster continues moving after getting stabbed. Jae-hyuk is still holding his sword when the monster moves its body and raises him into the air. Yoonho and Ji-yoon are scared and worry about Jae-hyuk. Ji-yoon decides to help him, telling him to hold on for a moment. She throws her dagger at the sky tiger. The dagger slightly hits the monster, causing it to react. As the sky tiger moves its body, it causes Jae-hyuk to lose his grip on his sword. Jae-hyuk is about to hit the ground, startled. But, at the very last moment, Ji-eun uses her telekinesis to suspend him in the air. Jae-hyuk gets excited and begins celebrating her powers. She tells him to stay still. Yoonho lets out a deep breath of relief. It's now 8:50 a.m. An announcement is made for survivors in the Yongsan District area. The next mission will commence at 9 a.m. sharp. A new project will be activated under administrative authority. The project's name is Hunt. The daily quota is 5,000 points. 1. Must hunt the target marked on the map to collect their bounties. All survivors must submit the designated quota by the end of the workday. Failure to submit will result in total deletion. Ji-eun and the others are shocked, as most of the targets are only worth 50 points. The map shows the locations of monsters. The colors get darker as the numbers increase, and most of them are white. with some green and yellow as well. There must be different types of monsters, and the numbers keep rising. Suddenly, they get shocked as they find a target on the map worth over 5,000 points. The system informs them that the workday ends at 6 p.m. today. Yunho believes that either they make it out safe or they will be deleted. There is no in-between. Jae-hyuk thinks the 5,000-point target must be the monster, and near it, there are 2 more monsters worth over 1,000 points. Yunho gets shocked and realizes these targets are not just monsters. Jae-hyuk and Ji-yoon are confused. With a tense expression on his face, Yunho tells them it looks like the 5,000-point boss monster is him. Jae-hyuk and Ji-yoon are startled. To their surprise, the numbers on the map are actually welfare points, matching the points they have gathered since the last mission. While they are trying to comprehend what to do next, Yunho suggests they avoid people and get as far away as possible. But a group of guys appears behind them. Yunho realizes these guys have been lurking nearby for a while. The big guy looks like he works out, and he is worth 1,500 points. The 2 beside him are worth 800 points each. No doubt, they were hiding and watching Ji-yoon and Jae-hyuk fight. Yet the moment the mission was announced, they walked right up to them. This is way too obvious. Just when Yunho tries to negotiate with the 3 guys, a notification appears. Project Hunt first mission is starting. Time limit is 10 minutes. All personnel must be evacuated to a safe zone. Anyone outside the safe zone will be subject to restructuring. Everyone is shocked. Yunho realizes the system has set it up, so people have no choice but to gather. Whether one is prey or a hunter, they will be forced to fight. The safe zone has been created. Yunho and the others are at the entrance of Namsan. The closest safe zone from here is an open lot halfway to the mountain. Judging by its location and size, Yunho wonders if it's a bus stop. Crows from the management bureau say it's beneficial since they can sweep away the gathered enemies. A prince from the investigation bureau nods, saying it's possible to divide and take down 500 enemies. The group wonders what they should do since there are multiple safe zones, most of which are near Samajaki and Itaewon. Yunho decides to head to Namsan. While the 3 are running toward Namsan, the group is following them. Yunho listens to their conversation and finds out they think the 5,000-point target is either Ji-yoon or Jae-hyuk. The only ones within a 100-meter radius were the 3 of them. They only saw the 2 fighting, so they must have guessed it was one of them. He wonders what they plan to do once they figure out that he was their target. What are they planning next? It's now 2:27 p.m. The trio enters the safe zone, followed by the group. Suddenly, they hear someone screaming. 2 girls are rushing toward the safe zone, asking for help. They are Sola and Yeo-jin. A giant bear is following them and is also heading toward the safe zone. Only 1 minute remains to enter. The group summons their swords, trying to stop Sola and Yeo-jin from entering the safe zone. The fat guy tells them the monster is following them, and if they lure it here, they should take it away and not cause trouble for them. Only 30 seconds remain to enter the safe zone. Yunho orders Ji-yoon to draw the monster's attention. Ji-yoon throws her dagger at it. The monster gets hit, and Ji-yoon uses her ability to restrict the monster from entering the safe zone. The fat guy and his friends look at her with evil eyes. Meanwhile, Yunho walks behind them with his sword in hand. He uses his acceleration ability, approaches the group and cuts off the tip of their swords, shocking them. Only 10 seconds remain until the time limit ends. Yunho approaches the guy and punches him, making him fall to the ground. Meanwhile, we see Jae-hyuk shouting at Sola and Yeo-jin to hurry. Yunho then warns the group to move and stay out of their way. A notification appears. Mission complete. The group looks at Yunho, thinking that he's no joke and they can't take him on. They then look at Sola and Yeo-jin and decide to take them down to get out of there. The guy gets greedy when he finds out their points are surprisingly high. He suggests his friends should ambush the girls while Yunho, Ji-yoon, and Jae-hyuk are busy fighting the bear. Yunho, Ji-yoon, and Jae-hyuk turn around after hearing the screams of Sola and Yeo-jin, who have been captured by the other group. Jae-hyuk warns them to let the girls go. The guy smiles evilly, believing it's hunting. He tells them to hunt the monster, while he will hunt the girls. Sola quickly comes up with a plan. She immediately stabs the guy's leg and frees herself. She wonders what kind of logic it is to hunt people. The guy stands up, smirks, and replies that whether they are people or monsters, if they are weak, it's natural for them to die. Even if it wasn't them, they would have died soon anyway. Yunho makes a weird face. That's the phrase he hates the most. The group was lower on his priority list, but they keep crossing the line. He was going to deal with them sooner or later. He then uses acceleration and kills the bear immediately. A notification appears. Starving grizzly bear has been eliminated. Welfare points have increased by 100. Acceleration skill has been upgraded to level 4. Now, 1 second is equal to 20 seconds. Yoon-ho thinks the mission reward he just claimed increased his speed 20-fold. 20 seconds may be short, but it's more than enough to take care of 3 people. He then turns toward the 3 guys holding swords and tells them to try the phrase, "If one is weak, it's only natural that he dies." Yoon-ho didn't waste time. He straight up activated his skill and sliced off some guy's hand like it was nothing. The guy instantly started screaming like he'd just lost everything. Well, to be fair, losing a whole hand would do that to anyone. Near them, Sola rushed to ask Yujin if she was okay, while the man behind them freaked out. Yoon-ho then gave the man a death stare and wondered out loud if he even knew what real pain felt like. The guy yelled back, losing it, saying of course it hurt. Who wouldn't feel pain if their hand got chopped off? Then he called Yoon-ho a total psycho. Yoon-ho wasn't having it. Oh really? Wasn't stabbing others their idea of fun? Was hurting people only entertaining when they were the ones doing it? Weren't they calling this whole thing a hunt just 5 minutes ago? He walked toward the guy, sword still in hand, eyes cold as ice. The guy's confidence vanished. He backed up, shaking, begging Yoon-ho to stop. But Yoon-ho reminded him, wasn't it him who said the weak get hunted? Well, buddy, now that it was his turn, how did it feel? That's when the system cut in. Most spectators apparently wanted the prey to get absolutely wrecked. Yoon-ho frowned, hating the spectators too much to ever follow their whims. He then told the man that if he wanted to survive, he better drop to his knees and beg Sola and Yujin like his life depended on it. But instead, the guy totally snapped. He looked at his gang and screamed at them to attack Yoon-ho. Yoon-ho turned, ready to kick their ass, but the gang members were done. They backed off, saying they weren't doing anything for that dude anymore. They pointed at him, saying he was the one who dragged them into this mess. They were just victims too. The man shouted they were full of it. He said they'd followed him around like lapdogs, and now suddenly they wanted to act all innocent just because a stronger dude appeared? Then it all went south. One of the gang members summoned his sword and, without warning, stabbed the guy right in the gut. Boom. The man died instantly. Everyone froze for a second. The other 2 gang members panicked and shouted that it was over. That guy was dead, and they were barely worth anything anymore. They claimed Yoon-ho had already made his quota without them, then fled the scene. Jae-hyuk stared in confusion, asking what even just happened. Yoon-ho admitted he had no clue what those guys were doing. Jae-hyuk shouted at the 2 runners, but they yelled that they were out of here and never coming back. Before anyone could take a breath, things got worse. Smoke started coming out of the ground near the safe zone. The 2 boys stopped and started freaking out, asking what that smoke was. And then bam. A massive monster hand came out of the smoke and killed them both. They didn't even get to scream for long. A monster appeared from within the smoke, and the system dropped the next mission: eliminate the starving grizzly bear. At that time, blood splashed and everything seemed to stop. In that moment, Yojin screamed in terror at the brutality, completely terrified. Yoon-ho quickly covered her eyes, just as shocked. Jae-hyuk muttered that the monster was actually eating those 2. Yoon-ho stood frozen for a second but knew this wasn't the time to panic. Those boys had racked up tons of points, which meant they'd been busy killing others. He pulled himself together and told the squad to focus. Things were just getting started. If they wanted to live, they needed points too. That bear had just passed 1,000 points. Even sharing the kill would be worth it. He told Jae-hyuk and Ji-yoon to go first and take it down. The 2 didn't even hesitate. They nodded and moved into position. Yoon-ho looked over at Sola and Yujin and told them to grab weapons from the bodies of the dead man. The girls looked nervous. Yujin asked why they had to touch that stuff. Yoon-ho shrugged and said the weapons weren't pretty, but they'd help. Plus, this wasn't the last monster they were going to see. Sola clenched her fists and yelled that they weren't going to be looked down on anymore. Yoon-ho glanced back and agreed. They needed to show they weren't weak. He encouraged them to show others they weren't easy prey and to ensure no one would think about attacking them. Right then, both girls made up their minds. They snatched up the weapons and said they'd do what needed to be done. The system flashed the time, 9:50 at Namsan Tower. The safe zone was packed with players now. Everyone was whispering about Yoon-ho's group. They could clearly see someone among them had 7,000 points. If someone took Yoon-ho out, they'd hit the jackpot. Hearing that, Jae-hyuk whispered that the mood felt super tense. Ji-eun nodded, saying everyone was staring at them like they were prize meat. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. A little kid shouted, "Uncle!" Yoon-ho and the others turned around and smiled when they saw Yula and Hanil. Yula ran and jumped into Yoon-ho's arms, saying she was so glad to see him again. Her dad smiled too, happy Yoon-ho was safe. But then it hit. Yoon-ho felt it. a killer aura thick as fog. He looked up and realized they were surrounded. Every single player in the safe zone had drawn their swords, and all of them were aimed right at Yunho. One of the guys stepped forward, grinning, and said it plain and simple. They were going to take his points. Someone suddenly charged at Yunho out of nowhere, screaming for him to just drop dead already. But Yunho didn't even blink. He dipped his head low, activated his acceleration skill, and in a blink, vanished from sight. By the time anyone figured out what happened, he had already swung his sword through the crowd and reappeared behind them like some anime boss fight moment. The crowd turned around, wide-eyed, trying to figure out how on earth he'd pulled that off. But before they could even process the teleport-style move, something way worse happened. Their pants dropped. Every single one of them yelped in shock, scrambling to hold their pants up, faces red and hands flailing. Total chaos. Yunho pointed his sword at one guy's neck and gave them a look cold enough to freeze lava. He let them know they better be careful. Next time, he wouldn't go easy and just aim for their lives. With his usual blank stare, he warned them that if they knew what was good for them, they'd scram. And they did. The system then chimed in, noting that even the crows of the management bureau were slapping their knees, ready to wipe them out right then and there. But Yunho didn't care about any of that. Hanel, watching all of it unfold, yelled that Yunho had clearly leveled up again. Jae-hyuk, arms crossed, just muttered something like, as expected. Then the system dropped a new alert. The next safe zone would be created at 3 p.m., and everyone was reminded to hunt smart and win in one piece. Looking at that, Yunho thought that meant 5 hours were left on the clock. Ji-eun, watching the growing tension, suggested that since they'd met up with Yula and Hanul, maybe it was smarter to move somewhere less crowded. She looked a bit worried, like she expected someone to jump them any second. Jae-hyuk didn't get it. Why did people keep coming after them? Ji-eun explained it plain and simple. Monsters were hard to kill, gave trash points, and weren't even around much. Hunting players? Way easier. Less work, way more reward. So of course people were going full savage. Yunho listened, then thought for a second. Instead of running away, why not try setting something up? Maybe there was another way for people to survive. He turned and asked the group if they were willing to hear out his plan. By 11:30, Yunho was already deep into monster hunting mode. He had just finished taking down another creature when he asked if Hanul and Yula were racking up points. Hanul gave a thumbs up, saying their points were climbing fast thanks to Yunho. He loaded his slingshot and asked Yula for another rock, wondering if everyone else was doing fine. Yunho grinned. No worries there. With Ji-eun, Sola, and Jae-hyuk in the mix, that squad was rock solid. Then he asked for Yula's score. 900. Hanul said it was kinda slow and apologized for not being super helpful. But Yunho wasn't bothered. Their speed was just fine. The important thing was learning that even a small hit on a monster could earn points. That changed everything. The real issue now? Not enough targets. He had a feeling this whole setup was designed to make people turn on each other, but there was no way he'd play that game. That left just one path forward. Time to get serious. He flashed a smile and shot a look at Hanul. They had work to do. They met back up with Ji-eun and Jae-hyuk, who were near the smoke cloud that just wouldn't go away. Yunho frowned and asked why it was still there even after killing monsters. Ji-eun had already checked. That black smoke reacted to people. Once someone stepped in, it spawned more monsters, like a cursed fog machine, just as Yunho thought. He then warned everyone to stay alert. The next spawn point could show up anywhere. And it did. Smoke near Yula suddenly twisted and changed. A monster lunged right out of it, heading straight for her. Yunho didn't even pause. In one smooth move, he pulled his sword and sliced the creature clean in half. After it dropped, he told Hanul to lift Yula into the tree. It'd be way safer up there. Then he looked around at the team and told them to gear up. If they could land even one clean hit, they'd get points. So don't get cocky, just fight smart. As expected, more monsters kept pouring out from the smoke like some kind of horror game. The whole group got to work, fighting back with everything they had. Every time a monster went down, the system handed out welfare points like candy. Even Yula and Hanul, just chucking rocks, managed to score some. The team kept working like a well-oiled machine. They gave it their all, working hard to take down the monster to earn their assigned points, and everyone was finally starting to get into a rhythm. Besides that, Yunho's basic swordsmanship skill proficiency kept increasing. His acceleration skill let him chain kills fast, slashing multiple monsters in one move. By 2:50 p.m., the tension had dropped. Most of the group looked way calmer now, probably because they were finally close to hitting their point goals. Yunho figured this was a good time to head toward the next safe zone. But then, the system dropped a new bomb. Congratulations! Participant Lee Yunho is the first in District 13 to meet the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade the rookie vendor stand from the basic shop? First upgrade available. Shop upgrade? Yunho perked up. A special perk sounded juicy. But before he could even daydream about it, a scream snapped him back. Hanul shouted Yula's name. Yunho spun around and saw it. Right above the tree, a giant lion monster had appeared, but this one had wings. And Yula was right there. Yunho's eyes widened. His heart dropped. He knew he had just used his insurance skill, the acceleration, but there were still 14 seconds left on cooldown. No way to stop it in time. Shit. His mind went blank. He didn't know what to do. Out of nowhere, that weird lion-looking monster flapped its wings and shot straight toward Hanul. Yunho's eyes widened. He froze, heart pounding, watching helplessly as the beast slashed at Hanul and Yula. For a second, it felt like everything broke. Yunho stood there, stunned. He couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. Suddenly, the monster turned its glowing eyes toward him. Something inside Yunho snapped. His face twisted with rage. He clenched his fists, blaming himself for not protecting them. He muttered an apology under his breath, feeling like he had failed. But then, he felt a small hand touch his back. The system pinged. You have entered hide-and-seek zone from Yula's skill. Yunho blinked. Wait, what? He slowly turned around and saw them. Yula and Hanul, standing behind him, perfectly fine, not even a scratch. What? He looked forward again and noticed the monster, still sniffing the air, looking left and right like a confused NPC. That's when it hit him. He was invisible. He had completely vanished. His brain flashed back to the train mission days ago, how Yula had suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of him like magic. Could it be, this was her ability all along? Yula smiled at him, proud that she had pulled it off and saved both herself and her dad. Yunho felt a new idea spark in his head. Maybe they could actually get out of this alive. Once they took down the monster, the group took off, running straight toward the safe zone. The system gave them a heads up. Only 3 minutes left before the restructure happened. But Yunho noticed something off. The safe zone didn't look so safe anymore. Too risky to charge in blind. So he ordered everyone to stop. Instead of sprinting, they were going to sneak in. He told everyone to hold hands so they wouldn't get separated. When he reached out to grab Ji-yoon's hand, she blushed like crazy. But there wasn't time for awkward moments. Bro doesn't have time for romance. This manhwa is too dark for love. He grabbed Ji-yoon's hand anyway, and told Yula to activate her ability. The moment her skill kicked in, the whole group vanished into the hide-and-seek zone. Together, they quietly walked toward the safe zone. Sola whispered, asking why they were hiding like this, but as soon as they entered, she got her answer. The whole place had gone nuts. People inside had started attacking each other. It was chaos. Yunho narrowed his eyes. He expected something bad, but not this bad. It was turning into a full-on war. He told Yula and Ji-yoon not to let go of each other's hands, no matter what. This was it. He needed to act fast. In that moment, Yunho made a choice. He opened the mid-tier shop. He needed something that could hit a whole group at once. He bought a skill called Wind Strike. But the second he summoned his sword, the system threw him another surprise. Due to the swordsmanship skill tree, Wind Strike has evolved into Blade Wind. A skill tree? He didn't even know that was a thing. But no time to celebrate. He activated Blade Wind. In one clean slash, he shattered the swords of multiple people. Everyone nearby freaked out. They didn't even see him coming. Some shouted, shocked that Yunho was even there. Others noticed his points and gasped. He used to have 7,000 points. Now he was down to 500? They couldn't believe it. Yunho calmly walked through them, his sword resting at his side, and told them all to stop fighting. He said he had a way for everyone to get 5,000 points, without killing a single person. Someone yelled that it was a trap. What if Yunho decided to wipe them all out afterward? Yunho, clearly annoyed, said if he wanted to do that, he would have done it already with a single skill. No one would have survived. He told them they had 3 hours left. If they used 1 hour to prep, the remaining 2 would be enough to complete their missions. He promised he had a safe method. Then he asked the real question, who wanted easy points? 1 hour later, everyone had finished prepping. They dug a massive pit and stuffed it with all sorts of sharp weapons, spears, and broken swords they could find. Jae-hyuk tilted his head, wondering what all this was for. Yunho just smiled. This was auto-hunting. He explained it like this. Monsters respawn inside black fog areas on a timer. But if a human entered the fog, the timer didn't matter. Monsters would spawn instantly. So if they used Yula's skill to hide near the trap, boom, instant spawn, instant death. Right on cue, the black smoke in the pit swirled, and a monster respawned. It dropped directly on top of hundreds of hidden spear tips. Dead, instantly. Then it happened again, and again. One by one, monsters kept spawning and getting shredded the moment they appeared. The system blew up with notifications. People started cheering. They were racking up points like crazy. Yunho checked his own screen and nodded. Everything was working better than expected. but right as he let out a breath of relief, the system glitched. Notification. Error detected. Notification. Excessive entity generation within the zone. Brace for impact. Yunho's heart sank. Something big was coming. Something really bad. Suddenly, he felt the ground shake hard beneath him. Before anyone could react, Yula, who had been standing too close to the trap pit, lost her footing and fell in. Hanul rushed to catch her, grabbing her just in time, but both of them ended up falling into the pit together. Ji-yoon acted quickly. She told Yunho to focus on helping the others, while she took care of Yula and his father. She used her telekinesis, and managed to stop both Hanul and Yula from hitting the sharp weapons inside. Slowly, she lifted them back up to solid ground. Just as things seemed safe again, more black smoke began pouring out from the pit. It was thicker than before. One player got caught in it and started screaming, as if the smoke was eating him alive. Thankfully, Yunho dashed forward and pulled the person out in time. He looked down and realized that the smoke had turned into liquid. His feet were already sinking. He started to panic, realizing it was only a matter of time before they would all be swallowed up. The system suddenly gave a warning, asking everyone to prepare for the submission process. Yunho summoned his sword and tried to slash the liquid away, then rushed over to Ji-yoon and Jae-hyuk. The system's countdown started, saying the impact would happen in 3 seconds. Yunho yelled for everyone to jump. He didn't know how long the thing would chase them, but he planned to use blade wind to slow it down if needed. Right when the liquid was about to reach him, the system gave a new notice to all survivors in the Yongsan district. The submission process had officially started. Everyone froze as the system then announced that Project Hunt had ended. The entire zone fell into silence before people began shouting with relief. It was over. A reward dropped immediately. Every participant received 3 points and 1,000 welfare points. Yunho let out a deep breath. Somehow, he had managed to get everyone out alive. Just as he began to relax, the strange eyes that had been watching them from a distance suddenly vanished. The system gave another set of messages, saying that the number of survivors had far exceeded the simulation's expectations. A special reward was added for something called the Rebel trait. Then, it mentioned a unique stat, resistance. It would only increase when someone acted against the so-called greater cause, and couldn't be upgraded manually. Yunho's resistance stat had gone up by 52. He stood still, confused. The number didn't make sense. He wondered out loud what 52 was supposed to mean. Jae-hyuk, standing near him, suddenly said in a calm voice, saying he had expected Yunho to start analyzing everything right after the mission. He explained that 52 was the exact number of survivors. That was how many people Yunho had saved. It started to click. The resistance stat was tied to the people he had protected. Still, the message about going against the greater cause bothered him. What did the system really mean? While Yunho thought about it, he noticed 2 children standing nearby. They were whispering something strange about overpopulation being detected. They added that something didn't feel right, and that more observation was needed. Yunho turned to Ji-yoon and asked who the kids were, but Ji-yoon seemed confused and said she didn't see any children. That's when Yunho froze. He asked again, but she just repeated that there was no one there. He looked back and confirmed what he saw, 2 kids floating above the ground. He quickly called out to Jae-hyuk and asked if he could see the flying children, but Jae-hyuk said there was nothing there. Yunho realized that no one else could see them. His gut told him this was a rare opportunity. If he followed the children, maybe he could find some answers. He ran after them, but just when he thought he was catching up, they vanished again. He muttered to himself that they had probably gone inside the tower. He couldn't afford to lose them. But then, the 2 children suddenly appeared right behind him. One of them asked if he could actually see them. Before Yunho could answer, the child stepped forward and froze the ground with one stomp. Ice shot up and locked Yunho's feet in place. He panicked, knowing he had to stay conscious no matter what. When he opened his eyes again, he was somewhere else. His arms were tied, and he was sitting in a strange room. The 2 children stood nearby, flipping through some documents. One of them mentioned that their target was a regular human named Lee Yunho. The other questioned how someone ordinary human could see them. Neither of them had an answer. Yunho stayed quiet, but his mind was racing. He realized that even though they looked like kids, these 2 were dangerous. They could probably kill someone with a single finger. Still, they didn't feel threatening. Something about their presence felt odd, almost weak. One of the kids warned the other that he would get in trouble. They mentioned an investigator and said someone was going to be very angry. Just then, one of them turned toward him and asked if he was awake. Yunho tensed. He hadn't expected them to notice so quickly. His thoughts went wild. He had let his guard down. The children stared at him with unsettling expressions and said that the suspicious guy would be investigated, and then eliminated. As Yunho stared at the 2 children more closely, something strange caught his attention. The glass in the room reflected everything, except them. That was odd. Back when he saw the administrator, there had been some sort of reaction from the surroundings, but this time, No one else seemed to notice these kids at all. That's when it clicked. He remembered one of his skills that granted him immunity to ghosts. Even high-tier spirits couldn't scare him. So maybe, just maybe, this was the reason he could see them. He started thinking back to the title he had gotten, Demon Slayer. It had to be that. The two children suddenly reacted. They pointed at him, calling him suspicious, and said they should just go ahead and eliminate him. Yunho quickly raised his voice and told them to stop, asking if ambushing people without warning was really how they did things. A certain phrase echoed in his mind, one he had heard way too many times during his old part-time jobs. Without missing a beat, he demanded to see their supervisor. He told them to go get whoever was in charge. Someone needed to hear about how badly these kids were doing their jobs. That seemed to work. The two of them started freaking out, asking if he actually knew the investigator. They tried whispering to each other, unsure if he was telling the truth or bluffing. That gave Yunho the opening he needed. While they were distracted, he quietly activated one of his skills, managing to undo the ropes binding his hands. The kids finally made up their minds. They said that if they didn't get caught, they should just erase his memory right now. Both of them reached their hands toward him. But Yunho moved first. He grabbed their wrists and told them that memory wiping probably wouldn't work either. Then he slammed them backward and bolted toward the table where they had left the documents. One of the kids shouted for him to stop, but he had already reached into the papers. What he found was a report, an investigation on the 13th district. They kept firing ice attacks, but Yunho dodged each one. He quickly activated his store and saved the report into his inventory. He needed a way out of there, fast. The kids weren't letting up, and he knew one solid hit from those attacks would be the end for him. But that's when he noticed something. If the timing was right, maybe he could use their own attacks against them. Just as they blasted ice toward the window behind him, the glass shattered. Yunho jumped without a second thought. From above, the kids started shouting, thinking he had just thrown himself to his death. But Yunho had already prepared. He activated a summon. The system notified him that a lesson voucher had been used. As the wind rushed past him and he fell into the summon door, he smiled and muttered a quick goodbye to the confused kids. Inside the training room, the instructor noticed the sudden arrival. He muttered that Yunho had returned, reckless as ever. The timing had been unexpected, but not unwelcome. Apparently, he had prepared something special this time. All the food in the area that normally fed the millworms had been removed. With nothing to eat, the starving super millworms would go wild. He figured Yunho might be able to take down one or two, but there was no way he'd make it out untouched. At least, that's what he thought. He laughed to himself and wondered if he had gone too far, but convinced himself it was for Yunho's own good. But still, he wondered if he was going too far this time. Feeling uneasy, he opened a portal, ready to go help Yunho. But the second he stepped into the area, he stopped in shock. All around him were the corpses of the millworms. Not one or two, all of them. He couldn't believe it. Sitting nearby, calm and unbothered, Yunho looked up and asked if he was finally here. He pointed out that the instructor was a little late. The instructor stood there in disbelief. Even with acceleration, wiping out the entire room should have been impossible. He muttered to himself that something wasn't adding up. He asked Yunho what he had done. Yunho replied that the explanation would take too long. Instead, he asked if the instructor had time to help him out a bit. He tossed him a rope, saying that since there were no other students around, the guy probably had nothing better to do anyway. That statement sent the instructor into panic mode. He stammered, asking how Yunho even knew there were no other students. Yunho shrugged and said only those who passed the entrance exam got access to the training room. The instructor freaked out even more and demanded to know how Yunho had found that out. With a smug grin, Yunho said he had simply read it somewhere. Then he tossed something at the instructor and said it was a little thank you gift. The man caught it and froze. It was something valuable, way too valuable. He stared at it and nervously asked if Yunho had smuggled in giant hornet honey again. But Yunho waved it off, walking toward a portal while saying it wasn't that. He told the instructor not to worry, just to take it slow with the rope. With that, he stepped through the portal and dropped back into the real world. As he neared the ground, he slashed the rope and landed perfectly. Right in front of him stood the two ghost kids, who had apparently been waiting this whole time. They shouted at him, calling him a little punk. Yunho didn't flinch. He glared at them and told them to bring it on. This time, he was ready. The system chimed in just then. A temporary skill had been unlocked. Ice resistance, level 1, was now active for 3 minutes. As the two ghost kids got more irritated, they launched another attack at Yunho. Looking directly at the attacks, Yunho realized the strike was much faster than before and wasn't able to dodge it in time. The blow hit him directly, and he let out a small groan. The two kids smiled right away, thinking they had finally landed a good hit. They laughed, asking how the impact felt. But Yunho simply grinned. He asked if that was supposed to be the end. The system then explained that his shell armor had absorbed part of the damage. That made the kids freeze. They looked shocked and shouted in confusion, wondering why he was still standing. One of them tried again, activating another ice attack and preparing to freeze him solid, but before the blast could hit, Yunho activated acceleration and vanished from their sight. He reappeared behind them with a calm smirk, already one step ahead. The system confirmed that due to the ice fragments effect, ice resistance had been activated. Now the kids were starting to panic. While they backed away, Yunho noticed something strange wrapped around their ankles. After taking a closer look, he figured it out. That was the source of their ice power. Without wasting time, he shattered the bindings. The kids froze, this time, for real, clearly shocked by what had just happened. Yunho quickly pulled out some rope and tied them up. With their powers gone and no way to fight back, they both began to plead with him, saying they didn't want to be hurt. Yunho promised he wouldn't hurt them, but he said there would be one condition. One of the kids asked what kind of condition he meant. Yunho's expression turned cold. He told them the report they were holding earlier was missing something important. He wanted to know the details of the next mission. The two kids looked pale and shook their heads, saying there was no such thing, but Yunho stayed calm and told them that if anyone asked, he'd say he broke in and stole the documents. That way, they wouldn't get in trouble. The kids exchanged nervous glances. One of them whispered that if they were caught, they might actually die. But Yunho just smiled and said that if the manager came asking, he'd say they were the ones who showed it to him. The kids freaked out, saying that would be a lie. But Yunho replied that was exactly the point. He told them to just hand over the report, and he'd take the blame. Left with no other option, the kids finally gave in and agreed to do what he said. Later, Yunho returned to the others. When Jae-hyuk spotted him, he looked relieved and said that everyone had been worried. Ji-eun rushed over too and asked where he had gone. Yunho gave a short apology, saying it was a sudden situation. Then he turned to Jae-hyuk and asked him to come along somewhere. Jae-hyuk was confused, asking where they were going now. He followed anyway, muttering that the mission was already over. He wondered if they could just go after sunrise instead. But Yunho smiled, pulled out a shovel from his inventory, and said it had to be now. He explained that the location was close, and they could finish fast if they worked together. Jae-hyuk sighed quietly, holding back tears, and said he understood. They began digging near the forest ground, where Eunho said something should be buried. According to the map and the documents, this was the right spot. He believed it was worth checking. He remembered that the group mentioned in the report called themselves a company, a sort of society with its own rules. Rumors had spread among them, just like in any crowded place. One rumor talked about a fire-related artifact hidden under the restored beacon tower in the ROK 105 zone. Since it was mentioned in the report, there was a good chance the rumor was true. Suddenly, the system popped up with a message. Yunho had just obtained the beacon torch. It had been buried for 500 years beneath the old beacon. It could produce either fire or smoke for 1 hour, but it required a lot of firewood to work over a wide area. He smiled. Yes, this was it. Jae-hyuk asked if that was the item Eunho had been looking for. Yunho nodded and confirmed it was the torch. Jae-hyuk, clearly exhausted, said that meant their job was done and suggested heading back for some rest. But Yunho turned to him with a new idea. He pointed out that the item needed firewood to be used. Since they were already in the forest, they might as well start collecting now. Jae-hyuk's expression turned blank. He could already feel the pain in his back getting worse. He muttered under his breath that things were only going to get harder. The next morning, around 8:50 a.m., Ji-eun spotted them and ran over in a panic. She looked like she hadn't slept at all. She shouted that she was relieved they were safe, since they hadn't come back all night. Jae-hyuk collapsed to the ground, too tired to speak. He muttered that it was finally over. Ji-eun quickly checked him, asking if he was hurt. Then she looked at Yunho, who also looked totally drained, and asked if he was okay. Yunho replied that he was fine. Now that everyone was here, it was time to prepare for what came next. But before anyone could ask what he meant, a portal opened behind them. Two figures stepped out, Administrator Harona and Choi Sung. Harona said it had been a while. She looked around, noticing how cheerful everyone seemed. She figured it was because the survival rate was unusually high. Without wasting time, she walked toward Yunho and said she would keep things short. The entrance exam was about to begin. Everyone there suddenly grew tense. The announcement made people furious. After all the trials they had gone through, now there was an exam? Some of them started yelling, asking how many more people would have to die this time. Harona asked if anyone didn't want to take the exam. One of the men spoke up, saying of course he didn't want to. He argued they had already done enough. Eunho suddenly spoke up and asked everyone to wait. Hearing that, Harona turned to Yunho, called him by name, and asked if he wanted to be excluded too. Yunho shook his head and said it was almost 9 o'clock. The exam should begin. Harona looked confused and asked if he was serious. Suddenly, Choi Sung leaned over and whispered to her that it was time. Harona looked back at Yoon-ho and said that he really was something else. Then she snapped her fingers. Right at 9 a.m., the system made a new announcement. A new project was starting, the aptitude test. At that moment, the familiar surveillance eyes appeared again, watching from the air. Yoon-ho stared at them with a blank expression. The mission had begun. The aptitude test mentioned in the report was finally starting. Back in the stuffy monitor room, Harona lounged in her chair and shot a look at Choi Sung. She thought Lee Yoon-ho was a real oddball, and even Sung had to agree, calling Yoon-ho an arrogant punk for daring to stand in Harona's way. But there was something that bothered Harona even more. She muttered that Yoon-ho carried himself like he truly belonged there, acting super sure of himself. The whole mood felt different now. She pointed out the weird thing. Yoon-ho had talked about some secret rule in the company, like he actually knew they belonged to some company. Choi Sung just shrugged and said it had to be a fluke. There was no way a newbie like Yoon-ho would know anything about the company's mysteries. But Harona couldn't get rid of that itchy feeling. She kicked back and noted how crazy it was that the survival rate in District 13 kept spiking, way higher than the rest. And that guy, Lee Yoon-ho, he was setting off all her alarms. It bugged her, but she let it go for now. The next mission would be rough anyway. The spotlight was on this event, and if they blew it, the center would get involved. All for one pain-in-the-neck challenger. Choi Sung just stared, eyebrows raised, and teased Harona about getting a little too hyped up. The next mission kicked off. Every survivor hustled to the place the system described. Namsan Tunnel. It looked like a normal spot, but the map showed the safe zone would be right in the middle. Jae-hyuk double-checked and nodded at the group. As soon as everyone crowded in, a notice flashed up in their vision. All survivors in the Namsan area had entered. Some kind of shimmering barrier zipped up around the tunnel, trapping them inside. The crowd started whispering nervously, jaws dropping as they realized. Was that it? Had they survived just by showing up? Someone muttered that this one seemed too easy. Another notice flashed. Safe zone created. The confusion grew. This couldn't really be it. Could it? Was it finished already? Nope. The system butted in with a fresh message. The administrator had activated the arena. Yoon-ho's heart pounded. This is where it got real. He knew this round was called the aptitude test. Another system ping started the next mission, Path of Darkness. 10 minutes on the clock. Panic instantly tore through the tunnel, because with a sickening groan, total darkness fell. You couldn't see your own hand, like all the lights got sucked away at once. Ji-yoon's hand fumbled for Yoon-ho's arm, whispering softly, afraid, making sure she wasn't alone. Yoon-ho kept calm and told her she was holding his arm, so she'd know he was right there. Suddenly, a weird sound skittered out of the shadows. Yoon-ho sharpened up, barking for everyone to ready their weapons. He gave a secret sign to Jae-hyuk, who focused and shouted his skill word, Summon! An on-screen menu popped up for Jae-hyuk to activate Beacon Torch. The options flashed, Beacon Flame or Beacon Smoke. He picked both, and suddenly the pitch-black tunnel flickered with a weak, ghostly light from the flames. Yoon-ho rallied them, telling everyone to move forward and keep sharp. Not a second too soon, because out of nowhere, an armored monster came out. Yoon-ho's brain worked fast, thinking about the barrier he'd just seen. He remembered the sneaky info he'd nabbed from those ghost spies. The doc said the test would bring out nocturnal monsters, maybe bats or something weird, but nobody said anything about these armored brutes. Didn't matter, he figured. As long as they stuck together, they'd squash the enemy with numbers. Charging into battle, Yoon-ho swung hard and took off one monster's head. But inside the helmet, someone yelled, it wasn't a monster at all. The face inside shocked him. Lee Yeji? She blurted out Yoon-ho name in surprise too. Jae-hyuk, all shaken up, asked how Yeji got there, but nobody had a good answer. Ji-yoon said she'd worried so much since they'd gotten split up suddenly, and checked on Yeji to make sure she was alright. Yeji said she was okay, just freaked out. Somebody else in the armor shook their heads, amazed that Yoon-ho and the others had survived. Yoon-ho demanded answers. What had happened to everyone? And why were they dressed up like fake monsters? Yeji stammered, unsure what to say. Suddenly, a giant guy stormed over, yelling at the crowd to get lost or else. He glared at Yoon-ho's group and barked that if anyone set a foot over the barrier, he'd take them out for good. Yoon-ho doubled down, asking what the mission really was. Did it mean if his team wins, the other team will get restructured? Jae-hyuk freaked out at those words. He said this was insane. The tension climbed higher. The system chimed in once more. Survive the path of darkness and defend it successfully. That meant survival for some, failure for others. Ji-yoon, anxious, wondered out loud if beating this level meant others would lose and vanish. But another survivor went nuts, racing ahead, shouting that they should mind their own business and not worry about sacrificing themselves for strangers. He was going to cross, no matter the cost. The big man earlier didn't like that one bit. He whacked the guy hard in the face, killing him. Maybe breaking everyone's legs was the only way to stop them from crossing the line. the big bully joked, mocking the idea. That's when Yunho slid behind him, sword out, and coolly agreed. 2 minutes to search for the path, 4 minutes to bust through the tunnel. He watched the seconds slip by on the system timer, all business. The big guy barked at him, demanding to know who he even was. But Yunho's mind was already 10 steps ahead. Even with a generous guess, they had just about 20 seconds left. Without warning, Yunho slashed the big man's calf, just enough to scratch him. The big man got angry. He howled and lunged, swinging his weapon. Before he could do any damage, Yunho cut off his hand like it was nothing. Shocked, the big man grabbed his bleeding arm, moaning to himself. How could attacks work when he'd buffed his defense so high? Yunho shot him a cold look, reminding him that he was the one who'd threatened to smash everybody's legs, so why not give it a go? Angry, the big man tried to flip the script. Using some weird skill, he yanked a weapon from behind Yunho, trying to ambush him by surprise. But Yunho just grinned and triggered acceleration, his special move. In a flash, he dodged and finished the guy off fast. The big man's whole group froze, rattled to their core. That guy had bullied everyone for ages, and Yunho took him down in less than 10 seconds. They just stood there, stunned, realizing everything had flipped upside down, thanks to Lee Yunho. After the big man dropped dead, everyone stood there with their mouths open. Someone from Yunho's group asked if it was really all over, and if all they had to do now was cross that point to survive. But Yunho shook his head. He told everyone it wasn't needed. There was actually a way for all of them to get out alive. Even a guy from the enemy team called out in surprise, asking if Yunho was serious. Was there really a way out for everybody? Yunho explained that they could reach the safe zone without fighting over the barricade. If they used the side tunnel, they'd all make it safe and sound. Jae-hyuk suddenly worried out loud. But they didn't have enough time to turn back. And, besides, the tunnel entrance was blocked, so they couldn't even reach that side tunnel. Yunho just picked up the big guy's giant weapon and smashed it against the wall with all his might. He reminded everyone that tunnels like this always had emergency escape routes and side passageways. Time was almost up. They had to move fast. With just 4 minutes left, everyone bolted out of the dark tunnel, running as quick as they could. When they finally broke free outside, Yunho pointed to another tunnel, shouting that the safe zone was over there, and everyone rushed toward it. They made it right when the timer ran out, scrambling into the safe zone. A cold, robot voice rang out. Mission complete. Anyone not in the safe zone would be eliminated. Everyone let out a huge sigh of relief. That was close. They had really done it. Yunho exhaled, only for another message to pop up right in front of his eyes. He'd gained a new achievement, forging a path where none exists, and he'd earned the bonus title, Guide. He stared at the award, wondering what exactly a guide meant. Meanwhile, inside the monitor room, Harona was throwing a fit. She yelled that she'd made sure the side passage was sealed shut, and she'd set everything up so the survivors would fight each other. So why were they all still alive? The system then alerted her with a message. The schedule under Administrator Harona had been deleted. Harona grumbled. That was fast. Choi Sung glanced up and said it looked like the center had stepped in, but Harona was sure it wasn't the center, it was him, the so-called genius researcher. Just then, someone else barged into the monitoring room, clicking his tongue. At last, he'd found them. Choi Sung leaned in and whispered with concern. This was IRO, the infamous genius scientist everyone in the company talked about. Folks said his mind wasn't too stable, and that he did terrible experiments using test subjects, though he'd discovered some helpful stuff too. Apparently, IRO wanted to use it to climb higher up in the company. Harona wondered if that was why he was so eager for more authority. She snapped, demanding to know why he was there. She didn't have time for company unless he had something important. IRO just smiled and said he'd come across a very interesting subject. Was it Lee Yunho? He'd heard Yunho had some sharp brains and wild brain power. Was that true? Harona felt annoyed, asking herself who already had their eye on this guy. She just said she didn't know. There were too many people to keep track of, and the bureau was swamped. Suddenly, IRO whipped out some paperwork, showing the midterm evaluations for the test subjects. Harona got mad, demanding to know what he was really up to. He was always stuck in the lab, so why barge in now? IRO just shrugged, saying he was only following orders, and if field agents couldn't handle their jobs, someone had to step in. He left, telling Harona to work smarter, not harder, and to stop piling up problems with brute force. Harona grumbled, asking if she was the only one annoyed by that guy. Where did he hear about Lee Yunho anyway? She'd even used points to upgrade her eyes just to keep tabs on him. She wondered if she should just cheer for Yunho to survive the next round instead. Back with Yunho, he was still thinking about the guide title. So, it got stronger the more people followed him? That was interesting. A message popped up, explaining the more followers he had, the bigger the buffs. With 71 followers, he got bonus speed and defense. That seemed pretty simple to him. Suddenly, someone in the crowd started making a fuss, dumping a ton of items out of their inventory. If anyone asked what all of it was, he just blurted that when the big guy died, he'd snagged his whole inventory. He hadn't expected it to be packed with so much stuff. Yoonho took one sword and checked it out, kinda old, but good enough. He asked the guy what he was planning with all that stuff. It turned out to be the Hat Man, of course. He stammered, telling people to take what they needed or not. He insisted he had helped. A real, "you're welcome" moment. Yoonho just grinned, not expecting that side of him to show up. He decided not to hold back, picking a shield for himself, then started handing stuff out. He gave a better sword to an older man, passed a spear to a woman, then split the swords among the men. For the big heavy mace, he turned to Jaehyuk and asked what his strength score was. Jaehyuk puffed up and said it was 21. Yoonho handed him the big weapon, saying it was his now. A warning flashed up. If you weren't strong enough to use the flanged mace, you'd get muscle pain. Jaehyuk freaked out, wondering why Yoonho didn't keep the cool weapon for himself. Yoonho just pointed out he didn't meet the requirements and, anyway, swords weren't really Jaehyuk's thing. Jaehyuk took the huge mace, excited, promising to return it later. Yoonho said that was fine and told Jaehyuk to take the lead and block the enemies next time. Yoonho then told him to give his sword to the Hat Man. The Hat Man gasped. Was that the sword Yoonho had made himself? Even the security guard and cleaning lady Yoonho had helped before came to thank him again. They said they didn't know what they'd do without him. But suddenly, another system notice popped up. All survivors in the Yongsan district got a new message, second mission coming soon, called the mock battle. Also, there would be a survey. The crowd buzzed with confusion. A survey? What did that mean? Yoonho was baffled too. This part wasn't in the secret files he'd stolen. He stared at the system in disbelief. Then the next weird question appeared on their screens. If you were about to be buried alive, where would you want your grave? City, mountain, or ocean? Yoonho thought the system must have lost its mind. What a totally weird question, he muttered to himself, not sure what was waiting for them next. Yoonho stood still, deep in thought. He remembered staying up all night to read the big report he stole from the Ghost Twins. But this new survey about being buried alive was just so weird to him. All around, people were talking and arguing. Some were shocked, asking if this was a real question. Was someone actually playing a joke on them? Others guessed that maybe it was some sort of mind game. A nervous voice said, if it had to pick, maybe they would choose the ocean or the mountain. Suddenly, Yoonho shouted out his answer, city. He told everyone nearby to pick the city, fast. In his head, he thought back to the report. The part about the mock battle said, participants will be assigned based on type. If these survey answers meant type, then picking different choices could split everyone up. He explained clearly to the crowd that if people chose mountain or ocean, the group might be scattered everywhere. Jaehyuk checked with him, asking if choosing city meant they'd fight close together. Yoonho said he couldn't be sure, but their odds were better if everyone picked the same answer. Yula's father turned to his daughter and gently warned her to use her hiding power if she ended up alone. Yula nodded. Minji looked at Sola and, feeling nervous, asked if they'd be okay. Sola squeezed her hand, telling her not to die, and promised they'd make it. The system popped up a notice, only 30 seconds left to pick. Yoonho took charge. He told everyone again to please hurry and make a choice. Right after the final clicks, another system message announced everyone had finished their selections. The mock battle mission was starting. Warning lights flashed everywhere. The mission was starting, and everyone should brace for impact. Panic spread as bodies began to disappear one by one. Yoonho just clenched his fists, his mind set. This was everyone's first real solo fight now. Darkness covered his eyes, and the next thing Yoonho knew, he heard another cold notification. Participant Lee Yoonho, transport complete. Yoonho shook his head, wondering why he felt so heavy. Another notice said that the administrator's authority had opened eyes. The weight on his chest grew, and he freaked out for a second. Were they really being buried alive? He clawed his way out from the dirt. What kind of crazy system was this? He thought, as he finally pulled free and looked around. He found himself in the middle of a park. Soon after, he got another pop-up telling him that a flag had appeared in the neutral zone. Yoonho realized the goal, be the first to grab the flag. But as he spun around, bony white skeletons started clattering out of the ground. He stared. Were these his troops? A new system message told him, Skeleton Soldier, Level 1. They even had skills, Dislocation and Bone Bomb. 100 skeletons were set to follow him. The voice in the sky said that if he failed to capture the flag, he'd be eliminated, but he'd get rewards for keeping as many skeletons as possible alive. Yoonho summed it up, keep his friendly skeletons safe, knock out as many enemies as possible before time ran out. Speaking of enemies, right across the park were skeletons with black bones. Not fair, he thought, since the system clearly showed the black skeletons started right by the flag. Notifications rattled on. Some spectators complained about the unfairness, saying it was obvious who the favorite side was. But there was no time to complain now. The mock battle kicked off. On the black skeleton side, a skeleton with 2 big horns shouted for all his forces to charge and catch the traitors of death. With only 3 hours on the mission timer, the park exploded into chaos. Yunho thought fast. His skeletons wanted to attack straight on, but if they just smashed into the other side, they'd lose a ton of troops. He needed a better plan. He commanded 10 of his skeletons to follow him, hoping it'd let him do something tricky. Spectators from the management bureau shouted at Yunho for splitting his group, and others told him to just attack head-on. Yunho rolled his eyes. These guys needed to chill and just watch. The real fun was about to start. He asked the system to summon something from the inventory. He picked beacon smoke and activated it. Smoke began to fill the air, confusing the others. The enemy commander panicked, asking if Yunho had set a fire. While everyone was distracted, Yunho sneaked behind the black skeletons and cut down a few with his sword. The enemy leader yelled at his troops not to panic and tried to attack Yunho back. But Yunho used his acceleration skill to zoom toward the enemy's flag and smashed it and grab it, causing the flag's color to flip from black to white. A notification blared. He had captured the victory flag. He quickly called his skeletons to fall back, but the enemy wasn't giving up. The black skeletons closed in, trying to trap Yunho and stop him from leaving. The spectators screamed that it'd be better to kill everyone instead of chasing the flag, but Yunho didn't back down. He said, "Why bother to kill all the skeletons when he can just kill the commander?" With that, he suddenly drew its sword and cut off the commander's head in one single move. After killing the commander, he thought the battle was wild. Yunho knew he just had to last until time ran out and save as many of his skeletons as he could. But one new problem popped up. Suddenly, Yunho got grabbed, and the enemy skeletons suicide while using bone bombs. The truth is, the enemy commander is still alive. He slapped its own head back on its neck, saying that Yunho had made a big mistake. He should have finished the fight properly when dealing with undead, or now he would pay. The flag slipped away, and the notification said the victory flag had been stolen again. All enemy troops started moving, and the system told them to eliminate all traitors left behind. Meanwhile, Yunho was still alive, thank goodness. He was hiding in the mess. He scolded himself for getting careless and knew that, if he hadn't summoned his shield just in time, he might have died. He guessed now was the best moment to use his final move. Well, what will his crazy idea gonna be, guys? After killing all the black skeletons, the enemy commander raved to the world that now was the end of humanity, and the undead would rule forever. Suddenly, one white skeleton soldier walked up to him and acted strange. The commander snapped at it, asking what the hell his servant was doing. But before anyone could stop him, the weird skeleton sliced off the commander's head with a single swing. The commander got shocked, asking who the skeleton was. The skeleton just tilted his head a bit and mocked the commander that he was his enemy. A system alert then flashed. "You have captured the victory flag." The weird skeleton looked at the commander and answered calmly, "Of course I am. Lee Yunho. Are you fucking dumb or what?" The spectators were totally shocked, watching everything Yunho did. The prince of the investigation bureau couldn't believe how much Yunho had changed. He wanted to know what was going on, since nothing in the system expected this. Yunho was down in the field, thinking hard. Before, he'd kept a special item called Drosera's seed. It didn't seem useful. But now, he realized if you planted it in dirt and let it absorb something, it could mimic that thing just once, kind of like making a copy. He never thought he'd need it, but he had burned it with a torch and now, he looked like one of the gray skeleton soldiers. The enemy commander's skeleton head snapped at him, demanding to know who Yunho really was and why he was doing this. Yunho didn't care. He stabbed the commander right in the head, knowing that, for undead like this, a strong hit to the head was the sure way to end them. A system update flashed. Yunho had defeated the skeleton knight, and he got the bone helmet as a reward. The helmet was made from a wyvern's skull by some unknown skeleton knight. It was super strong, giving the power to command skeleton troops, but only skeletons could wear it. Yunho thought this might actually be useful. Suddenly, a skeleton asked if Yunho had really defeated the commander. How could a low-level skeleton do that? It wondered. That made Yunho realize something else. Skeletons actually talk to each other. He wondered if he could use that. He yelled to all the other skeletons that a real captain should never force his team to blow themselves up. He told them that was why he, as a loyal soldier, had taken down their old boss. They were already dead, no need for more useless deaths. Another skeleton argued that sometimes sacrifices were needed to win, but Yunho shook his head. Anyone could win by sacrificing their whole team. He would only fight for victory if everyone could live. His words made the skeletons all shake and mutter. They'd never thought of themselves as people before. They thought they were just bones. Now, Yunho announced he would lead going forward, and he held up the dragon skull helmet to show he meant it. He put it on, A system ding said he just got promoted to Skeleton Knights and that Yunho now commanded the whole skeleton army. He shouted, "Those who want to follow me, come on." Most skeletons instantly wanted to serve him. Some even called out, "Captain!" as the system kept adding more and more skeletons under his command. Yunho let out a cheer. A new era was about to start. Now, he had 158 skeleton troops. The spectators watching the event got excited and even sent him 1,000 welfare points. Next, Yunho gave his new army their first order: survive, no matter what. Another system message surprised him. A secret condition had been met. His guide title evolved into Pathfinder, and his influence unlocked a new leadership skill at level 1. Far away, Eula's father remembered an old talk with his sister. The sister wanted to teach Eula reading and English, but her father argued she should just play since she was still a kid. Now he wished he'd taught her sooner, because if he had, maybe she could have read his final message. In the system, he sent her a note, apologizing for not protecting her and telling her he loved her. Suddenly, ahead of him, Yunho, still looking like a skeleton, was carrying Eula on his hand. Yunho's skeleton voice ordered the troops to stop, and Eula shouted happily for her dad. Yunho held out his hand as Hano lay there, amazed and confused, and the system gave Yunho notification of even more skeleton that became his soldiers. Yunho kept walking, gathering more skeleton soldiers along the way, and soon helped Jaehyuk and even the man in the hat. He went to find Jiun, who recognized him right away. Jiun knew it was Yunho by his shoulders and shape, even though he looked like a skeleton. Wow, she really loves Yunho, huh? The next system notice explained his new Pathfinder title. He now had 1,820 followers. His stats went way up. Movement speed, defense, and healing factor is now increased by 180%. The system also notified that almost nothing could kill him unless his head was destroyed. In the monitor room, IRO lost his cool. He yelled that it was all wrong. He was supposed to have made the skeletons smart, but now everything was a mess. He demanded to see the backup data. The system told him the scoreboard. Only 70 black skeletons remained, while the white team from Yunho's side had 1,820 skeletons. IRO freaked out. Was this a bug? How could it happen? Even as he watched, black numbers dropped to 20, while white numbers rose to 1,870. He lost it. The white team was absorbing enemies? There was no way, he thought. The numbers were supposed to be fixed. But suddenly he laughed. He wondered what was happening in Yunho's mind to pull this off, and decided he needed Yunho brought in immediately. He wanted to study his brain, slice by slice. He ordered the system to bring Yunho to this place no matter what. Back on the battlefield, everyone saw a new emergency alert. Because a temporary administrator gave an order, the mock battle wasn't over, it was going into overtime. Everyone was shocked and nervous. They'd just gotten the flag. But now, a huge black hole opened up above them. Someone yelled that it looked like the thing from the train roof, only much bigger. Yunho stared at it and saw that it was gigantic. Jaehyuk wondered, with a hole that big, what kind of monster was about to appear. Yunho yelled for everyone to get ready. Jiun and Jaehyuk both listened, shouting back that they understood. Another survivor was scared. Shouldn't they just run or hide? Yunho calmly told them they couldn't. The monster was going to be huge, and running would be risky for everyone. Even hiding could fail. He thought hard. The best plan now was to surround whatever was coming out of the hole. He shouted for all skeleton troops to surround the source. The system confirmed. The overtime had begun, and the rule was simple: eliminate the enemy and survive. Yunho braced himself and called for the big thing to show itself. Suddenly, a giant monster made of rock, with one huge eye, stomped out of the portal. The system warned everyone, eliminate the stone golem, and survive. Dude, everyone there looked freaked out, and honestly, can you blame them? One guy with a hat was freaking out, asking if they really had to fight a monster like this right now. Everyone saw that the stone golem was heading straight for them. Total nightmare, bro. But you know Yunho. He wasn't going to back down. He told everyone to get out of the way and started leading his whole army of skeletons. Total boss move. He ran ahead and tried to attack the big monster. But, bad news, his sword just cracked and fell apart when it hit the golem. It didn't even leave a scratch, dude. Yunho was sweating bullets, well, if skeletons could sweat, thinking that even his powerful sword aura couldn't do squat against this monster. He powered up his acceleration skill, turning on his next level speed mode. He ran up the golem's arm like some ninja and tried slicing with all his power. And guess what? Still nothing. The stone golem didn't even get a mark, like it was wearing invisible armor from some cheat code. Yunho realized this was gonna be one tough mission. Suddenly, something clicked for him. Why was the stone golem only staring at him? It had this laser focus, only caring about Yunho and not bothering with anyone else. That gave him an idea. He turned to Jiun and Jaehyuk. telling them he had a plan and that he needed their help. There was no time for an explainer, he said. He'd let them know when it was go time. Switching gears fast, Yunho picked out one skeleton soldier and made that dude the new squad leader. This bony guy looked so pumped and maybe scared too. Pretty cute for a skeleton, honestly. Yunho told the new leader to look after the troops and stick with Jiun and Jaehyuk. The plan was to get the stone golem away from everyone else so they could come up with a real attack. So, Yunho took off running down the street. He kept taunting the golem, calling out and making sure it followed only him. Meanwhile, Jaehyuk and the skeleton army were waiting up on a rooftop. Jaehyuk waved down and shouted that they were good to go. But things got stressful real fast. The stone golem lifted its huge rocky hand and tried to smash Yunho flat against a building. But hey, Yunho's got moves. He dodged just in time. No pancake skeleton today. That was when Jaehyuk threw down the signal for the real plan. Then, with a super cool move, the skeleton soldiers actually detached their own rib cages. Jaehyuk gave the word, and all the skeletons chucked their rib cages through the air straight at the monster's head. And boom, seriously, it was like someone set off a big fireworks finale. The rib cages exploded in a giant bright flash all around the stone golem. When the smoke finally cleared, there were just rocks everywhere. The stone golem? Toast, dude. Even the system had to admit it. Everyone saw the message that said the stone golem was defeated. Jaehyuk started cheering like crazy, all happy, calling to Yunho and asking if he was okay. Jiun rushed over too, looking relieved. Yunho congratulated them and told them that none of this would have worked without Jiun, Jaehyuk, and the skeleton soldiers who gave up their rib cages for the win. The skeleton guys looked up at him with so much respect, even if half of them were missing ribs now. Sometimes you gotta sacrifice, right? Suddenly, a system notification popped up saying that Yunho's leadership skill for the skeleton army went up a level. Not bad at all. Yunho looked down from the rooftop and saw that the other survivors over on a faraway overpass were safe too. Mission complete? Not so fast. On the overpass, Sola and some other student were looking at the "You have defeated the stone golem" message, but it was glitching out. Something felt off. The guy with the hat and another woman were staring like they couldn't believe it. But then, out of nowhere, this red "Error" message started flashing, and everyone grabbed their heads, screaming in pain. Not good, bro. Suddenly, a voice said that settings were being changed by some temporary admin, and that the stone golem was getting a patch update. The survivors were super confused. What did a patch mean now? Then the system announced that the patch was done. Up on the roof, Jaehyuk saw everyone in trouble, yelling for them to get back and worrying that another problem was coming. And, man, he was sure right. The rubble from the stone golem started moving, but not in a good way. All those smashed rocks came together and reformed, only this time they turned into something even scarier. A gigantic iron golem, way bigger, and now totally metal. The iron golem stood up, looking way more dangerous than before. Yunho could hardly believe his eyes. But it got even more brutal. The iron golem's arm changed shape and turned into this huge cannon. But thankfully, Yunho can slice the metal cannon with his sword. He then realized if he stayed there, everyone was just going to get caught up in danger. So he told Jiun that, when he gave the signal, she needed to launch him into the air. Jiun was totally shocked, but the iron golem was already getting ready for another attack. Gripping her hands glowing with golden telekinetic power, Jiun got ready. At Yunho's command, she focused and sent him flying into the air right at the iron golem. As Yunho soared through the sky, he saw the iron golem's big red cannon turn to lock onto him. He knew what he had to do. First thing was stopping that huge cannon before it blew everyone away. The iron golem fired off this massive projectile, but Yunho wasn't about to get roasted. He used his blade wind skill in the air, slicing at the shot and knocking it away. But dude, the system wasn't planning on letting him spam that cool move forever. A notification popped up, saying Yunho could only use blade wind a few more times. He started thinking hard, because blocking those shots wasn't going to cut it for long. That's when something caught his eye on the pile of stone rubble. Jiun was over there, hands glowing with golden energy, getting ready to do something epic. She hurled a huge chunk of stone right at the iron golem's cannon hand. Jiun cheered, thinking she had successfully hit the golem, but the monster wasn't fazed at all. Its eyes turned towards Jiun and Jaehyuk, and it raised its giant metal hand to smash them flat. Yunho warned everyone to be careful. Jiun shrieked, and Jaehyuk braced himself. Previous attack made the golem break its own arm. Yunho felt lucky that they avoided a direct hit, but it was clear they were running out of time fast. He wondered what the heck he could do next. Then, a new system message popped up. When things got harder, loyal soldiers get even stronger if their commander's in trouble. The skeleton squad leader, all fired up, decided he would handle it. That sounded awesome, but this is where things really went wild. The skeleton squad leader tried to rally the troops. Suddenly, one of the bony soldiers just charged right into the fight, climbing into the golem, and then everyone else followed. Yunho panicked and yelled that it was an order to stop, but those skeletons weren't having it. They all swarmed over the iron golem, climbing up its legs and body like a bunch of you guys chasing a girl. Yunho kept shouting at them to stop too, but no one listened. The skeleton soldiers used their bodies to block up the cannon arm. The squad leader stood at the top, grabbing his sword, and the system announced something insane. Yunho's rebel trait, combined with his one who opens the path title, could now be changed for a short time. Then, Yunho went all in. He chose all the stats to be modified into penetration, and the system explained his penetration up by 500. Damn, Yunho just powered up like he was in some anime climax. The system also started announcing that several skeleton soldiers were activating self-destruct. These brave skeletons sacrificed themselves, causing huge explosions and leaving big cracks in the iron golem's armor. Yunho saw the opening, he jumped in, his sword all charged up, and sliced right through the center of the busted iron golem. He landed, super cool, while the system flashed a huge message. The iron golem was defeated. They got mission points, a bunch of welfare points, and everything juicy for this big trouble. Yunho felt a wave of relief. He looked over at the pile of broken metal and realized it was finally over. Plus, he got a boost in his sword skill, which was sick. His swordmanship is now level 3. But Yunho didn't forget what just happened. All those skeleton soldiers had thrown themselves into harm's way without even needing an order. If they hadn't done that, someone else definitely would have been squashed. Honestly, that was some next-level squad loyalty. Jiyoon and Jaehyuk ran over, yelling his name and looking at him like he was some action hero. They wanted to know how he managed to cut down that monster. It's literally a medal. Yunho just cleared his throat, trying to act like it was no big deal, even in skeleton mode. Jaehyuk said he was just glad everyone was okay. The skeleton squad leader came over, and Yunho told him and the others they did a great job. It turned out there were still over 1,000 skeleton troops left. Not too shabby for a day's work, right? Yunho then took off his wyvern helmet. He handed it to the skeleton squad leader, explaining that he didn't need it anymore, and that the squad leader could use it to pick a new commander. The squad leader accepted it and thanked Yunho. After that, all the other survivors came running over. Sola, and even the man in the hat were there, relieved and happy that everyone made it. Yunho realized some people had been hiding with Yula's special power. The survivors thanked Yunho, saying it was really thanks to him they were all still alive. But then something weird happened. Yunho started feeling strange. Looking down and seeing blue particles floating off his feet, he realized he was standing on a weird, shiny diamond thing in the rubble. The system popped up to say he was absorbing the diamond of the abandoned mountain range. Whatever that meant, it sounded important. Meanwhile, back in some kind of monitor room, Administrator Iroh was straight up losing his mind. He was mad that Yunho got command over the skeleton soldiers. How the hell can he even get that broken skill? Especially since he always thought bony goons couldn't even think for themselves. Iroh wanted all the skeletons and game logs collected, but the system wasn't having it. Error messages started popping up, and Iroh freaked out more, demanding that the system just open up whatever needed to be opened. The system kept saying it couldn't do anything during mission progress. Then it gave a warning. Some kind of precious core had leaked. Iroh, still losing his cool, yelled for the system to just find the core in the pile, but the system said it was lost. The system also explained that the point balance is insufficient. It asks the administrator if he would like to substitute the mission reward with a suitable item. Iroh totally gave up, and told the system to just do whatever it wanted. He burst out. This damn system and damn player only give him a headache. Finally, the system coolly announced that it was sending a mission reward item of equal value straight to Lee Yunho. Fuck yeah, I can smell op item coming for our boy. Somewhere else, Administrator Hirona was strutting along, looking really annoyed. Her helper, Choi Sung, chased after her, juggling this giant stack of papers. She was mumbling to herself about how the higher-ups just loved to drown them in reports for no reason. Choi Sung agreed and said that they never got any real work done because the bosses always called them whenever they wanted. Choi Sung, trying to keep up, mentioned that the audit report was urgent, but before he finished, a giant notification screen popped up in Hirona's face. It said she had 17 new notifications. She couldn't believe it and immediately started blaming that crazy researcher for causing trouble again. Choi Sung told her this time it wasn't that dude's fault. The researcher had actually given up his admin powers, extending the mission on his own and even tossing more monsters into the game without asking. Hirona was like, why would he give up those powers as an admin after working so hard to get them? She joked that maybe Yunho slapped the guy hard enough with his power and brain. Suddenly, Choi Sung mentioned there was some hot trending post blowing up their company's secret forum. Harona wanted to see it right away. The post was hype. Some group called Deep Sea Excavation Team said they'd found a legendary player. People were excited about Yunho, saying he checked all the boxes for fighting and strategy, and even mentioned he was leading monsters as a skeleton commander. Observers were dying to get more of that content. Harona couldn't hide her excitement anymore and said Yunho was going to sell well. Dude was getting famous now. Meanwhile, out on a city street, some seriously weird stuff was happening to Yunho. He stood there as a tall skeleton with notifications raining down around him. He absorbed a shiny rock called adamant, and suddenly his petrification skill got a mega upgrade to level 12. Yunho realized the item definitely came from the fallen golem. Is the company crazy to just leave epic loot lying around for free? The simulated battle ended, and Yunho's little skeleton squad ran up to him. He told them everyone did great, but then they started to fade away as the system called them back. Each surviving skeleton is going to give him points, like 100 each. Yunho did the math and realized he was about to cash in big, 140,000 points just from one mission. But when he tried to check his total, a red error said it was too much. Dang, right? The system told him part of the points would go straight to his account, and the rest would turn into sweet, special rewards, like a potion for stopping fear, a bone bomb, and even a special bowl for safe drinking. Yunho thought there were tons of good drops. Then, as a blue light covered him, his skeleton form vanished, and he turned back into a regular guy. White shirt, black pants. I wonder why all of them never changed their clothes. His friends, Yula, Hanul, Jian, and Jaehyuk, rushed over. Yula told him the curse was gone. Someone even admitted she thought Yunho might be a skeleton forever. Yunho, trying to play it cool, said he just called it a curse because it was easier than explaining everything. The next morning at 8:50, a giant red eyeball appeared in the sky. Notifications showed up, announcing that the eye was open, and the last project mission for the aptitude test was starting at 9 a.m. This was it, the final round. Jaehyuk and another survivor got all pumped, thinking they just needed to ace this last one to finish this crazy aptitude test. But this challenge wasn't about running or fighting, it was about showing content from people's memories. Well, Yunho knew that they'd have to display their past, and the ones who got the most donations from these watchers would win rewards. Some survivors were confused, even thinking it was like recording YouTube videos, but Yunho knew it was way more mind-bending. The system made it clear. Every candidate could choose which memories to show, and everything would stream to the observers. Whoever pulled the best crowd would get bonus loot. Yunho thought all of this was just super one-sided and rigged. When the big "do you agree?" notification popped up, Yunho stood there for a second, letting his old office life flash in front of his eyes. Like, oh man, this guy's been through some boring jobs and strict contracts. Past Yunho was super careful, always keeping his head down. But this time, he decided something had to change. He looked the game right in the face and just said no. He did not agree. People thought he'd lost his mind. Jian asked why he wouldn't just go with it since the mission wasn't even dangerous. Jaehyuk also worried about him. Yet Yunho told them he wanted to talk to the real boss, the administrator. The floating eye suddenly spoke. It was Harona, speaking through the eye, asking what he wanted. Yunho explained that he had a way to make things even more profitable for the company. Harona, interested now, leaned in. Yunho said instead of just letting people watch his memories, why not let them experience it directly, like being in his shoes? Harona was shocked, wondering how Yunho even knew about this experience-based content. Yunho played innocent and said, yeah, he figured it out himself. He also pointed out that charging a fee for this kind of memory experience would bring in more cash. Harona challenged him about who would pay, but was clearly getting more interested the longer Yunho explained it. He added that the best way to squeeze the most money out was to auction the limited number of slots for this memory experience. Harona was honestly impressed, thinking this was a smart plan. But well, she needed think time. But Yunho put on the pressure. He told her he was only giving her 2 minutes to make up her mind. He meant business this time. Meanwhile, Harona was flipping out in her office. She couldn't believe this whole auction thing. Choi Sung was kind of impressed. He said most people would freak out about their past getting shown off. But not Yunho. This guy was acting like he already knew what was coming. Harona wondered if Yunho had picked up some future-seeing skill. Choi Sung said, nope, the log said Yunho was just that good. Based on his past behavior, there's been no opportunity to get that skill. Now this auction thing again. Harona didn't love the idea, but the more she thought about it, the more it started to make sense. Choi Sung tried to argue, but she said it was just observation, right? So, no big deal. She smiled wickedly. Harona just needed a way to explain giving Yunho the hands-on experience. Suddenly, she got an idea. She'd tweak the rules, rewrite the terms, and handle the payment herself. Problem solved. She told Choi Sung to reconnect the voice line to Yunho outside. Back on the street, a mega-sized notification flashed up. Voice connection established. The eye dropped down and told Yunho to do what he wanted. Yunho nodded, deal accepted. Harona told him the auction fee would count as a normal donation, and that they'd keep the rest of the rules the same. Yunho was cool with that. But Yunho had one more demand, because of course, he always did. He wanted to be given observer privileges while all this was happening. Harona was like, huh, why? But Yunho said he didn't want to let someone dig through his memories with zero control, and to be honest, he thought he'd be bored just waiting around. Harona finally gave in and told him to just agree to the new terms she sent. With a big grin, Yunho hit, I agree. Next thing, a blue light swirled around him and a bunch of new notifications flashed. Yunho's whole memory was being reconstructed for the auction, and bids were coming in fast. Some prince put down 3,000 points, then another observer threw down 8,000, then 10,000, then a wild 15,000. And finally, the crows of the management bureau dropped a whopping 20,000 points. Auction 1. Time limit: 1 hour. Whoever got the most sponsorship points during this content event was in line for some bonus loot. Now, it was memory time. The scene shifted to a high school running track at sunset, right before the accident that ruined Yunho's amazing athletic career. Present-day Yunho, half transparent, stood around watching his younger, energetic self pumping his fists and shouting about how much fun he was having. The kid was hyped up, seriously. He looked like he could beat the world. A rival athlete from another school strolled up, trying to hassle young Yunho for just standing around and not warming up. Present Yunho remembered this guy, always trying to win by running his mouth because he could never actually win the race. Young Yunho teased the guy, acting like he owned the place, and calling the rival his subordinate, which really ticked the dude off. The rival swung at Yunho, but young Yunho dodged and pulled one of those cool judo moves in front of everyone, just showing off. Soon, another friend jumped in, ready to turn it into a 2-on-1. But young Yunho laughed and welcomed them to gang up on him, saying it got his blood pumping. Looking at the Prince of Bureau now playing with his body, Yunho could only think, honestly, this guy was having way too much fun. Yunho just shook his head. Even inside his own memory, this felt less like a sports story and more like a wild action comic. Some other athletes watched and whispered that Yunho must be insane. Yunho thought, hey, it's just a memory. Let the observer have his moment. Then, Yunho walked through the memory, looking at every detail. The field, the other athletes, even the floating ranking that seemed totally real. Up on the board, Yunho saw he was at the top with 20,000 points, thanks to that big auction. He hoped he could stay there and earn the nice bonus. Suddenly, a new system notice popped up for him. Would you like to access the eye? Yunho said yes, and in a flash, he gained one-sided access to a crazy amount of info. He could now see which teammates were alive and might even find out their special talents, all just by checking these golden virtual screens flying past him. When the system asked to set his observer name, Yunho picked Anonymous and watched as over 100 golden screens representing people's memories flew by. Some were normal, a few were full-on crime stories, and then, wait, what was that? Yunho locked onto one memory, shocked. It showed a destroyed room, blood everywhere, and a figure with brown hair lying on the ground. He realized, in a jolt, that it was Ji-eun's memory. Something was very, very wrong. Yunho saw a desperate version of himself freaking out beside her. Yeah, this was the real moment when Ji-eun awakened her psychokinesis powers. Yunho had given her the stone elixir to save her when she was hit by debris, and she came back from the edge. Epic stuff. He figured this was why Ji-eun chose that memory. Maybe because it was when she came back to life. But the wild part? The observers watching the memory like some kind of soap opera were tossing comments everywhere. One wondered if this was the sad ending, another declared the love self-sacrifice was touching, and one even squealed over the romance. It was totally weird, man. Yunho started noticing that even his own thoughts were somehow getting broadcast, like when he literally repeated the wondering. Why hadn't Ji-eun woken up after the elixir? Then the memory shifted. Ji-eun fluttered her eyes open and called his name, thanking him for saving her. The two of them were just blushing, sharing one of those moments where everyone watching yelled, "Just kiss already!" Yunho realized Ji-eun was totally gaming the crowd, turning her tragic story into a romance show. Mad respect for that play. One observer comments that they promised to give more sponsorship points if there was a kiss. Honestly, dude, the crowd just wanted romance and drama. Yunho could see why Ji-eun was getting all those points. He decided he'd better get out of that memory before he started looking like the third wheel at his own emotional rescue mission. But the next feed was no love story, it was ugly, bro. He saw some punks bullying a kid in a classroom, and the scene was nasty. Yunho realized the victim was younger Jae-hyuk. The bullies taunted him, showed knives, and threatened him for money, while the observers cheered, thinking this was thrilling. The crazy part? Instead of breaking down, Jae-hyuk's eyes straight up glowed red. He grabbed the box cutter out of the bully's hand and sliced his enemy's eyes. Blood everywhere. The bullies freaked out, thinking Jae-hyuk was insane. But then, right in front of them, Jae-hyuk's wounds started healing instantly. Dude had just unlocked super regeneration skill. With his new power, Jae-hyuk absolutely destroyed those bullies. The observers loved it and kept sponsoring points, shouting for him to hit back harder. Want to make the play more spicy? Yunho sends Jae-hyuk 2 fatigue recovery potions as a reward. Jae-hyuk knew what he should do with these potions. He picked it up, gave it to the sobbing bullies, and told them they weren't nearly done yet. Back in virtual space, Yunho rooted for him. Suddenly, the system handed Yunho a bonus, the first sponsor title, which gave a permanent discount of 10% and boosted his sponsored item effects. That was sweet, but Yunho realized Jae-hyuk didn't need any more help. He was crushing it, both points and bullies. Yunho was ready for one last channel. This one? Dude, it was straight up terrifying. The feed showed a man on the floor, begging for his life, saying he had kids. A figure in a suit and a faceless black mask calmly shot the man, then the others in the office. Yunho watched, sick to his stomach, as one observer yelled for even more gunfights and another begged to see the killer's real face. The donation board flashed up. This target X was raking in points. 14,000. Just behind Yunho's own score. No age, no face, just violence and a lot of sponsorship. Yunho realized the pool of participants was getting smaller. Only about 200 were left in the area. That meant it was only a matter of time before someone like this crossed his path in real life. Then the system went wild. There was a new special reward announced for the best content, the all-seeing observer's eye. A pair of contact lenses that would show him anyone's health as a percentage. Tactical OP, bro. This item will be a game changer for him. But Yunho could see X's score was climbing. Now it was 16,000. Way too close for comfort. Gunshots and screams erupted from X's feed as the points kept pouring in. Yunho knew, for everyone's safety, and yeah, for that overpowered item, there was no way he could let this masked psycho win. Man, these observer missions were next level, but there was no way Yunho would let a monster take the top prize. He needed to do something quick, or he'd lose the top spot and the reward to a total villain. So he dipped out of the space to figure out his next move. When he landed back in his own memory channel, Yunho saw something super weird. The other athletes weren't even racing. They were all just standing in pairs, holding their batons like swords and glaring at each other. Turns out, the spectator-controlled version of Yunho had started acting like a wild commander, giving everyone numbers and smacking them for low loyalty like they were skeleton soldiers. The whole track looked like a medieval battlefield instead of a sports day. Yunho tried to look around for himself, but his memory double was gone. This is bad. Viewers were getting bored, and points weren't rolling in. To win, Yunho needed to go big. Switching to the spectator's channel, he watched himself yelling challenges at a truck in the middle of the road. Bro, this Prince's guy playing Yunho was so dumb. It was total chaos. No wonder nobody was watching this channel for real entertainment. After that, Yunho and his memory double ended up sitting on a park bench, eating ice cream. Yunho from the memory muttered that at least the ice cream tasted good, and they talked about the stupid truck battle. His double seriously thought the truck was just a metal golem. Yunho could hardly believe this was what his entertainment had turned into. The sponsorship board flashed. X had just stolen the lead with 21,500 points. Yunho now had 0 viewers, and only minutes left. He knew he had to cheat a little. Since he was an official observer, he tried donating points to himself, even if the system took a 50% cut. It worked. A test donation went through, so Yunho slammed the button for a bigger sponsorship, figuring if he was losing half the points in fees, it was worth it for those magic contact lenses. Just then, a new notification popped up. Jiyeon's stream had ended, and 9 viewers came to Yunho's channel. Jiyeon had finished her mission first, and hosted her viewers, giving Yunho a sudden boost in popularity. He knew these spectators came here to see the protagonist from Jiyeon's memory. With new fans flocking in, he realized he had to show some crowd-pleasing content. But he didn't know what this stupid prince gonna do with his memory. Suddenly, without any shame, the prince of the bureau stood up and flashed those athletic abs that Yunho has. Instantly, the donation notifications exploded. One viewer lost her mind, another called Yunho her type, and dropped big points. And everyone else just went wild for the romance and unexpected charm from the male protagonist. People lost their minds and praised his romance goldmine and kept dropping donations. The time ran out as the points poured in. Next thing you know, Yoonho was back in the real world with his team. Someone shouted that he was finally back and asked why he took so long. It was the same street where their crazy mission first started, busted buildings and all. Then, everyone got to see the final ranking broadcast in the sky. Lee Yoonho wins with 32,010 points. While X has 23,000 points, Yoonho couldn't help but grin. He'd pulled it off. The special prize, the all-seeing eye of the spectator, those epic contact lenses, was waiting for him inside a golden gift box that magically appeared in his hands. Nearby, survivors started flocking over because the reward screen was being broadcast in public. This panicked Yoonho. What the fuck? What is the system thinking about broadcasting his face and location? Jian then congratulated him. Yoonho thanked Jian, saying her protagonist drama move brought him back into the game, and pointed out that she'd cleverly guessed what kind of content would please the audience. Jian got all flustered and asked how Yoonho knew about the protagonist. Yoonho just played it cool, claiming he saw a message about the protagonist from some sponsor. Then he got serious. Everyone's faces and even the background had been broadcast live, so their identity and location were now out for every survivor to see. In other words, they were about to become super popular, in a not-so-fun way. He talked to people there, pointed out that last time, during the hunt mission, things got ugly, and this time could be even worse. People would fight to take away this lens from the reward. Jae-hyuk wondered if they could just stash their loot in their inventory, but the man in hat explained that if you died, all your items could still drop out, meaning greed would drive people to kill for gear. Jiun thought about running, but Yoonho said it wouldn't help. Their faces were already everywhere. Suddenly, all of that was interrupted by a scream. A huge, red-eyed bear called the Starving Grizzly burst through the street, chasing people. It was chaos again. Jiun froze in fear. Jae-hyuk, now totally over his old trauma, rushed forward with his mace, ignoring Yoonho's warning, and charged the grizzly, even taking a swipe to his back. But he stood strong and smashed the bear's skull in one epic move. Yoonho watched, amazed. Jae-hyuk had grown so much. Dude had overcome his past. There were no more victims here, only survivors ready to fight back. Wow, it's neat to see one of our goat friend fix their trauma. After killing the bear, the deep claw marks on Jae-hyuk's back started healing right away, and other survivors started freaking out at how his wounds were just closing up by themselves. Yoonho thought that super regeneration was a solid, useful skill. He told Jae-hyuk he did a good job, and Jae-hyuk looked so happy, like he'd just won a prize. Soon after, a group of survivors gathered around Yoonho's team. There was a chef, a young couple, and a few others. These were the people who had just been running from the monster bear. The chef explained that they weren't able to fight off the beast, and probably would have died if Yoonho's group hadn't stepped in. A girl kept thanking Yoonho and Jae-hyuk, calling them lifesavers, and Jae-hyuk just told them not to worry, saying they could relax now. But Yoonho suddenly said it was too soon to chill. Jian was confused, so Yoonho explained that, up to now, the bears had only shown up in the mountains, and the lowland belonged to crazy sky tigers. This was the first time a bear charged into the city, which was totally off. He thought maybe they just hadn't seen one before. But there was also a chance that someone actually lured the bear in for some nasty reason. He kept glancing at the survivors. In Yoonho's head, he was thinking about ruthless people who would do anything to meet their goals, even using monsters to cause chaos. He guessed that if someone killed him for his prize, the person would be a big villain. He was sure X, the mass killer, was somewhere among these newcomers. A bit later, the chef tried to be friendly. He said they wanted to repay the team for saving them and offered to cook anything, as long as he had the ingredients. The others acted pretty impressed, finding out he'd been a hotel head chef before. But Yoonho wasn't about to let his guard down. He said he wasn't hungry, and in his head he thought, no way was he letting anyone mess with his food. Jae-hyuk refused to eat too, and even Yojin, one of the girls, turned down the offer. But a girl from the other survivors didn't mind and started putting in requests for salad. I don't know how to explain this. The chef and this girl is so sus, what the fuck. After that, things calmed down for a bit. Yoonho suddenly looked at Hanul and asked him for a favor. When night came, everyone huddled around a bonfire surrounded by wrecked cars. Yoonho said the area was open enough to be safe, but he'd take the first watch at the convenience store near the mountains just in case the bear came back. He told everyone to take turns on guard duty and let him know if anything weird happened. Everyone agreed, and he wished them good rest for tomorrow. But, bro, as soon as Yoonho entered the convenience store, things went bad fast. There was a little round object on the floor that started hissing and spewing green gas. Total toxic trap. Yoonho figured out quick it was a bomb from the intermediate shop, and when he tried to leave, he saw someone had locked the door with chains. He coughed, realized the trap was meant to keep him inside, and used his petrify skill to toughen up his arm and smash his way out. He was thinking, whoever set this up clearly hadn't seen him fight before. They just wanted to stall him, or maybe finish the job. Good thing he'd expected something shady. Just outside, Hanul ran up, asking if Yoonho was alright. Yoonho told him it was fine, just what he'd expected. Hanul and Eula had helped him check the group's movements, and found only 4 people who'd left the camp during the time the trap was set. A couple, the chef, and the man in hat. In Yoonho's mind, that meant only these 4 could be the culprit. Yoonho brought everyone back to the fire and addressed the group. He told them there'd been a toxic bomb attack and that the terrorist had to be one of them. Some people freaked out, and Yoonho calmly asked each of the 4 what they were doing during the time of the attack. The chef said he went to the bathroom. The woman from the couple said she went after the chef and also went to the bathroom, also bumping into him on the way. Her boyfriend said they went for some air together afterward. The one person left is the man in the hat. He stammered that he'd just gone on patrol because Yoonho was guarding alone and it was his time to guard. Bro, for real, I trust this man. The woman from the couple pointed out that the hat man was alone, so maybe he was the attacker. The hat man panicked. He insisted he wasn't the culprit. He begged Yoonho to explain to others that he wouldn't do that. But Yoonho checked, asking how many welfare points he had. The hat man admitted he didn't have points. He basically got 0 points from all the missions. Damn. This guy is poor as hell. Yoonho nodded. He explained that the hat man never earned enough points to buy a bomb from the shop, not from this or any earlier missions. Yoonho figured out the real culprit must have more resources. Hearing that, the hat man could only be shaking and crying alone. Bro, this is funny as hell. Imagine being the most sus but proven innocent as you have been to trash to earn enough points. The chef pressed him. Then who's the culprit? Yoonho, staring at the group, was sure the real bastard X had to be hiding among these 4. The chef kept asking who the heck the real culprit was, acting like everyone had a perfect alibi. But Yoonho wasn't fooled. He said if people worked together, any alibi could be fake. He knew the answer, and he was ready to prove it. Sola and Kim Eula suddenly popped up behind the woman from the couple. Sola's hand was glowing green with healing magic. She explained she just activated her healing magic, and there is only one person here who reacted to the healing. The sketchy girl totally freaked out, but Yoonho pointed out something only a real detective would notice. There was a fading green aura on the girl arm, and the system message declared her poison status had just been cured. Yoonho called her out right there. She was the traitor. See? I know this bitch is sus as hell. The couple girl started shouting like crazy, acting all innocent. Her boyfriend looked at her, stunned. He never saw it coming. But Yoonho kept pressing, saying she must have been too impatient to wait for the gas to clear from the store, so she got herself poisoned, trying to steal whatever Yoonho had. The chef jumped in, acting protective, but Jiun shut that down real quick, holding a knife at his throat with her telekinesis. The girl kept insisting she was not X. She had never even heard of that name. This dumb bitch. Yoonho laid it out. If the girl wasn't really X, she'd have at least recognized the name, since the results screen showed X right at the second top position. The girl face changed from scared to mean in a second. Boom, she charged Sola with a poison dagger. But Yoonho was crazy fast. He used his acceleration skill and jumped between her and Sola, grabbing her wrist and shattering the dagger with his petrified hand like a boss. The crazy girl laughed at first and said, Yoonho didn't even notice he'd been poisoned with his poison dagger. But nope, her trick didn't work this time. The girl became so confused. Why is her trick not working for our boy? Yoonho told her to give up. She didn't stand a chance. The girl, still plotting, tried another move. She yelled for a summon, and a pistol popped up in her hand. But Yoonho was just too fast again. He zipped to her side, snatched the gun, and swiped her sword too. Yurina cursed him out, pulled out another dagger and kept coming. She was desperate now. Yoonho blocked her last attack easily. Then, with no hesitation, he finished it. One clean strike with the sword right through her. Game over for that bitch. Wow. This is so satisfying. Her body faded away, dumping a huge pile of loot. Poison, gadgets, trackers, even a weird, super artisan pistol that fired bullets made from your own mental energy. Yoonho checked over the items. Total jackpot, honestly. The chef, still held by Jiun, wanted to know when he'd be let go. Jiun, not buying his act, told him to sit still. She knew he had helped that crazy girl make a fake alibi. The chef admitted it, saying the girl had talked him into it so she could slip away and do her crime. But he'd do that to keep alive himself. Yoonho, looking at that pathetic man, stated he would hold the judgment for now. But with chill eyes, he yells if the chef tries something funny again, he will be dead. After the chaos ended, Yoonho sat alone on some rubble, lost in thought. He wondered if it was okay to just kill someone so coldly because they tried to kill him first. Was killing just normal now, or was he actually becoming numb to it? Ji-eun quietly came and sat beside him. He asked if people were always this bad, or if the world had changed them. Ji-eun said people change, but one thing was for sure, Yoonho wasn't a bad person. She didn't want him feeling guilty or carrying that burden. Hearing that, Yoonho smiled and thanked her, and honestly, he felt a tiny bit lighter. Then, a new day started. The crew was curious what the next twisted mission would be. Jae-hyuk wondered, Ji-eun tossed her guess, and another survivor, who of course our poor hat man, as always just complained. But Yoonho knew exactly what came after an aptitude test. A personality test, duh. This crazy game seems like a real job test. Before the aptitude test, now the personality test. Next what? Interview with HRD? Right then, a big notification appeared, telling all survivors in the area to be ready for the personality assessment. Everyone had to get into one huge safe zone at Noksapyeong Station by 9 a.m. Yoonho did some quick math in his head. There were maybe 200 survivors left, so the zone was way big enough for the whole crowd. But honestly, if this was anything like last time, just getting inside wasn't going to be enough. You could tell, something wild was on the way. In the admin's office, everyone was in panic mode. Harona was yelling for backup files, papers flew everywhere, and she was sprinting down the hall with her helper Choi Sung. The whole place was in an uproar because the mad scientist admin went wild, messing with missions and causing more headaches for everyone. Harona was grumpy and asked who was actually in charge of Lee Eun-ho's mission now. Choi Sung said that it was running by itself because everyone was too busy. After all, the other section is also always on auto-run. Harona didn't love that. The mission for Yoonho's group was unstable, and she wanted to keep an eye on it after they cleaned up this mess. Outside, back in the real action, the remaining survivors rushed into the huge safe zone plaza. People were tired and stressed, looking at the crowds packed together. Ji-eun and Jae-hyuk wondered out loud what kind of personality test could happen with so many people gathered. Yoonho told them to relax, but everyone could feel something crazy was about to start. Right then, a giant eye floated down from the sky, and in Yoonho's mind, he knew. This was the last hurdle of the entrance test. Survey questions blinked in the air, and survivors all around looked confused. Some worried the company would bury them alive again, or pull some other twisted prank. Yoonho knew these damn tests well. Whenever a company does personality tests, they have some ideal employee in mind. If all the missions so far rewarded selfish choices, then the safe bet was to answer like a greedy jerk, always pick the selfish, me-first answers. With that, he told everyone to answer like that. Jae-hyuk and Ji-eun agreed, and started breezing through questions that were all about stepping on others to win or saying results matter more than how you get them. When everyone finished, the system sorted people by compatible, neutral, or incompatible. Someone from Yoonho group shook, worrying she might get deleted now that she got the wrong result. But Yoonho calmed her down and said it was just a setup for the main event. The more selfish you acted, the better your compatibility would be. And sure enough, Yoonho got rated super compatible. He joked that he must be just the trash this company wanted. People started noticing Yoonho again, recognizing his face from the earlier missions and bragging that he kept winning extra points. Another message came up, announcing a personality verification protocol. Hexagonal safe platforms popped up everywhere, making a big circle with an empty arena in the center. The next mission, called Competition, started right away. Random people's safe zones lit up red. The first dude was a tough white-haired guy named Jin Sol. Another was an old dude, a security guard, whose platform also turned red. They both stepped into the central arena as a gun appeared between them. The rule was brutal. Whoever hit the other with the given item won. If nobody got hit in time, both were out. The guard didn't want to fight, but the younger guy panicked and fired, only for the guard to whip out a shield and bounce the bullet right back. The crowd gasped as Whitehair collapsed and the match ended. Serve him right. It was Yoonho's turn next. His platform turned red, and he looked at Ji-eun for reassurance as a woman in an office blouse, Lee Yeji, was chosen to face him. They both walked to the center, and Lee Yeji was super nervous, apologizing and saying she'd try not to hurt him too much. Yoonho told her not to worry, then he did the one thing no one expected. He plucked a single strand of her hair. Lee Yeji was surprised, and the whole crowd was like, huh? Then Yoonho just shot at the hair on the ground. The system declared the match over. He'd followed the rule exactly, and nobody got hurt. He just needs to hit the opponent, without the system stating where to hit them. Again, this dude is playing riddle from the system. Everyone watching was pumped, and soon, other survivors started trying the same type of trick for their turns. Even in the middle of a twisted game, Yunho made sure to win by being smart, not cruel. Everyone was hyped because they finished the last mission without losing anybody. For once, nobody died. Some survivors came up to Yunho, thanking him for helping them stay alive. He just smiled and told them he was glad. Then Yunho noticed a girl healing her tattooed friend, named Cha Jinsol, with some kind of healing magic. Bright green light and everything. Yunho and Jian watched in awe, talking about how awesome healing skills were. She has a healing skill like Sola, that's rare. Yunho figured she must have some wild skill to make medicine, and the medicine acts like healing magic. He thought that'd be perfect for any group. Like, who wouldn't want a team medic? But the system had other plans. Suddenly, a message blared. Next up was Mission 2, Cooperation. That made everyone groan because cooperation in this place could mean anything. At that moment, a transparent wall popped up around the whole crowd, and the ground started shaking. Out came a giant white snake, way bigger than a bus, just staring everyone down. Some people panicked, thinking this was supposed to be a personality test, not a monster show. Jian and Jae-hyuk tried to calm themselves, but everyone knew if that wall broke, things would get ugly. Yunho figured, if the system brought a monster, it definitely didn't plan to let them just watch. Sure enough, the mission notification popped up. Defeat the white snake and survive. Yunho checked out the item info for white snake venom sac and realized this was the same monster that gave X her deadly poison. He thought, if you could beat this snake, its body was just a walking stash of loot, but nobody wanted to be the one to fight it. Thankfully, the system called Yunho's name as the first participant, and urged him it's time to head into the arena. Yunho didn't hesitate. He knew there weren't many real fighters left besides him, so better he take on the big boss himself. Jian shouted at him to be careful, but Yunho gave her one of those, "Don't worry, leader" smiles. Then the system threw in a twist. It called in Cha Jinsol to team up. Dude was already limping from before. Yeah, this is rigged for real. Yunho thought, not ideal, but at least he wasn't going in alone. They stepped onto the battlefield inside the shimmering barrier, with the giant snake looming over them. A system timer started, giving them 1 minute to get ready, which honestly felt way too short. Observer messages from up in the system went wild, with some guy already doubting the tattooed guy because of his injury. Jinsol grumbled about how he couldn't run, so they had no shot. Looking at the destination circle behind the snake, Jinsol mumbled that he won't fight and just focus on getting out. He even urges Yunho just to give up since he can't even help him fight because of his leg. Yunho thought he understood perfectly. He'd lived with an injured leg for 10 long years. Limping like this won't let you leave unshaded, but he said no, he won't surrender. With that, the timer hit 0. The mission began. 10 minutes. Beat the snake, or die trying. The tattooed guy tried to distract the snake with a magical gorilla, which he created using his manifest skill. But the snake just swatted it like nothing. The guy tried stabbing the white snake, barely made a scratch, but its wounds healed instantly. Damn, this broken snake is like some cheat boss from Elden Ring. Yunho watched and realized normal attacks wouldn't work. This thing just regenerated all its damage, so the only way to win was with something special. The snake lunged, jaws wide. Jinsol panicked, but Yunho kept his cool. He shouted his sword skill and tried attacking inside the mouth, but even a powered-up slash barely budged the snake's health bar, and it healed just as fast. Jinsol thought Yunho was just making the monster mad, but Yunho had a plan. He worked his sword into the snake's mouth and started baiting the body to wrap around itself, like some weird wrestling move. He tied up the snake using its own bulk. Then, with no weapon in hand, Yunho ran straight into the snake's mouth. He used his petrification skill, turning his arm into solid stone, then shoved it deep into the snake's throat so the poison couldn't hurt him. He reached for his fancy new pistol, one that shot with his mental energy, and powered up his acceleration skill to blast the snake's weak spot over and over. With time sped up, Yunho unloaded a hail of fire inside the snake's throat. When his acceleration ended, all the pain the snake had ignored hit at once. Its health bar finally crashed, dropping to 20%, and the system declared the monster disabled, and the mission over, ending it earlier than anyone expected. In other words, bro, teamwork plus brains, and a little bit of overpowered loot saved the day. But let's be honest, that's more like solo, not a fucking cooperation fight.